Hello and welcome in. This is the 382nd episode of the Dean Wither Show for everybody tuning in and joining us this evening. I really appreciate you guys so much for being here. We literally just started the stream both on TikTok and YouTube, so if you happen to be tuned in, you are definitely one of the early birds. Now, if you've never been here before, I'll tell you what we do. We debate Trump supporters. We try to change their minds because Trump is the worst president in modern American history, the worst president of your life, my life, quite frankly, the life of every single person tuned in, right? Regardless if you're 18 or 80. He sucks a lot, a whole lot. Now, I always do like to try to say hey to a handful of the early birds on the stream. So if you want to say hey down below in that comment section, I'd love to try to say hey to you. Give me one moment here just to set a couple things up. There's always a couple buttons that I have to press in order to get the stream going. I usually wait to start the stream over on YouTube until we have everything set up, and quite frankly, we usually even wait until we have the first Trump supporter of the day tuned in, but you know, I just decided to pull the trigger. I said, hey, you know what? Let's just start both at the same time. But anyways, welcome in everybody. It's certainly good to see you. How are we doing, Arsenic? Welcome in. What is going on, Cat? What is up, CNT? What's up, Lost MCR? What's going on, Drought Baines? What's up, Ricky Myers? Appreciate you for being here. On TikTok, how we doing, Eva? What's up, Marcus? What is going on, Elizabeth and Emily? Welcome in, Logan and Jade. Chloe Morgan, how we doing? Welcome in. Let's see here. Mel says, hey, Dean. Hello, Mel. Oh, my God. Oh, holy fuck. We're 2 minutes into the stream. Ashley, thank you so much for the $300 super chat. What? I'm sorry. What? That is insane. We just started. I haven't even done anything yet. Ashley, you are awesome. I want to see 3,000 Ashley W's down below in the chat. I'm sorry. I'm perplexed. I'm lost for words. That is so incredibly kind of you. $300 is a shit ton of money. I don't deserve that. And I'm honestly, like I said, just so taken aback. We're like hitting the intro of the stream. We haven't even done anything. We haven't even hopped into the debates. Ashley, that is beyond kind. That is incredibly kind of you. I want to see at least 10 minutes of W Ashley's in the chat because that is absurd. I mean, like, that is truly absurd. Ashley, one last time from the bottom of my heart, thank you so much for the love. Wow, holy shit. Okay, all right, we are starting the stream off on a energetic note today. All right, folks, let's go through the breaking news. The Republicans are humiliated as seemingly Donald Trump has begun to admit failure. Today, he called in to Fox and Friends, as he usually does. He's been doing that for years. And they asked him if the price of oil and gas is going to get cheaper prior to the midterms, or I think the exact wording was by the midterms. And in response, Donald Trump said, I don't know, maybe they'll get cheaper. Or maybe they'll stay the same, or maybe they'll even go up. So it seems like Donald Trump is finally backing down off of being the savior of the American economy. Less than a year ago, he was ranking us an A++++++, even though the economic trends were looking very similar to they are today outside of the price of oil, because that's insane. But even the host of Fox was taken aback and had a visible reaction to Donald Trump stating that gas might get more expensive before the midterms. And shit, I mean, that's terrible messaging for the GOP. That's terrible messaging for the Republicans. I mean, truly, how could you sit here and vote for a Republican when the Republican Party is telling you that they're going to make your life harsher? They're going to make your gas more expensive. They're going to make the goods and commodities that you buy on a daily basis cost more. I mean, I don't see it. And many people don't, which is why for the first time ever in 30 years, which I guess is not ever, and for the first time in 30 years, the lieutenant governor of the state of Texas is now finally warning that the Democrats could take the state house and that the Republicans have to put up a damn good fight. And the reason is, of course, is because of this massive expectation of a blue wave throughout the country come midterms, because of the atrocious failures of the Trump administration. Also, for everybody rating from Parker's stream, I did see Parker say that he doesn't know who Metallica is. That's crazy. I feel like a vast majority of people at least have heard of Metallica before, even if you can't name any of their songs. So to never have heard about Metallica before is pretty nuts. But let's at this point in time go ahead and try to get that very first guest loaded up into the box. I want to see some more W's for Ashley down below in that chat, because sincerely, Ashley, that was just so kind. I'm just wow, still taken aback by that. Thank you, Christian. Welcome in. Do you support Trump?
Yeah, I do.
And how old are you?
28. Also, Parker's an NPC for not knowing who Metallica is. Like, how do you, like, what?
Okay, I will agree. It's pretty wild he doesn't know who Metallica is. But I'd argue that the true NPCs here are the herd of sheep following a rapist regardless of what he does.
He got cloned. Ooh, the performative.
I don't know. He's not a Trump supporter. I don't know if he's one of the sheep, one of the NPCs. Why is, I just out of curiosity, I gotta ask, why is your profile picture Johnny Palmedessa and Benjamin Netanyahu?
I think that's a better question for Johnny. Why is he pictured with a war criminal, genocidal war pig? Like, that's a better question for Johnny.
Clearly that's AI.
Clearly? What do you think?
DB, thank you so much for the galaxy. I
AI?
appreciate you. Yeah, because as far as I'm aware, I don't think he's ever made a trip to Israel. And I, for whatever reason,
Johnny's Jewish, right?
With him. I think I do know that he's Jewish. And then on top of that, for the photo shoots that there have been of different influencers on the right that have, been paid the $7,000 to head over there, they're like
Johnny's probably one
protected
of them,
by like 5 security guards because it's, once again, Netanyahu. So, I mean, are you just putting him in a picture with Netanyahu because he's Jewish?
No, so I didn't make this picture if you think it's fake. So Johnny is a known person that's tied to politicians. He's like admitted to hanging out with Kamala Harris in her house. He's even claimed to have slept with people from like representing different states. Like, this guy's weird. He claims he sleeps with people in government. Yeah, so I wouldn't put it past him that he hangs out with a war criminal like Netanyahu.
Wait.
Before you glaze,
I've never heard Johnny say or do that. I'm not glazing Johnny. Listen, correcting misinformation and simply asking you why your profile picture is an AI photo of Johnny Palmedessa and
I asked you, how do you prove that it's AI?
That doesn't mean that I'm glazing him.
Well, the fact that you're claiming it's AI, knowing he's Jewish and supports like Israel,
what the fuck does him having Jewish
and being a Zionist?
What the fuck does him being Jewish have to do with anything?
Well, if you were to let me finish, he's Jewish, a Zionist, and supports Israel.
Okay, so A, the fact that he's Jewish has nothing to do with the state of Israel, and B, is as far as I'm aware,
you're right. There's people that are Jewish that don't support Israel.
I don't know. I don't hear him I don't hear him espousing like staunch pro-Israel talking points. I don't hear that.
Right. So what he does is he pushes their narrative. For example, anti-American, anti-Christian, anti-Southern, anti-middle class. So Johnny actually has this bit where he mocks Southern people from the South, mocks the way they talk, and mocks poor people and the middle class. So that's a very like common thing Zionists like to do when they consider themselves the chosen ones. So Zionists and Jewish people like Johnny consider themselves a superior race. And they're actually the real racists.
Wait, so I just want to clarify.
Johnny is a known racist.
I just want to clarify. You think that Jewish people who will throw on a fake Southern accent are like pro-genocide Zionists?
So no, that wasn't my argument. My argument was that he is pushing the narrative of being anti-middle class, anti-white people, anti-Southern people. He makes fun of poor people. He makes fun of Southern people. But he's also a Zionist and thinks he's a superior race. Yeah, now he actually, in his latest stream, was talking about genetics and how white people have inferior genetics and things like that, which is a very common trope that Zionists actually talk about.
Okay. Did you see the restriction that you just got?
Yeah, because obviously this
for moderately harmful misinformation. I mean, well, what a dumbass. I don't really know what else to say there. I'm not all too familiar with Johnny Palmedessa. I don't stay up to date with him on a daily basis. But I'm pretty sure that guy was saying that he's Zionist because he's anti-white, anti-poor, and anti-Christian. And then he's anti-white, anti-poor, and anti-Christian because sometimes he'll do a fake Southern accent. So in other words, if You do with fake Southern accent. It means that you're pro-genocide, pro-Israel, and pro-Zionism. Yeah, I feel like people like that should just like, stay out of the conversation about Zionism, why it's harmful and what it is. They just kind of muddy the water, if that makes any sense. Like, I feel like that we should stay very goal oriented around the premise that Zionism is bad because the state of Israel is upholding this claim to land and Zionism to push for genocide and ethno expansionism, not because some Jewish dude on TikTok mocks Southern people with a fake accent. Like, we need to be clear there. But let's go ahead and hop into the next debate because clearly that guy got kicked out. This guy's name is Jack. Let's go to get Jack loaded up into the box. But once again, for everybody to back it, I appreciate you guys so much for being here. Hello, hello, hello. Do you support Trump? All right, moving on to the next guest, Rip Charlie. By the way, we are going to go ahead and ban people who break the rules. You have to be an American adult that supports Donald J. Trump as president. If that's not you, that's awesome. I'm very happy for you, but please stay out of the queue. Hi, welcome in. Do you support Trump?
We are Charlie Cook.
Pretty impressive vocals, but those are now 2 bands back to back. Wow, we're on a roll. Let's go to get the next guest loaded up into the box right now. This is Fish Girl on an alts.
Hello, salon.
That is not Fish Girl on an alt.
Hello,
But they did get a photo from Fish Girl's account. All right, those are 3 bands back to back. Let's go in and get that next guest loaded up into the box right now. We got Oopsie loaded up.
I love you, Dean.
All right, love you too, but those are 4 bands back to back. Let's go to get that next guest loaded up into the box right now. Only up inside of that queue if you are MAGA. Clearly, people are breaking the rules. If I had to take a guess. Hi, welcome in. Do you support Trump?
Hi, what's up, Dean? I do a little bit. I voted for him in the last election. I want to have you.
Knowing everything you do, if the election was held tonight between Donald Trump and Kamala Harris, who'd you vote for?
I think they're both terrible. So at this point, I think they're both terrible. So I wouldn't say I would change my choice because if I did, it wouldn't make a difference in my eyes.
You have 2 options. Either tell me who'd you vote for, or the third option would be you wouldn't vote at all. So, like, who'd you vote for?
I wouldn't vote at all. I just wouldn't vote at all.
I appreciate you for coming up. We are specifically looking for people that answer Trump to that question. However, I do think that the stream is still of great value for you because hopefully we'd be able to convince you that there's more people on the left that aren't terrible, frankly. So we could convince you to vote for Dims in the midterms. But let's go to get that next guest loaded up into the box. For that last guest, I just recommend stay tuned into the live stream and hear me out for what would I have to say. Hello, that's 5 bands back to back. Hello, do you support Trump?
My uncles did, but I needed help on how to roast them.
I'm not even quite sure on what she said, but I think it amounted to a no, I don't support Trump. So those are 6 bands back to back. Guys, if you break the rules, you're going to get banned. No exceptions. That's why we're at 6 bands back to back. Kind of got to blow my nose, so I might take a moment here and peek my head off screen to do that.
Wait, you hear me?
Yep, but you are a child, so those would be 7 bands back to back. We are at 7. Folks, over under 15. Let me know down below in that chat. Do you think that we're going to get inevitably go under 15 consecutive bans back to back by the time we get the first Trump supporter in here? Or over 15 consecutive bans back to back by the time we get the first Trump supporter in here? Let me know. Hi, welcome in. Do you support Trump?
Yes.
Oh, it's you. You're a troll. So what are we at?
No, I'm not a
7
troll.
bands? 8 bands. 8 bands consecutive back to back. Let's go to get that next guest loaded up into the box right now. We got Sabby and Compton loaded up into the box. Here we go. 8 bands back to back. Let's see if we can get to 9. By the way, I would like to be at 0 because I'd like people to follow the rules, but people don't give a shit about those. So, hi, welcome in. Do you support Trump?
Yes.
How old are you?
25.
What year were you born in?
2000.
Oh, this may break the streak. What month?
May.
Okay. This may break the streak. Let's see. I'm going to go to blow my nose. I'm going to peek my head off screen to do so, but take it away. I'll be able to hear you tell us why you still support the worst president of your life, Mr. Trump.
A lot of people say he's bad, but honestly, he's not. He's done a lot of good things. I mean, look at gas prices. They're only up because of another country. He brought gas prices down. He brought groceries down. What was it last year for for Thanksgiving, the total price of what you can get actually came down. He's bringing prices down like he promised. The only reason gas is up and everyone's focused on gas, it's only up because of another country, Iran. And when it comes to that, if we would not have attacked them first, they would have attacked us, and it'd be a whole different story.
You know, the Nazis tried to make the same argument in the Nuremberg trials. Not joking. No kidding. Look it up. Okay, now you made two claims there. The second one was just fucking silly. You said that the price of Thanksgiving came down in 2025 compared to 2024. So what you're referring to would be the corporate report on the price of a Thanksgiving meal from Walmart in comparison to the year prior. Because what Walmart will do every Thanksgiving is they will throw together a quote-unquote Thanksgiving meal where you get a turkey, you get the sides, you get the stuffings, and then it comes out to a total price tag, and the price tag was cheaper in 2025 than it was in 2024. But what you didn't account for is that in that same corporate report, they also cut the size of the turkey from, I think it was like 20 pounds to 15 pounds. And instead of having 14 items in it, it only had 9. So there was like 5 less items in the meal. So even though the overall price of the meal was lower because it had less items and the turkey was lower size, ultimately, pound for pound for the turkey, it was more expensive, and ultimately in consideration of the individual price of the goods that were still in the meal, it was more expensive. That was just a bullshit talking point that you heard from Trump. Rye, I appreciate you for that, Galaxy. So that point bites the dust. The first point that you made is that Trump didn't increase the price of gas, Iran did. So how did Iran increase the price of gas?
Closing off the Strait of Hormuz. Everyone knows it's worldwide. It's a worldwide problem. It's not just us, it's a whole worldwide problem.
Why do they close down the Strait of Hormuz?
Because we're at war.
Okay, and why were we at war?
They were developing weapons of mass destruction, nukes and whatnot.
Wrong. According to Tulsi Gabbard, the DNI, that claim is false. In fact, they have not even tried to start rebuilding their nuclear facilities after we completely obliterated them with strikes 4 months ago. So try again. Why are we at war?
If they won't allow us in to inspect it, then how would we know for sure?
Okay, well, that would be a question that could be answered by global intelligence communities, including the U.S. intelligence community under the office of Tulsi Gabbard, the Director of National Intelligence, including Joe Kent, the ex-head of counterterrorism. According to them, as they testified in front of Congress under penalty of perjury, which meant if they lied, they'd go to jail, we knew that we completely obliterated all of their programs months ago, and we know that they haven't even tried to start rebuilding them. So are you contesting the unilateral consensus agreed to by the totality of not just international but also domestic intelligence communities operating under the Trump administration?
So it's a couple people saying that it's not true, but there's many more people saying that it is.
Sure. Name one reputable or authoritative voice in any global intelligence community that will argue in contradiction of the claims made by Tulsi Gabbard and assert that they either already have nukes or are still actively working on rebuilding their nuclear facilities.
It's the U.S. government that's saying it. Are you saying they're not reputable?
In fact, the U.S. government is not saying that they had nukes or were working on rebuilding their facilities. The Director of National Intelligence, for the 4th time, Tulsi Gabbard, testified to the opposite. She testified, as I already told you, that we completely destroyed and obliterated, quote unquote, their nuclear program months ago, and they have not started to rebuild it.
I've heard that they're months away or a year away or weeks away from developing that technology.
According to whom?
The news.
The news?
They even have it on there with Benjamin.
The news. Yes, the news.
Saying.
Oh, well, Netanyahu's been saying that since the 90s.
So I see where you're coming from.
So we know that.
I have a question.
Check this out. Like I said, Netanyahu's like legit been saying that Iran is weeks away from having nukes every couple of weeks since the 90s. We know he's been wrong every single time before now. I don't think he's too reputable. So do you concede that they were not an imminent nuclear threat?
Negative.
Why not?
It would be in the interest of their own national security to want to have nukes.
Okay.
Why does this fact
mean that you were unwilling to concede that they're not an imminent nuclear threat due to the fact that we completely obliterated their nuclear program and they haven't started on rebuilding it yet?
Okay, imminent. I'll give you that one. Imminent, yes. All right, they're not an imminent threat, but they were.
Okay, so then you agree that Donald Trump lied insofar as why he started this war with them.
No, because they were weeks away. There's multiple people saying it is, but there's multiple people saying it isn't.
Wait. Once again, what reputable voice inside of the U.S. intelligence community would argue and would admit or has said that they were weeks away from having nukes on February 28th when Donald Trump started the war?
Even if Israel would have attacked them,
I want you to answer.
They
my
would have
question.
attacked everybody.
Don't dodge.
Anyways.
Don't dodge. You're dodging. Answer my question.
Well, what was the question?
Why do I need to repeat it?
No, go ahead. What was the question?
The question was, what reputable voice inside of the U.S. intelligence community has said that they were weeks away from having nukes on February 28th when Donald Trump started the war?
You're saying Tulsi Gabbard. That's the only person you're saying. But you even said the U.S. government not that trustworthy.
I have said that the government is not that trustworthy.
People lie all the time.
There's many circumstances where the government, including the intelligence community, will lie, about intelligence to further their agenda.
So who's to say we should believe anything?
Because the motive to lie is not true for Tulsi Gabbard making the claim that they don't have nuclear weapons. Because the narrative from the White House, the narrative from the Trump administration, and just the general historical narrative about U.S. imperialism would actually be benefited, by Tulsi Gabbard saying that they do have nukes, saying that we didn't completely obliterate their program, saying that they are an imminent threat. But she said the opposite. And we just can't identify any narrative in which that would genuinely serve to further. Therefore, it must not be a lie. She must be telling the truth, which would make sense because this was in front of Congress where everything that she says will be fact-checked. And if she is proven to have lied, then she'd go to jail. So that's also something that's meaningful. Now, you haven't answered my question. Please answer my question.
I cannot give you any names. I can just tell you what the news tells me. Because I believe the news. It's simple as that. The news doesn't lie. Most of the time, the news tells the truth. That's how we find out our information.
Yeah, so what news channel did you get this claim from?
Fox.
Fox News argued in court that they shouldn't have to pay $1 billion for lying about the 2020 election because they're so unserious. There isn't a reasonable expectation of being considered as telling the truth by Americans that tune into their channel. And they legally reclassified themselves from a news agency to an entertainment agency.
Have you seen the maps when it comes to voting? There is way too much red for Democrats to win. It's just not possible.
This guy's a troll. You're a good troll until now, but you're
believe
trolling.
that you're trolling. No. Now one thing I do not believe that people are tampering with
this guy has to be a troll.
But if you look at the maps,
how many continents are there?
7.
Yes, you're a troll. Because if you truly believed in everything in which you just shared with us, you would simply be too stupid to know how many continents there are.
So you think I'm stupid? What?
I'm sorry. I think they're a troll. We're going to move on to the next guest. On to the next. Let's go to get that next guest loaded up into the box. Dude, I'm sorry. I really thought I was taking him really seriously there because he was definitely commenting the current claims we hear a lot.
Dean, no, don't actually kick me. Don't actually kick me. No, I actually have something. No, it's important. It's important. Stop.
Okay,
dude, stop. No, genuinely, it's important. You know the guy, Trench that I was debating and stuff like that? I send you a ticket on, Discord or something like that, but he was on a live stream with me and my friends and, like, commenting. I told him I turned 18 in January, and he was commenting on, like, the size of, like just really inappropriate comments, and I was wondering if you could do anything about that because you have a big platform, and I was wondering if you could, like, get it out somewhere.
Well, I'm sorry to hear that happened to you. That's really disgusting. Okay. I'm really sorry to hear that happened to you. God, man, Trench knows no low. I don't think there is much I could do about it. He is a disgusting piece of shit, and he sucks, and I'm really sorry to hear that happened to you. But I mean, quote unquote, doing anything about it because it's not illegal would mean calling him out, but. Calling.
Well, like I told
that
him
guy
I
out
turned
only gives
18
him-
in January because I just turned 18 in
only
January.
gives him more attention,
Yeah, I told him I turned 18 in January, and he said you're
he-
barely legal, and still kept on making comments.
and he loves that attention. I'm sorry to hear that happened to you. I think it's totally perverted. That's totally sick. And I just recommend blocking him because that's gross. All right.
Yeah, thank you.
Yeah. Okay. You take care. Yeah. I'd recommend blocking him. Yeah, man. I'm sorry to hear that. What a weirdo. I mean, he really is. He really is a weirdo. Wheat Dealer, I appreciate you so much for the galaxy, and Lilith, thank you for the galaxy as well. And that guy loves the attention. So I mean, calling him out or whatever, that just give him exactly what he wants. He likes the attention. He likes the views, and he'd love any level of viewership that we'd send his way. Welcome to Sport Trump.
Yeah, can you go follow me?
You kind of sounded like Carl Weezer. Am I thinking of the right guy from Jimmy Neutron there for a moment? But 10th man. Let's go to move on to the next guest. You guys, if you're inside of the queue, please make sure that you're an American adult that supports Trump on Super Chat. Thank you so much, Madison and FamCam, for the $50. Show some love to both Madison and FamCam down below in that comment section. I appreciate you guys both. Thank you so much, Madison and FamCam. Madison with a 50, very, very kind of you. 500 Madison W's down below says, thank you so much for the things that you do. I appreciate it. And tell Mama that she's the most amazing kitty in the world. Oh, I make sure to tell her that all the time. I'll make sure to give her a reminder after the stream. Same thing to you, FamCam. Thank you for the $50. Show some love to FamCam down below in that chat as well. FamCam with a 50 says, friendly reminder that the map is so red because there's an insane amount of near empty space in the U.S. Rural areas tend to vote red more than urban areas. If guns don't unalive people unalive people, the land doesn't vote, people do. Yeah, thank you so much for that reminder for a lot of the viewers watching that stream. I'd actually take a guess here, FamCam, that there's quite a few people watching the stream who legitimately think that Talking Point is worthy of respect, but I just kind of laughed it off because I just think it's so stupid. Welcome in, Amy G. Do you support Trump?
Yes.
Okay, how old are you?
18.
What year were you born in?
2000.
Okay, there's going to be our 10th band. Let's go to move on to the next guest right now. All right, guys. Only up inside of that queue if you're a MAGA. Only up inside of that queue if you're a MAGA. I'd really appreciate it if you guys could follow the rules. We're going to go to put the rules back up on that phone screen. Who is next? This person's name is Daniel. Let's go to get Daniel loaded up into the box. Hi, Daniel. Do you support Trump?
Oh, fuck me, Dean. Fuck me in the
So that's
ass
going to be
so
the
hard.
11th
Fuck
ban
me.
of the stream. Let's go to move on to the next guest right now. We got Pokemon Hippie joining on PayPal. Thank you so much, Riley, for the $5. And then Courtney, thank you so much for the $10 donation. Let's get 100 Courtney W's. I appreciate it.
I really enjoy you. You're an amazing person. I look up to you. Can you give me a shout out? I think you're...
Shout out to you. But we're going to go to move on to the next guest. We got Bobby loading up into the box. Appreciate you, man. Courtney with the $10 says, read out loud if you want. We watch every day here in Vancouver, BC, Canada. And you do such amazing work and make a much more of a difference in this world than you know it. Keep doing amazing things. Thank you for all that you do in educating these people. Be rough, lol. Well, I appreciate you. Thank you so much, Courtney, Robin, and Olivia. Shout out to Courtney, Robin, and Olivia down below in the chat. I appreciate your incredibly, incredibly kind words. Yeah, you know what? Honestly, I'm in a really good mood. I just got back from a night of camping in the middle of Utah,
Yo, what's up,
in the
Dean?
red desert under the stars. It was sweet. So I feel like, I'm ready. I'm ready for the bullshit. And then Wheat Dealer, thank you for that galaxy. Welcome in. Do you support Trump?
No, I don't. I just want to say I
you're gonna
support
be
you,
the-
bro.
I appreciate you, man. Thank you so much. Guys, if you are inside of that queue, please do leave that queue. If you are not a Trump supporter, this is a debate live where we want to talk to Trump supporters. And I'd really appreciate if you guys
When
would
did you
follow
last shit, Dean?
That guy is so obsessed. Definitely the 12th band of the day. All right. Someone in the chat said, where do you go camping? It was right outside of Moab. It was a really beautiful, beautiful spot right by the Colorado River. in their quote-unquote red desert. I loved it. I mean, it was a whole bunch of fun. It got pretty cold in the middle of the night. Good thing we had some good sleeping bags. Moving on to the next guest right now. We got Alejandro loading up into the box. Only up inside of the queue if you were MAGA, please and thank you. I'd really appreciate it. Eric, do you support Trump? Okay, Eric's not here. What about you, Taylor? Do you support Trump?
I do.
And how old are you?
I am 19.
What year were you born in?
November 2006.
Okay, you sound a little young. I'm not going to ask to see it. Do you happen to have a driver's license, though?
Yeah, but I don't want to show it.
Yeah, I'm not going to ask you to. When you're driving on the road on a one-lane road with one lane going north, the other going south, and in the middle of those lanes, there's a dotted yellow line next to a solid yellow line. What does that mean for you as a driver if you're on the side of the dotted yellow line?
That's Gus, Pedro, Ralph, Carmen. I love you, Dean! Fuck me, Dean! Fuck!
Okay, we're going to move on to the next guest, only up inside of the queue. If you happen to be MAGA, we got Eddie loading up into the box right now. Only up inside of the queue if you're MAGA. Hi, welcome into Sport Trump. Okay, Eddie's not here. Yeah, Eddie's going to be our 13th man of the day while we try to find that next guest. Not too many Trump supporters anymore. I mean, guys, like today, Donald Trump said that he's taken the economy and gas will probably get more expensive by the midterms. It's really hard to be a Trump supporter anymore. So, I mean, makes sense why there's not too many in the queue. Welcome in. Do you support Trump? Well, actually, they left, so let's go to get that next guest loaded up into the box. Right? How many times have I had to repeat that? Let's go to get that next guest loaded up into the box. How many times have I... Dude. Hi, do you support Trump?
Hell yeah.
Not gonna lie, I kicked you. If you actually are a Trump supporter, feel free to hop back inside of that queue. I guess I didn't mean to kick you. I just kind of assumed that you're trolling. Let's go to get that next guest rules loaded up in. Hi, do you support Trump?
Yes.
And how do you?
I am 25.
What year were you born in, Jules?
2001. My birthday was just on Thursday. So
Okay.
I just became Sunday.
Your bio says Philly girl with morals, and you claim to be a Trump
Yeah, a
supporter?
lot of people come for my chest. So I have to say that because I'm very Christian, so I like to respect my body and I don't like the comments that I get.
Okay, totally fair. So why do you support Trump?
So honestly, the first thing that really got me into wanting him, especially because Philadelphia was, like, in my opinion, the big turning state to get him to become president, was when he said the first thing that I will do as a president is to get men out of women's sports. And I completely agree with that. And I love the idea that he did that.
Okay. Yeah, how many trans women have you played with in women's sports?
So growing up, I actually was homeschooled, so I did not get to really do that. I didn't experience that.
Yeah, how many people do you personally know that have played with trans women in women's sports?
I've seen it, and I've seen it on the internet, and maybe, and I'm very open to, because I did research as well. I know that you grew up with conservative parents, and they pushed that on you. However, you did research and became a Democrat. Right. I will say that my family was all liberal. So growing up, even by the time I was 18, my first time voting, my mom literally wrote down Joe Biden. Like, she put it down on the ballot. I will take whatever you have to say and, like, convince me otherwise. But when the two were running, Joe Biden and Donald Trump, I was like, I just could not see, or not Joe Biden, but Kamala, because Kamala obviously had to take over. I did not see her as a good stand. And I have seen that she, she's made that thing that she's going to run again, but that's an easy win for JD Vance, in my opinion, just knowing the society and today's generation. So if you can convince me that, because I was all, Democrat and liberal growing up, and then when I saw how things have changed and people are coming out as, furries and pronouns, and I have to do that for everything. It's just and I not to be mean, Dean, but it's just like, it was a crazy turn for me to see that. I'm like, why do I have to, call you by that instead of just like, your name? So if I'm making any sense right now, and I'm sorry for yapping, I can see that in the comments. If you can convince me in the opposite direction, I'd love to hear it.
So you think that liberals created pronouns?
I think that it was a huge movement during the COVID time.
Okay, yeah,
like
but like before
people
COVID,
were very
pronouns,
bored.
But like,
No, I don't
before,
think-
like before COVID, like pronouns didn't really exist, right?
I think that it's always been a thing, but during COVID, people became so bored, and then all of a
They
sudden,
just started educating themselves on the English language and learning about things such as pronouns.
I mean, we were all sitting in our beds doing jack shit nothing.
Right.
Am I allowed to curse?
Yeah, you could curse. Hey, listen, let me hop in here. So I asked you why you support Trump. You said it's because he promised to get men out of women's sports. Of course, you're talking about trans women. I don't think that trans women are men. I'll start there. But then I asked you if you've ever personally played a sport with a trans woman. You said no. Then I asked you if you personally know anybody who's played a sport with a trans woman. And you also said no. So I just say that the fact that this is not an issue that personally impacts you or the lives of anybody you know kind of goes to show that, maybe there's some growing level of hesitance that you should hold towards the GOP, who's shoving this down your throat as the largest threat to America since the Civil War, right? But then when we kind of take a step back and we consider the fact that there's only 16 trans women competing inside of the NCAA, and quite frankly, I don't really think it's an issue at all. And then you think that's actually a larger issue compared to the fact that Donald Trump cut healthcare away from 10 million low-income Americans when we already have 50,000 that die every single year via lack of access to healthcare, or the fact that he's been credibly accused of rape by twice as many women as there is T women in the NCAA, and found guilty of twice as many felonies as there is T women inside the NCAA. It kind of just goes to show that this is like a non-issue. And this is why Democrats are winning special elections across the country. They're running on, focusing on fixing potholes compared to focusing on who's, using the potty. Because, see, the progressive voices in this country actually care about the real material outcomes. We care about ensuring affordability for the average American. We care about protecting the working class and upholding unions. We care about ensuring that low-income Americans aren't going to die because of a disease that they've developed so that they can't pay for health care to get taken care of. Meanwhile, the Republicans are like, oh, pronouns, trans people in sports. But when it comes to the economy, oh shit, now gas is up the most it has in a single month since the Vietnam War. GDP growth is down by 1%. Worst jobs report on record since 2003, ignoring recessions. Most manufacturing bankruptcy since 2010. And we're starting wars in the Middle East, killing a bunch of children, achieving nothing, just reducing global stability, while also promising quote-unquote conquest against the Catholic Church, Mexico, Canada, Colombia, Cuba, and Greenland. Like, clearly, I think we see you as a better sense of what actually matters, and that's definitely not the right MAGA or Trump.
Yes, I definitely understand that. And maybe I do need to be more educated, but I've heard a lot and I've seen a lot, especially in the women's locker room. Someone that claimed to be, I'll say, a close family. Okay. So a close family member had someone, he's a teacher. He had someone claim, this is going a little off topic, but maybe you can speak on this, claimed that he was a woman and dressed up and did this for several months. He actually went into the women's locker room one day after sports and decided to, let's say, SA this other girl that was in the locker room. How do you feel about that, and how would you do anything and speak up for that?
Okay, so you're talking about a cis man who falsely claims to be a trans woman to then enter into private women's only spaces to then take advantage of people in the space, right?
Yeah, because I'm scared to have kids one day to have them see this, especially the stuff in the bathrooms. Like in Pennsylvania, people are putting litter boxes in bathrooms.
That's a lie.
No.
That's
It was
just a
literally
lie.
Okay, I've seen it.
So you've seen it? Are you talking about public places like schools or like?
It's public schools. That's why I'm scared.
Wait, bro, you got to tell me. Okay, the Republicans have been talking about this for the last 15 years. And this, what's the name of the school? I got to know.
Well, I don't want to out it because then people are going to know. That's why I'm scared of social media. But I'm scared.
Come on. This is like me saying, at a school, they're forcing, you know what? I don't even want to come up with an example. Well, I'm just going to tell you the point. The point is that I'm definitely not going to take your word for it, because this has been the myth that many Republicans have been repeating for, like I said, 15 years. But then it's just the easiest dunk of all time on Republican senators, congressmen, and women, because then reporters are like, okay, so at what schools is this actually occurring? And they're like, oh, I actually can't name one. Okay, and it seems like you can't either. Plus, you said that you were homeschooled, so I don't know why you'd be familiar with any public school.
Because I was sent actually, it wasn't a video, it was a picture of a screenshot of someone's private Snapchat story with other family members in the state of Maryland. So
Okay, a photo of a screenshot of somebody's private Snapchat story who is probably making a joke, and a funny joke at that, by the way.
I don't
That's
think it's
absolutely
funny,
hilarious.
though.
Whoever
Why
they
would
are
you bring a
is
cat
fucking
litter
hilarious.
box and put something and then cover it, even if like isn't that an insult to that
They
community
probably took a
anyways?
picture of the litter box at their house for their cat and then made a joke out of it, saying that, oh my God, this is at my public school.
No.
They're hilarious and you're gullible.
Can I? And maybe you're right, but would there be a way that I could send you the photo? I don't. That's weird. I don't want to do that.
Listen, send the photo. Here's what I want you to do. Send the photo into your local news agency. And if I see a story running on the news like a week from now where Fox News is screaming and shouting from the tops of their lungs, oh my God, they're actually putting litter boxes in the bathrooms, then rejoin the live and I'll send you $1,000. How about that?
Okay. Is there anything that you have to say about the gas prices? Because I am very
Before
mad
we move
about
on
that.
to the gas prices, I want to talk about that claim that you made, where you were referencing a cis man going into private spaces designed for women and women only to then take advantage of women inside of that space. Would you ever make a man who's done that president?
Absolutely not.
Well, you absolutely already have voted for him because that's something Donald Trump has admitted to, specifically on Howard Stern's radio show in 2005. Here's the clip.
Also say, as the owner of the pageant, it's your obligation to do that.
So you have done that. Now,
I'll tell you the funniest is that I'll go backstage before a show.
Yes.
And everyone's getting dressed and ready and everything else. And, no men are anywhere. And I'm allowed to go in because I'm the owner of the pageant, and therefore I'm inspecting it. I'm inspecting. I want to make sure that
You're like a
everything is
doctor.
good.
You're there.
Yeah, the dress. Is everyone okay? They're standing there with no clothes. Is everybody okay? And you see these incredible-looking women. And so I sort of get away with things like that.
Was that in a locker room, or is that him just admitting to
A woman's dressing room.
a woman's dressing room? Okay. What is the context around the woman's dressing room?
He owned beauty pageants for women and girls.
Mm-hmm.
And he admitted to barging into the dressing rooms at these beauty pageants to then look at the naked contestants inside. This is a man barging into a private space designed for women and women only to then take advantage of them, because that would be sexual exploitation. He was sexually exploiting them.
No, pageants can be for older women who are 18 plus. How old were these pageant stars? I don't know what you call them.
15 to 35.
And did they come forward? Is that why this is a big thing? Or is it just, are you using the clip of him saying that? Because how do I know that I believe him if he is a comedian, per se?
Okay. Well, I guess while I'm pulling up a clip of a woman that competed at one of those pageants coming forward to talk about it, could you tell me what about that clip screamed funny or satire?
No, I'm not saying that, Dean. I'm really trying to educate myself and learn from you. I'm just trying to get all of the evidence.
Okay, yeah, well, here's Tasha Dixon, who is Miss Arizona at Miss USA, which was one of the pageants that he owned, talking about her experiences.
Just came strolling right in. There was no second to put a robe on or any sort of clothing or anything. Some girls were topless, other girls were naked.
As Miss Arizona 2001, Tasha Dixon competed in the Miss USA pageant. Donald Trump owned the contest along with Miss Universe and Miss Teen USA for 19 years.
Our first introduction to him was when we were at the dress rehearsal and half naked changing into our bikinis. To have the owner come waltzing in when we're naked or half naked in a very physically vulnerable position, and then to have the pressure of the the people that work for him telling us to go fawn all over him, go walk up to him, talk to him.
And Dixon has strong.
Oh, okay. How old was she?
A Miss USA, so above the age of 19.
Okay.
The age of the people who this happened to is completely irrelevant, by the way.
No, it's different because
No, it's
SA is not a joke at all. At all. Like
the age of the beauty pageant contestants doesn't matter.
No. That's not what I'm referring to. I was asking what age she came out forward and said this. Because where is everyone else that like all the pageants aren't just one girl, especially in a dressing room. There's so many girls.
Yeah,
and I'm not.
I just gave you one example. You also have Mariah Bellato, who was a teen that competed at Miss Teen USA in 1997, that came forward and said that Donald Trump would just barge into their dressing rooms while they were all naked and said, "Don't worry, ladies, I've seen it all before." Same thing with 3 other teens from that same year. You have Miss Vermont from Miss USA in 1997. You have Miss Massachusetts, and I think that you had Miss California too. I mean, these stories are very broad and extensive. There's stories from many of the beauty pageant contestants. I just was trying to keep it short, so I just gave you one. But if you're interested in reading any of the other women or girls' testimony, just feel free to look it up.
Yeah, no, I definitely appreciate it. I think that a lot of people are being a little bit mean, and I don't take things to like lightly. So I think that I might just step away. But I appreciate you for.
Before you step away, can you tell me if you still support Trump as president due to the fact that you said you'd absolutely never vote for a man who's done the things you just listened to Donald Trump admit to, and that you listened to the people who he did it to corroborate his admission of?
Yes, I would just appreciate if people would stop being mean and coming at me in my own comments and stuff like that.
So you do or you don't still support Trump?
No, I don't.
Okay. All right. Well, I appreciate you so much for coming up. Let's go to get that next guest loaded up into the box. Only hop inside of that queue if you happen to be a Trump supporter. Well, I'm happy that we could change your mind. Now, for everybody who's hanging out with us on TikTok, I do want to go ahead and quickly go over the rules of the live stream. Now, you can watch no matter who you are, what you do, or where you are. But I do politely ask, if you happen to be inside of the guest request, that you ensure you are an American adult that supports Trump. This is a debate live stream where we will hopefully be debating the people who request to join. So if you are not an American adult that supports Trump, please do leave the queue at this time. I have a league of moderators who will be keeping a very close eye on who joins the guest request. If we determine that you're in violation of our rules, you'll get banned just by joining the queue. But if I accept you up into the box, then you'll definitely lose access to be able to join the stream in the future. Now, we're going to try to get that next guest, Mel, loaded up into the box right now. Only up inside of that queue if you happen to be MAGA. Mel, welcome in. Do you support Trump?
Support Trump.
No.
All right, Mel. I'll spare you from the ban. You take care. Okay, there's our one get out of jail free card. There's our one get out of jail free card. I have a couple of people to thank here. Thank you so much, Marina, for the $7 in total over on PayPal. No, I appreciate you. Thank you, Marina. And SJ, thank you so much for the $20 donation on PayPal. Let's get 200 SJWs. I appreciate you, SJ. You're so awesome. SJ says, Justin in love. I appreciate you. Please do show some love to SJ down below in that chat. Thank you so much, SJ. You're awesome. Alex, I appreciate you for the $10 as well. He says, I live in PA and work in IT for the 4th largest school district in the state. This woman is full of shit. Oh, totally. She was just completely gullible, and what she saw was a meme that she then fell for. I would also like to thank Manavan for the $20 over on PayPal as well. Manavan, it is so good to see you again today, my friend. I know that you are always here. I see you in here so often. I always, as always, appreciate you so much for the love and support, and thank you so much for the $20 donation to the stream of what we do. Thank you. As well as ER Dose. I'm going to call you E. Thank you for the $14 donation. He says, hey, Dean, Viktor Orban lost the Hungarian elections, and our country will hopefully start to heal. I did hear about that. Dude, what a good day for Hungary, man. Thank you so much for the $14, E. That is incredibly, incredibly kind of you. As well as Riley, thank you so much for the $5. And with that, we're all caught up over on PayPal. I think we have one person to thank on Super Chat. Thank you so much, Siri, for the $50 Super Chat. I appreciate you, Siri. That is beyond kind. Thank you. Thank you so much, Siri. Siri with the 50 says, according to an older episode of The Last Week Tonight with John Oliver, the only known example of a litter box in public school classroom was there for students to use in the event of a lockdown mass shooting events.
Shut that shit up, Dan. I'm just playing, bro. You can keep banking them. I'm playing, bro. You can keep banking them, bro.
Who the fuck are you?
Now go ahead
dude. Guy, you're on mute, buddy.
Go ahead and keep banking them, man.
You're on mute, buddy. You're on mute, buddy.
Chill. Go ahead and keep your. Hey, go ahead and bank.
Alright, then shut up. Siri, thank you so much for the $50 donation to let me know. I didn't even know that that's something any school has ever done. Wow, that's crazy. Thank you for sharing that with me, Siri. And then one other one on Super Chat as well. Thank you so much, Kat, for the 50 Canadian dollars. Thank you, Kat. Kat actually just brings up something similar to on PayPal and says, Dean, please congratulate the Hungarian people. Viktor Orban has been sent packing. Trump's bestie made Hungary the EU's poorest and most corrupt country. The opposition just won an historic two-thirds majority. There's hope. I love that. I hope that we see a similar outcome in the midterm election here home in America. But shout out to Hungary and the Hungarian people, because that is fucking rad. Good for them. Good for the world. Good for everyone, man.
Yeah, to shout out to Hungary. Shout out to the donos.
I just have a couple more people to thank, Sophia. Can you shut the hell up? Vivian, thank you for the $50 over on Venmo. This came in 10 minutes ago. You guys are being so kind today. Let's get 500 Vivian W's. Thank you. Vivian with the $50 says, I'm a nurse from a very large health system in Georgia, and we do not care if a patient is legal or not. Everyone receives treatment because everybody has a right to life. I love that, Vivian. Thank you. Lily, thank you so much for the $5. And then Sarah, thank you so much for the $15. Who says first time watcher, long time donor.
$5. Then Sarah, thank you so much for the $15. Who says first time watcher, long time donor.
I don't know what the hell is happening to this mic, so we kicked him. Well, I appreciate you, Sarah, and shout out.
Happening to this mic, so we kicked him. Well, I appreciate you sharing and shout out happening to this mic, so we kicked him. Well, I appreciate you sharing and shout out happening to this mic, so we kicked him. Well, I appreciate you.
Is anybody on the live? Yo, we just got like a crazy echo with nobody else on the live. Stan, thank you so much for the Sage Coins box. I appreciate you so much. I think we fixed it. I think we're good. Spooky. Sarah, as I was saying, I appreciate you so much for the love. And yes, there's a bunch of good food places that you should check out. I'd highly recommend maybe checking out some of the wineries in Palisade. That's a really good idea.
How about Chuck E. Cheese?
Victoria, thank you so much for the $5. Alexia, thank you so much for the $5. And then Ashley, thank you for the $3. I appreciate you guys. We're all caught up with all the donors. If you do want to support me and support the stream, you can find my
Could
Venmo,
you
PayPal,
recommend a
link in the bio
good
and
Chuck E.
TikTok.
Cheese that you typically go to?
Hush. They're also in the pin message over on YouTube and the handle. What's that?
I said, could you recommend a good Chuck E. Cheese that you typically go to that we could dine in?
Why do you want me to recommend a Chuck E. Cheese for you to go like look at kids at?
That's because you kind of, you know,
why do you want to go to a Chuck E. Cheese, Liam?
Because you said
you're
fine dining.
Man. Why are you looking for
fine
kids?
dining? I wanted to know if you could recommend a good
Liam,
local spot that you attend.
Why are you looking for kids, Liam?
I have kids. I'm just wondering why you go to this establishment. I mean, people like myself who have little kids, they would go there and have fun. But like you, I wouldn't say mentally, but physically, you kind of resemble an adult. But the mental thing is like, yeah, it's questionable at best. Anyway, what's up, Mr. Withers?
You had to add that asterisk of physically you represent an adult, or else, I would have clowned on you for admitting that you got beat by somebody who looks like a kid.
Again, it wasn't
87 to 25.
Again, listen, I know that you want to try to puff your little snowflake chest, okay? But it wasn't an actual 1-for-1. You know what, though? I think we have a good...
It was 25 for 25.
Hang on.
I did 4.
The adults are speaking. Come on, give me the floor. I think the people want me around, Dean. They really do.
No, I get canceled for having you up. People get so mad at me for bringing you back up. Nobody wants you around. I'm not gonna lie. My public image gets worse with my viewers.
No, it does not.
They just keep. They always ask themselves, Dean, why do you continue to bring up Liam? He's crazy.
Dean, that's not true.
He never makes any sense. There's never productive
debate.
It's
not true, Dean.
And quite frankly, you want to know why I keep on bringing you up?
Because it's great content, because I dog walk you every time.
No. So I could continue to remind you that you got dog walked in a push-up competition, 87 to 25. Get fucking mobbed.
Stop lying.
Let's go to get that next guest loaded up into the box. Only up inside of that queue. If you happen to be MAGA, please do follow the rules. I'd really appreciate it if you would. Let's go to get that next guest connected into the live stream as we speak. We got Arthur Morgan connecting right now. All right, here we go. Okay. All right. Let me know down below in that chat if you are a Trump supporter and you'd like to skip the line to come up here on the live stream. We are still looking for the next guest right now. I'm taking a look at everybody inside of the queue. Liam's sitting back in the queue, just waiting like a good little boy for me to accept him again. But in the meantime, we got Big Dog Joe joining. Hello, Joe. Do you support Trump?
Yes, I do.
Joe, that's very embarrassing. You should definitely stop. He's terrible. Not only is he destroying our country, fiscally, socially, morally, he's destroying our relations with other countries, threatening to invade our allies. While he's also threatening to genocide 90 million people, calling his political opponents terrorists, threatening to execute them. It's crazy.
Let me just say something, because Iran did threaten the U.S., so, and they killed a lot of Americans too. So what do you have to say about that?
When you say Iran, you mean the IRGC, right? Yeah, IRGC bad, okay? But even though IRGC bad, this doesn't justify Donald Trump's needless war in Iran that has only led to the deaths of more Americans, more innocent Iranians, and will only make the IRGC stronger because now he wants to relinquish sanctions on him. Now, here's a question that I have for you. He said that he was able to achieve every single military objective that he set out to. What objectives have been achieved?
Well, he cut out the little, water, like oil and stuff. So he basically cut that out, and that's corrupting Iran. But they tried to negotiate peace, man. So, I agree with that, but I just feel like, the leaders in Iran are pretty corrupt, and
well, I mean, according to Donald
like
Trump, we've already been able to do regime change. Now they have more level-headed leaders, so I don't even know if Trump agrees with you. Now, the question that I asked you is what objectives have been achieved in Iran since Donald Trump says that we've achieved all the objectives that we set out to. And then in response, you said something about oil. Okay, what objective to do with oil was achieved?
I don't know. I just saw it on the news, honestly.
Okay, well, can you clarify what you saw on the news? Like, what specific objective was achieved?
Like, cut out water supply or something. I don't know.
Cut out water supply?
It was on Fox News.
So we're, like, killing the innocent Iranians by cutting them off to their water supply?
No. I really don't know. I just heard
so you really don't know.
On the news.
So you really don't know what objectives have been achieved in this war that's killed thousands of innocents?
Well, the thing is, basically, we tried to negotiate. They declined. So.
Oh, no, actually, they tried to negotiate, and we declined when Donald Trump pulled us outside of the JCPOA under his first administration. But now that we've gotten that misinformation out of the way, I need you to clarify, because I asked you what objectives have been achieved, because Trump says we've achieved every objective we set out to, and you said you don't have a fucking clue. Well, if you cannot reiterate any objectives that have been achieved, and Donald Trump says every objective has been achieved, then we basically went to war, breaking his promise of no new wars. We've further destabilized the region. We've cut off a lot of the world to access to oil because they shut down the Strait of Hormuz in response. We skyrocketed the price of oil by so much in 1 month here at home in America, the fastest increase since Vietnam War 1967. And we've killed a bunch of innocent Iranians, 2,200 civilians, including 160 children in elementary school, for absolutely fucking nothing, because nobody can enumerate a single objective that has been achieved. And we know there's no more that haven't been achieved today but will be in the future because Donald Trump says we've already achieved them all.
You got me lost there, because I heard, literally none of that on the news, but,
So I got you lost. I'm going to try to take everything I said and condense it down to 2 sentences.
Okay, yeah.
When you tell me that you don't know of any objectives that have been achieved, you're telling me that Donald Trump has started a war that's killed a bunch of people and hurt hundreds of millions for no fucking reason, because Donald Trump has said that we've already achieved everything we set out to.
Look, all I just got to say is that we negotiated with Iran for peace, right? That's all. That's what I heard. They declined today, so it's just, they're being a hot mess right now, and we don't want any more Americans dying. That's all.
I think
life is life,
The hot mess is the country that actively bombed them during ongoing negotiations, which is what we were in on February 28th when Donald Trump hit them with the first round. And clearly they're not going to want to negotiate with Trump, not only because he started to bomb them with ongoing negotiations just 2 months ago, but also because they did negotiate a great deal with us, the JCPOA under Obama, and then Donald Trump turned around and pulled us out.
Yeah, I didn't hear any of that anywhere. Do you watch a news channel at all, like CNN or?
Buddy, you could just look up Donald Trump's announcement of pulling us out of the JCPOA. He flaunted it in 2019 like it was a good thing. For instance, What do you think he wants to negotiate with them? Like a deal to denuclearize their country, to give access to a bunch of oversight over all of their enrichment facilities, to ensure that they never, ever, ever build nukes? Or is that what Donald Trump is trying to negotiate with them?
Well, yeah, I mean, I think it's
Yes?
smart also.
Oh, well, that's the deal that we already had with him that he pulled us out of. So in all reality here, it's not Iran who's being the stern-headed mess who doesn't want peace. It's Trump.
Well, I think Trump's trying to be peaceful, man. I mean, I don't know where you get your
threatened to
sources
genocide
at.
90 million Iranians. Would you argue that people who try to be peaceful would ever threaten to
That's why he's
genocide 90 million?
negotiating. But that's why he tried to negotiate first. But we're not risking like any more lives being lost, especially in
We're not
any other
risking
countries.
any more lives being lost, but then we're the ones killing the lives with our tomahawks. Make it make sense.
I'm kind of lost now.
I think that you've been lost for a long time.
Okay. Well, hey,
Because
Dean,
what the
appreciate
what
you
the hell
having-
are you like? Just like Joe, clarifying what the hell you're saying. You weren't able to enumerate any objectives.
I'm trying to
that were
figure out what
achieved.
the hell you're saying.
Then listen.
Okay, I'm
Donald
listening.
Trump said all objectives have been achieved. You said you can't name any objectives that have been achieved. Therefore, Donald Trump started a war, killed people, and impacted the lives of hundreds of millions negatively for nothing. There's argument number one. Argument number two.
Mhm.
You said Donald Trump is trying to negotiate peace. They won't negotiate with him back. I said we already did negotiate a denuclearization with Iran, and then he pulled us out. And on top of that, when he started the current war we're in with him on February 28th, that's when active ongoing negotiations were already taking place. So we're the ones that chose violence over negotiation.
Yeah, but wasn't Iran the one that threatened to hurt America first?
How did they threaten to hurt America?
Didn't you see the video where they burned the American flag and they're like chanting death to America and stuff?
Yeah, so I don't think that chanting death to any government is like threatening to
I mean,
kill
it's
a
still
bunch
a
of
threat,
Americans.
you know? I mean, how do you feel if...
Wait, so
how do you feel
do you
if they-
do you think that's why we just went in there and started a war?
No, not at all. No.
Okay,
I
so
mean,
then what's the relevance of mentioning that at all? Like, yeah, like, okay, yeah.
Because how do you feel
their
if
government
America...
wait. Their government is screaming, death to America, death to America. I think that you could take this in a non-literal sense of them just calling for the death to the corruption of our government that has so negatively impacted the region in which they live in for decades and generations now. And then B, if you want to call them hypocritical because they themselves are corrupt, I'd actually agree with you. So it seems like the conclusion of your efforts here is that the IRGC is hypocritical. Okay, and?
Well, I'm basically saying they bombed places. I mean, I'm just saying, like, I've seen crazy shit, you know, like where soldiers died overseas, you know? And
yeah, from retaliatory strikes that, A, we didn't alert the soldiers to, and B, were only sent because we hit them and their elementary schools full of girls first. That's what happens in war.
Okay, but I'm just trying to get you here for a second where, I mean, honestly, dude, I am so tired. I don't know what to say. You know, but I do believe that Donald Trump is trying to create peace.
Then why did
but
he threaten
it's
to
just hard to
genocide them?
negotiate. He did not threaten to genocide them, but he tried to offer peace, but they're refusing peace and they're still trying
He
to
did threaten
bomb
to
Israel.
genocide them.
Okay.
First question, if Donald Trump killed the entirety of the whole Iranian civilization, 90 million people, would that be genocide?
Well, yeah, I mean, honestly, I do
Can I just get a yes or
believe...
no to the question? I'm building an argument here.
All right. I agree that there is some innocent lives.
No, could I just get a yes or no to the question? I'm in the middle of building an argument here. I'll happily let you speak once I'm done building my argument.
It's a both, you know, yes and no.
The question was, if Donald Trump killed the entirety of the Iranian civilization, all 90 million of them, innocent men, women, and children, would that be genocide? And your response is yes and no?
Yep.
Okay. So I understand the yes, because the definition of genocide would include the systemic killing of an entire national group. All right? Clearly. That's the most conventional definition of genocide that we have. Where does the no come from?
Well, the terrorists, man. I mean, the ones that are like killing the innocent Iranian lives and American soldiers, you know?
What do the terrorists in Iran have to do with anything?
They're terrorizing people.
And why does that mean if Donald Trump killed every Iranian, it wouldn't be genocide? These two things don't correlate to one another. Were the Nazis terrorizing people?
Yeah, of course. No,
So
I
if
agree.
we killed every single German living in Germany during World War II, would we have still yet
that wouldn't
committed
be
genocide?
logical.
It would have still been genocide, even though the Nazis were terrorists. So, what does the oppressive IRGC regime
But you see,
have to
do you
do
believe
with
Trump-
indicating no? Stop talking. What does the fact that the IRGC is terroristic and oppressive towards the Iranian people change about the fact that if Donald Trump killed every single Iranian, it wouldn't be genocide?
Okay, but Trump is nowhere like near like Hitler level. You know what I mean?
He's not answering the question. Once again, you said if Donald Trump genocided every single Iranian, it wouldn't be genocide because the IRGC is terroristic and oppressive. What about the fact that the IRGC is terroristic and oppressive towards the Iranian people changes the fact that if Donald Trump killed every single Iranian, including the millions of babies, that it would be genocide?
Well, look, that would be genocide, but the thing is,
the
thing is, it hasn't happened yet.
When
That
I
has
asked
not
you, when I asked you the question, would it be genocide if Trump did this, and you said yes and no, you didn't mean to say yes and no. You just meant to say yes, right?
Sure, I'll just play along with that.
Okay, so you concede your yes and no answer because it was a bunch of bullshit?
I guess so.
Perfect. So now that we've agreed, if Trump killed the whole Iranian civilization, it would be genocide. Can we therefore agree that if Donald Trump threatened to kill the whole Iranian civilization, then Donald Trump threatened genocide?
Look, yes, that would be genocide if there's innocent lives lost. You know,
You're not answering my follow-up question. If
Okay,
Donald
so
Trump
what's your-
threatened to kill the whole Iranian civilization, then would have Donald Trump been threatening genocide?
If they killed can you just repeat that again? I'm sorry.
If Donald Trump threatened to kill the whole Iranian civilization, then would have Trump threatened genocide?
He didn't say genocide, but I would say yes. That would be a threat of somewhat genocide, right
Not
there.
semi-genocide, not somewhat genocide, because you agreed if Donald Trump actually did that, then it would be genocide.
Yeah, I agree.
Okay, so earlier when you said Donald Trump has not threatened to genocide Iran, you were wrong, and now you've conceded to that fact, because on the Monday after Easter Sunday, Donald Trump said on Truth Social, and I quote, "A whole civilization will die tonight, never to be brought back again. I don't want that to happen, but it probably will. Therefore, Donald Trump threatened genocide."
Okay. Yeah, I mean, I like I said, I don't really pay attention to the news that much because it's just all negative stuff. Pretty much I just focus my mind, but on healthy things.
So now that you've agreed Donald Trump threatened to genocide Iran, how could you possibly still support such a monster as president? I don't think people who threaten to genocide 90 million innocent men, women, and children should ever set foot in the Oval Office.
I mean, like I said, I just think at the end of the day, just be close to God. That's all I got to say.
Do you think that threatening to kill 90 million people, including innocent children, makes you closer to God or places you further away from God?
Well, that ain't my fault, that's for sure.
I'm not telling you Donald Trump's threat of genocide was your fault. Well, in
Okay.
part it was if you voted for him, because that's the shit
Well, I
that
did
you
vote for
enabled.
him. But
Yeah,
the
then
thing
that's
is,
that's
like,
that's
I have,
kind of the
I,
shit that
I
you
don't have
enabled.
any controls, buddy.
Okay,
I don't have any
but
controls,
I
buddy.
wasn't asking you if it was your fault. I asked you if that puts Trump closer to God or further away from God.
Well, that would be further away from God, because isn't the fifth commandment, "Thou shalt not kill"?
Perfect. So yeah, I asked you, how can you still support Trump as president, given the fact that he threatened to genocide 90 million people? I brought up the fact that I don't think people
Well,
who
yeah,
make
that-
such
that
threats
was-
should
I
ever
do
set
agree
foot
that
in
was-
the Oval Office. And then you completely ignored that, and then you just said, "All I'm going to say is be closer to God," and then you agree that this is something that's moved Donald Trump further away from God. All right, perfect. So I'm going to ask the question again. Can we agree
Yes.
people who threaten to genocide 90 million innocent men, women, and children, okay, should never step foot in the Oval Office?
I mean, if someone's batshit crazy, yes. I mean, no one should step in the Oval Office, you know?
Okay, so I've changed your mind and you're not a Trump supporter.
Well, hey, hold on now.
I'm sorry, this takes 3 brain cells. You agreed that people who threaten genocide shouldn't be president. You agreed Donald Trump threatened genocide. Conclusion, Trump shouldn't be president.
But I still don't know where you get your sources. Do you just go to Trump Social, CNN, or do you just watch CNN more?
Dude, this one is literally on Donald Trump's Truth Social. It's something he publicly said. I'm not going to CNN or any publication for this. This is something he said. So tell me where I'm going wrong with this argument. You agreed people who threaten genocide shouldn't be president. You agreed Donald Trump threatened genocide. Conclusion, Trump shouldn't be president.
But there was...
Where am I going wrong? Could you just tell me, like, specifically where I'm going wrong with it, with that argument?
Well, I haven't seen, like, I have not seen anywhere, like, and I'm being honest as all hell right now, but I have not seen anywhere that there's been, like, a nuke that went off in Iran at all yet. So
We're not
these are
talking
just
about-
all assumptions.
We're not talking about him actually committing genocide. We're talking about him threatening to commit genocide.
Like I said, it's assumptions, buddy.
What am I assuming?
That he's going to commit genocide, but you don't know that. He's strategic.
I've never made an assumption that he's actually going to commit genocide. In fact, we haven't even mentioned Donald Trump actually threatened genocide. We've only gone over the fact that he threatened to commit genocide. And you agreed that people who threaten to commit genocide shouldn't be president. Therefore, you'd have to concede that Trump shouldn't be a president because he threatened to commit genocide, regardless if he's actually done it or actually will do it.
Okay, but still, it hasn't happened, right? Can we
The
agree
fact
on
that
that?
he hasn't actually committed genocide doesn't change the fact that he threatened to commit genocide, and you agreed people who threaten to commit genocide shouldn't be president.
The thing is that didn't Biden like tell Ukraine and stuff and
We'll talk about Biden here in a moment, because talking about Biden does nothing to respond to the very simple argument I'm giving. So once again, did we agree people who threaten to genocide 90 million people should not step foot in the Oval Office? Be very careful of the way that you answer this question, because if you answer it the wrong way, I'm going to play back the VOD on YouTube, and then I'm going to embarrass you.
Does that make you feel good?
Yes. So did we agree that people who threaten to genocide 90 million people shouldn't step foot in the Oval Office because they were batshit crazy? Quote unquote.
Well, since you like to embarrass me, just because you like to embarrass people, I'm just going to say no. They shouldn't step in the Oval Office because, you know what? I have a good life. You don't.
Okay,
You're just
perfect.
miserable.
Then Trump shouldn't step foot in the Oval Office, right?
Sure.
Then you're
Why
not a
not?
Trump
Because
supporter, right?
I'm still a Trump supporter.
Wait, how
Because
could
it
you
doesn't actually
simultaneously
happen.
support Trump as president
Because I'm not
while
letting you
upholding the
embarrass
view
me,
that
dude.
Trump shouldn't step foot in the Oval Office?
I'm not letting you embarrass me because you know what? I just
Dude. You think I'd be embarrassing you if you were to change your mind and recognize that
you seem
Trump
like
should be
you
president?
enjoy it, so
Okay.
Isn't that kind of
Well,
pathetic?
I think that you're a childish fool. Goodbye. I'm sorry. If you're able to concede that Trump shouldn't be president, but then you're unwilling to say Trump shouldn't be president because you don't want to give me the satisfaction of you changing your mind or embarrassing you. Which, by the way, I'm not embarrassing you by getting you to change your mind. That's actually a very good thing to do that we would applaud you for. you're just going to be a child. You're just, by definition, a child of
Hello?
school.
Hello?
And we're just going to kick them out. Hi, how old are you?
18.
I don't believe you. Let's go to move on to the next guest right now. Only up inside of the queue if you happen to be MAGA. Wow, what a debate, folks. What a debate. Let's go to get the next guest connected. Right now, we got Spencer loading up on Super Chat. Thank you so much, Mary, for the $20 Super Chat. Mary, you've been so kind to me over the course of the last couple months. I didn't even need to click on your donation to know it was you. I just recognized you by your profile picture. Mary with the $20 on Super Chat says, "Hey, Dean, I'm waiting for my Mensa book to show up. I hope that it gets here in time for Trump's cognitive test. We'll test you, too, to see who gets the best score. You could pack your bag and go to the White House." Love from Mary. Yeah, right? No, yeah, if I get a higher score on the cognitive test than Trump, then I should be president. I should take over. I should, if he truly believes that we should live in a meritocracy, it only makes sense that I'd become president. Thank you so much, line in the... Holy fuck. Yo! Bree! Oh. Thank you so much for the Zeus! For everybody watching on YT that could only hear that but couldn't see it. That is like one of the biggest gifts on TikTok. Bree, that is beyond kind of you. Thank you so fucking much for the love. That is insane. Thank you so very much, Bree. I want to see so much love for Bree down below in that comment section. On a very real note, that is out of this world. That is so insane. Thank you, Bree. Show some love to Bree down below in that comment section. I'm so grateful. Thank you so much. Dude, show some fucking love to Bree. That is BREE. I want to see 10 minutes of Bree W's down below because that's awesome. I appreciate you. Show some love to Bree, yo. What's up? Do you support Trump? Holy, dude, that's nuts. Tay's not here, so we're going to go to move on to the next guest. It's a good time to repeat that, folks. This is a debate live. Now, I do politely ask that if you do join our guest requests, you join our guest request to debate, meaning that I ask you to be an American adult that supports Trump. If you join the guest request and you are not an American, you are not an adult, and you are not a Trump supporter, I will ban you. So please make sure that you're following those rules if you happen to join the queue. Thank you. Welcome in, Dose of Hope. Do you support Trump?
Can you hear me? I've never done this before.
I can hear you. Are you MAGA?
Oh, what's up? I'm honestly just trying to educate myself.
Okay, I am not going to ban you because I admire your goal. But if you're not a Trump supporter and you're just more so looking for some general political education, I'd say the best place that you could be is just watching the live, my friend. I mean, the reason why I do this really isn't just to change the individual mind of the person I'm speaking to at any given moment in time, but more so to help give more education and exploration and critical thought to all the viewers watching from home. So I appreciate you for joining, but I will ask you to maybe just watch. Let's go to get that next guest loaded up in the box right now. Only hop inside of the queue if you're MAGA. Welcome in, Alex. Are you a Trump supporter? Alex, you have exactly 3 seconds before I kick you. It looks like you've decided to leave on your own, so you will be getting banned, and we will be moving on to the next guest. We got Caden loading in. By the way, if you're all watching and you would like to support me, support the stream, ask a question, make a comment for me to read out loud, you can find my Venmo, my PayPal, in the link tree in the bio of my TikTok account, pin message on that YouTube stream, and right there, Dean Withers, without the E. Welcome in. Do you support Trump?
Yes.
Okay, Colton, how old are you?
I'm 29.
All right, man. Hopefully we'll be able to change your mind because Trump sucks. I want to thank a couple people real quick. Then that mic on the floor will be yours. Thank you, Line in the Game, for the 24 euros on Super Chat. That is very kind of you, Line in the Game. Show some love to Line in the Game down below. And thank you so much for the 24 years. You're awesome. Line in the Game says, last update I got from Hungary was that Magyar won 138 out of the 199 seats available. That's huge for Europe, and Orban already accepted the outcome and congratulated Magyar. He lost after 16 years. I'm really happy to hear that Viktor Orban lost in Hungary. That is seriously huge. That is so monumental. On PayPal, thank you so much for the 50. Actually, shit. For the $70, Kirsten. Sorry, not Kirsten, Kristen. That is Kristen spelled Kristin. Thank you so much for the love. I appreciate you. You're awesome. Kirsten with a $70 says, thank you for all that you do. I'm glad to see that you're representing Grand Junction, and Mr. Whiteford was absolutely correct about your potential. Keep on speaking the truth. Everything on the news is BS coming from somebody in the military. Wow, I wonder who this is, because Mr. Whiteford is the name of one of my high school teachers. So, I mean, this must be somebody who is from my hometown. So that's insane. Kirsten, I am so grateful for your kindness. I am so very grateful. And Kirsten actually sent a separate message here that says, I've been through briefs because, again, I'm in the military. Trump did not have any objections to bomb Iran or to execute a mission in Venezuela, other than the fact that he wanted to prove a point or look what we could do, which isn't worth it. I would assume that you meant objectives. Yeah, man. I mean, Kirsten, first and foremost, I really appreciate you so much for the incredibly kind words and for the support to the stream. I mean, $70 is a shit ton of money. I'm so very grateful. Show some love to Kirsten down below. And second of all, no, we don't see any objectives from Trump with any of the wars he's started or the invasions that he's engaged in. And I think the reason why is because we see a president who's just a complete lunatic madman who just wants conquest. I think that he wants his name to be in the history books, and he knows that he could assure that his name will be in the history books if he can really rattle things up. And he's decided the best way to rattle things up is to start baseless wars, threatening to invade countries, actually invade countries. It's a mess. Welcome in Ultra MAGA. Do you support Trump?
Yep.
How old are you?
32.
Okay. Yeah, that last guy left when I was in the middle of thanking Kirsten. I think I have like 3 more people, then the mic on the floor will be yours. I hope that you're a little bit more patient than Colton. Thank you so much. I'm going to call you Jay. Jay, thank you so much for the $50 donation as well on PayPal. Thank you, Jay. Show some up to Jay down below. I appreciate you. Thank you so much for the $50. That's huge. Thank you so much. Jay with the 50 says, been watching your content each day, and I'm always impressed with your tone and ability to adopt your approach to each guest. I try my best to do precisely that. So thank you so much for picking up on that. Thank you so much for the love, Jay. Very, very kind of you. Thank you. And then Danielle, thank you so much for the $20 on PayPal. I will keep my message to myself. I appreciate you. Show some up to Danielle down below in that comment section. Let's get 200 Danielle W's. And then one last person on PayPal for now. Thank you so much for the $20. Molly, who says, your female guest yesterday discussing essays, sickening rhetoric, distressing TBH. But your reply, which was anger for survivors like me, means so much more than you'll ever know. I remember her. She was the last guest of last night's stream, and she was fucking nuts. Yeah, thank you so much for the love. As well, Sandra, thank you for the 20 euros on Super Chat, who says Belgian here, and happy Orban is gone. Yes, that is really awesome to hear. It's a big day for the world, big day for Europe, big day for Hungary. Thank you so much for the 20 euros. On Venmo, thank you so much. Parker for the 3. Sarah, thank you for the $5. Then Anna Sophia, thank you for the $30, who says, have you heard that the USA is equivalent to the Fire Nation? I haven't heard anybody say that until now, but now that you say it, I absolutely see it. Thank you for the $30, Anna Sophia. Kelly, thank you for the $20, who says, I've decided to run for county auditor this fall, and you are one of the reasons why I originally got involved in local politics at all. So thank you. Keep it up. Well, you keep it up, Callie. That is huge. Thank you so much for getting involved in your local community. That is awesome. Thank you, Callie. Then Joseph, thank you for the $10. Ava, thank you so much for the $10 as well. And by the way, Joseph, thank you so much for the message. And then Ruth, thank you for the $15, who says, you, Parker, and Santana might just save America. No 3 people will ever save a country. But hopefully, what I do is will transpire and hopefully get more people involved. But I appreciate you so much for the kind words, Ruth. And then one more for now from Leonard. Leonard, thank you so much for the $20 donation on Venmo. Says, love what you're doing, man. Keep it up. Well, thank you so much, Leonard. You're awesome. Show some love to Leonard and all of our donors. I appreciate you guys so much for the love and support. Go ahead and take it away, man. I appreciate you for your patience. Tell us why you support Trump.
I originally voted for him for immigration policy and all that good stuff, man. I don't think he's doing that bad. And I mean, what other option do we really have? If you guys impeach him, then we just have Vance. So you might as well wait the next 2 years and call it a day, huh?
To your second point about what other option do we have besides Vance, I actually think that Vance is a much better option than Trump. And I know that's controversial, but here's why. Vance is a good-for-nothing follower who's kind of willing to do whatever is required to get into the highest position of power he can. This is why he went from saying Donald Trump is literally Hitler to saying that Donald Trump is literally the best president ever, because that change was required to become his vice president. Now, if we were to impeach Trump and throw him to the curb, then Vance were to become president. Well, because he's a good-for-nothing follower, and he follows to get power, then he will be bending his knee to Congress. Instead of Trump controlling Vance, Congress would control.
I completely disagree with that. So you would rather a grifter?
Yes, I would legitimately rather a grifter than Donald Trump. Yes.
To be at the helm of our country. That's insane, man.
Yes, than Donald Trump. I think that crazy times call for crazy measures.
Well, I mean, apparently crazy times don't call for crazy measures because he had such an issue with his truth post, right?
Well, I would argue
you'd have to say that wording was crazy.
I would argue that a threat of genocide isn't just a crazy measure. It is an automatic disqualification from any public office ever.
Oh, okay. Well, I completely disagree. I thought it was pretty obvious that he was talking about the Iranian regime, not the people, especially since he literally said, well, yeah, okay, he worded it shitty, but then why would he say, God bless the people of Iran?
I don't know. God keep them safe, and because if you don't,
God keep them safe from this nuke. That doesn't make any sense.
Yeah,
bro.
exactly. God bless the people because holy shit, they might all die tonight.
Okay, dude, I just 100% full-heartedly disagree that he was
because you've lost
Iranian people. No,
then he wouldn't have had whole civilization.
We've known the guy for 10 fucking years. Like,
can you define the word whole?
I mean, no, I don't know the legal definition of the word whole, but come on, let's not be disingenuous.
Can you colloquially define the word whole?
We know what he meant.
Why are you refusing to answer my question? Do it. What is the word WHOLE mean? Entire.
All up.
Okay.
Or entire,
so he threatened to kill the entire civilization. Really simple question. I have a very simple question. Very simple question, Josh. Okay. An entire civilization, the entire Iranian civilization, is that merely the government of Iran, or would that be everybody in Iran?
So I full-heartedly think that he was saying the government of Iran.
Okay, but this is not an answer to the question that I asked you.
Again, he wouldn't say God bless the people of Iran if he was gonna.
That's also not an answer to my question.
You know, it's really weird. And then all of you guys started calling him a taco. Like, did you guys want him to nuke?
Oh,
just
no,
so you guys can impeach? I think you guys
totally
hate Trump
had a Taco
so
Tuesday, but we're all very happy and grateful for
him to nuke them. That's crazy, though.
Okay, well, that's crazy.
How do you not see
You're
that?
still not answering my
how do you
question.
not see this?
Well, I mean, I'm going to wait for you to answer my question, Josh.
What was the question again, Dean?
Oh, God, thank you. So the question was, now that you've agreed that the word whole means all, and we've now agreed that he therefore threatened to kill all of the Iranian civilization, does the total Iranian civilization, all members of the Iranian civilization, merely comprise their government, or does it comprise the 90 million men, women, and children?
I mean, he has constantly stated that the operation is against the regime, not of the people of Iran. I don't understand.
That I didn't ask.
Well, bro, I don't. I mean, it's a disingenuous question.
It's not a disingenuous question, you freak. Answer the question.
Yeah, it is, because he
literally. No, you just want to argue that it's disingenuous because you know that this question cooks you. Bro, stop running away. Stop tucking the tail, dude. I answer the question, or you're just going to get kicked, dude. Not doing this today.
I mean, you want to kick me. I mean, it is what it is.
Quite frankly, I do want to kick people who refuse to answer damning questions to disprove your argument because you guys are annoying as shit. And I'd like to have more productive conversation on this live stream. But because I want to give you a chance to answer the question before I just kick you without warning, I give you that warning first. So at least you know the boundaries that I like to operate inside of with the guests on my live stream, which would definitely require answering damning questions. So either answer the question, does the whole Iranian civilization include the 90 million innocent men, women, and children, or is it merely comprised of their government? If you do not answer that question in the next 10 seconds, then I will kick you, Joshua.
In his tweet, no, he did not include them.
Okay, so the answer to the question is no. So you just yielded a contradiction. The reason why you yielded a contradiction there is because you defined whole as entire or all, and it is contradictory to suggest that he did not threaten to kill all of their civilization. Meanwhile, you defined the word whole as all, and he threatened to kill the whole civilization. So you just yielded a contradiction. You got cooked.
That's hilarious. All right, whatever, Dean. I mean, you keep pushing that bullshit. You know what Trump meant, man.
I'm sorry.
We all know what Trump meant. We all know what Trump meant.
Obviously, you're the one pushing bullshit
between the Iranian people and the regime. He literally always does that. Is he at war with the Iranian people? No, he is not.
Clearly, you're the one pushing the bullshit because
we all know
the one which yielded a contradiction.
No, because you just want to push this garbage constantly. You
Once
only
again, it wasn't my view.
Like
it wasn't
talking
my
points
view
constantly.
A contradiction, buddy. It was yours.
Yeah. Okay. I mean, are we done with this one?
I mean, after you could admit that your view yielded a contradiction, sure.
No, my view is based in reality, where I know that Donald Trump says some off the wall fucking shit, and he
Wait,
always
I'm sorry.
differentiates the Iranian
Contradictions-
people in the regime.
Wait, get into this tweet. That's the thing. That's why I'm arguing that this was a threat of genocide against everybody in Iran. Okay, and the reason why I say that is because in this tweet he didn't say that he was going to kill all members of the IRGC, like he has specified in the past, just talking about their government. But he rather threatened to kill all members of the entire civilization, which would include the 90 million innocent men, women, and children. This is why your view here yields a contradiction, because you accept that whole means entire. An entire would include everyone, yet the IRGC is not everybody, that is only a portion of everyone.
Just feel like this is going to become circular because I'm still going to go off of the end of the tweet where he says, God bless the people of Iran. I don't
think that actually refutes or changes
where do we
anything.
go from here?
I honestly, in my mind, it just makes total sense that a crazy tyrant, okay, would say, God bless these people because God damn it, I'm about to kill them. Like, why do you think? Why do you think one of the last? Why do you think one of the last things that a state gives to inmates on death row would be a meeting with clergy? Okay, so God can bless them before they get fucking executed.
Crazy.
I mean, that's not crazy. That's what happens.
You just want Trump to have meant that. You
Can
want him to be such a terrible person because you hate him so much.
Can we agree?
It's kind of disgusting.
Can we agree that states in which still have the death penalty to be legal, they give access to a meeting with clergy to every single person on death row, so God can bless them before they're executed?
Sure, yeah, it has nothing to do with the conversation at hand.
Oh, okay, so now we're agreeing that there's actually this standard practice upheld in the United States to allow God to bless people before we kill them?
Of course, this isn't what's going on here.
Okay, so then Donald Trump saying God bless the people of Iran, if anything, just goes to further show that when he said their whole civilization, he fucking meant the whole civilization, including the people of Iran, due to the fact that you just agreed that in America we have this standard practice where we have God bless people before we kill them. Shit.
It just sucks. It just sucks that you literally want the president of the United States to have nuked the country so that you can impeach him because you hate him so much. You guys don't care about the Iranian people.
Crash out, pivot. Crash out. Yeah, you're making a fool of yourself, Josh.
I don't think you even know what a crash out is.
I think it's you. You're making a fool of yourself, your buddy.
The only people I've ever seen crash out on this app are you and Parker, my friend.
Yeah, for sure. You're making a fool out of yourself, Josh.
That's completely fine.
Okay,
I don't think so. I don't think so. I think you're pivoting and literally like going for the Trump meant he was going to nuke these people.
Can I have you explain one thing to me?
Yeah, sure. Let's pivot again. Go for it.
No, this isn't a pivot. This is an explanation of something that you just said.
It always isn't a pivot.
At the end of the statement that you made, you said that because he said God bless the people of Iran, this somehow like demonstrates that when he said he was going to kill their entire civilization, he didn't mean the innocent people in Iran. But then you went on to accept that we uphold this standard practice in America where we have God bless the people that we're about to execute.
Again, doesn't mean anything in this
argument. What this means is that when Donald Trump says God bless the people of Iran, how do you know that's not him reiterating the common practice we have in this country to have God bless people before we kill them?
Why would Trump just blatantly go like, hey, we're going to nuke a whole entire civilization because their regime that we're currently doing a regime change on isn't agreeing with us, and their Ayatollah is unconscious in bed, and we're trying to have a nuclear agreement, and we're trying to open the strait. Like, why would he just, hey, the strait wouldn't be open if we fucking nuked him? Like, that's just dumb. You already know the guy's crazy. He says crazy shit.
Okay, so ultimately, right?
It's a fear tactic.
I just want to clarify.
He was not talking about the people of Iran. He was clearly talking about the regime. He's constantly said he's at war with the regime.
So you're demonstrating.
Why would you free the people that literally got slaughtered by their own regime for protesting just to go nuke them? That's stupid.
Okay, well, first and foremost, he never freed the people like you just suggested. That's some bullshit. Is the IRGC still in charge of Iran?
Obviously, it's still happening, my guy.
Okay, so then the people aren't free, so shut your ass up.
Okay,
now,
so
we need to
bomb them some more. I agree.
Don't interrupt me. The second thing that I'll say here is that you just suggested. I know I am. The second thing that you said there is that you suggested that the reason why it is so unfair for me to interpret Donald Trump's statement to be a threat of genocide is because, quote unquote, that would be dumb. So this would be an example.
It's
of
very
what
clear that
Josh, if you interrupt me again, I'm just going to kick you. So this is very clearly an example of what could only be referred to as confirmation bias, where you are pre-assuming that Donald Trump is not dumb, and you are pre-assuming that Donald Trump is not crazy. So when Donald Trump does things that are undeniably dumb and crazy, like threatening the genocide of 90 million people, then you cast out any possible interpretation of what he said to be what he said, and you instead look for drawn out explanations that ultimately differ from and contradict what he said, because you pre-assume that it can never be what he said, because if it was what he said, then that would be dumb and crazy, and Donald Trump is not dumb and crazy. But I reject your fundamental pre-assumption that Donald Trump is not dumb and crazy, and in fact, that is exactly why we'd argue here he did threaten to genocide 90 million people, because he's dumb and crazy.
Was there a question attached to this?
No, it's a counter argument, because you ultimately your argument that Donald Trump did not threaten to genocide 90 million people, even though he said that he was going to kill a whole civilization, is that would be dumb and crazy. Okay,
bro.
Well,
in the same tweet, he says 47 years of extortion and corruption and death will finally end. Why would that include nuking 90 million people if he's talking about obviously the Iranian regime?
Why would what?
47 years. Why would he include 47 years of extortion, corruption, and death will finally end if he's threatening to nuke a whole civilization, bro?
Because
that
if
doesn't
he
make
killed an
sense.
entire civilization, then the IRGC wouldn't have anybody to exploit or kill. And
You're
the IRGC
literally reaching on that one, my guy.
No, that's just
a
an
reach.
explanation.
That's a reach, and you know it.
It's not a reach when he said he wanted to kill the whole civilization.
After literally saying that 47 years of extortion, corruption, and death will finally end. Like,
I know,
it's
because
like, oh, okay,
everything
it's not
happening
an issue
in
anymore
Iran would
because
end.
you guys are all fucking dead. That's where you're coming from.
Can you agree that if he nuked and killed everybody in Iran, then it actually would end? Like the IRGC would be over?
I mean, yeah, but that's clearly not what the goal here. What would be the
my
benefit of
counter-argument is that he
nuking
said
Iran, bro?
Well, if Donald Trump only did things for benefit, then I wouldn't be hosting these lives and demonstrating on a daily basis.
Well, I mean, you host these lives because this is how you make money, bro.
You know, like, oh, well, actually, no, I host these lives, okay, to help better inform the American electorate, so hopefully we could evolve, accidents like Trump and accidents like you again. But anyways, you just suggested, why would Donald Trump do this if there's no benefit? Oh, I don't know. What was the benefit to taking healthcare away from 10 million low-income Americans? What was the benefit to threatening to invade one of our allies? What was the benefit to threatening the Pope of the Catholic Church? What was the benefit of admitting to sexual violence and calling it funny? You know, like, what was the benefit of any... Donald Trump does things without benefit just because he wants to, because he thinks it'll solidify him in the history books, maybe reap some, small marginal benefit for himself but no one else, or it'll increase his approval rating, or he thinks it'll be easy to lie about, right? But ultimately, right, my very clear counter-argument to your very abstract position that Donald Trump did not threaten to genocide all Iranians is that he said he wanted to kill the whole civilization, and that's just what the word whole means. It means all. Now, you continue to repeat that I'm the one reaching here, but no, clearly you are the one reaching, because you are attempting to interpret other parts of his statement to mean that he doesn't want to kill the whole civilization. And that's your position, that he didn't threaten to kill the whole civilization. Meanwhile, my position that he did threaten to kill the whole civilization isn't reliant on some vague, abstract interpretation of his message, but literally just the message in of itself. A whole civilization is going to die tonight. If he meant just the IRGC, then he would have specified the IRGC like he did before.
Okay, Dean. All right, so we disagree.
I
That's
know,
okay.
because
it's
you're a
okay
cult
to
member.
disagree. You understand that, right?
Because you're a cult member.
I'm a cult member. You're the one that sits up here talk about Trump every fucking day, man. How am I in a cult? You literally wake up, breathe,
because you don't think
piss
Donald Trump threatened to kill a whole civilization, even though he said a whole civilization will die tonight.
Is a whole civilization dead? Was there other context inside of the tweet? Yeah, man. I mean, at least I'm not sitting up here looking like a dumbass pushing a bunch of shit to 16,000 people every single fucking day.
Yielded a contradiction. You're just mad, buddy. Stop crashing out. Yeah, it's embarrassing, dude.
I again don't think you understand what a
Take a
crash
breath.
out is.
I don't know. It's probably the dude saying the other guy's a dumbass just because I was able to expose the absurdity and contradictions yielded from your
There's
view,
literally contradictions in the tweet to your statement.
Wait, so
And
then
we
you just think that Donald-
already just
so-
went over that.
Wait, so now you're arguing that Donald Trump didn't only threaten to genocide 90 million people, but he also contradicted himself inside of that same statement. So, I mean, not only does this indicate
No, he's
high levels
contradicting
of...
your statement in that statement.
No, he didn't.
Yeah, he is.
How so?
Dude, I mean, I know you like repeating yourself every day, but I really don't. The 47 years of extortion, corruption, and death will finally come to an end. Your argument is literally just like, oh yeah, of course, if he nukes that, then they won't be extorted or in corruption or dying. I guess if you nuke people, they won't be dead. That's the Dean Withers talking point here.
Clearly
But,
what Donald Trump is saying here. I'll tell you what he's saying. Clearly what Donald Trump is saying here.
No, we've been
is
talking
that-
about it for 20 minutes, dude.
One moment. Clearly
We
what Donald
disagree,
Trump is
but-
saying here is that he hates the IRGC more than he loves an innocent human life. That being the people who've been exploited by the IRGC. And we already know this, right? Because when we first started this war, he would talk about how the IRGC would kill 40,000 innocent protesters and how maybe we need to go take out the IRGC if they keep on killing their own people. But now, you know, a little bit over a month into this war, Donald Trump is saying that all of our objectives have been met and we've regime changed the IRGC, even though the IRGC is still in charge and they're still oppressing their constituents. So
What
that
part of
care
that?
for the innocent
what-
life of the Iranians just went out the window.
Bro, why do you just...
So when he said, okay, that 47 years of corruption and death will end tonight, what he's referring to is the IRGC. He's saying that when he kills the whole Iranian civilization tonight, that in the process, the IRGC will cease to exist.
Okay, fantastic. Are we done? I don't think there's much to debate about this anymore, man.
I mean, given that I've
I just
presented
disagree.
a resolution, well, how could you disagree? Because this would be a resolution
Because we're
to the
looking at the
supposed
same thing and
contradiction.
taking it different ways, man. And that's just how we're always going to be. You literally, your job is to twist shit like this.
No, your job is to twist shit because you're the only one ignoring his words. You're ignoring
Actually,
the fact that he
I
said
have a
whole
normal job, and
civilization.
then I do this semi-intoxicated talking to you half the time. So
Well, it makes sense that you'd be drunk. But the reason why I'm arguing here that you're twisting shit
it's
is
kind of
because you're
interesting.
ignoring
how
that he
you
said whole
debate me all the
civilization.
time when I'm like
and how,
50% there.
listen, what you're ignoring right now is that he said whole civilization and the fact that I was able to explain how every other statement made inside of Donald Trump's tweet either reaffirms that he wanted to kill the whole civilization or would coincide with a statement that he wants to kill the whole civilization. So due to the fact that you weren't able to prove that any other sentiment relayed in his tweet amounted to a contradiction to the notion that he wanted to genocide everybody, is you conceding the argument that there's any other way to interpret this message than Donald Trump wanting to
Dean,
genocide
you've
everybody.
already said this. Jesus, man, stop saying the same
Oi,
thing over and over.
if I've
again.
already
I get
said
it.
this, if I've already
Yeah, I
proved
get it.
to you that your
It
view is
doesn't
wrong,
mean that I'm
and
gonna
you're not
agree with you,
conceding,
bro.
yeah, because
I'm not
you don't
gonna agree
because
with-
you don't agree to things on the basis of fact, reason,
Look,
truth.
why
and
do you
logic.
always
I get
mute?
it.
Why do you always mute?
Well, I mean, I think
I've
that muting's
seen
better
you
than
do
kicking,
person
and
on person
I should
debates,
probably
and you
just
get
kick people.
fucking
for-
spanked every
Oh,
time because
yeah.
you mute them.
Tell me how
You do.
hardly spanked I got by Emily Wilson. Tell me.
You know, I actually still need to watch that one. I was looking forward to watching.
Yeah,
I didn't see that one.
promise
Did
I
you
got
do good?
spanked by her.
No, did you do good?
No, I got spanked.
No, I mean, honestly, I'll go watch it later today. Did you do pretty decent?
No, I got spanked.
I'm being genuine.
Yeah, I fucking destroyed her. Just like I destroyed you. Now get out of my life, mister, even though you've proven me wrong. I'm just going to ignore it because we're going to agree to disagree because I'm a political grifter. Get the fuck out. Let's go to get that next guest loaded up into the box. Dude, deadass a political grifter. That guy, he runs similar lives defending Trump. So that's why his last line of defense was to say, Dean, we just disagree, even though you've been able to re-explain 10 times now why my view is incorrect. Because if he were to agree and if he were to stop supporting Trump, then he would lose the low level of attention and income that he garners based upon the lives in which he runs. And that's just something he will never do. Let's go to get the next guest loaded up into the box right now. Only up inside of that queue if you happen to be MAGA. I'd really appreciate it if you guys could follow the rules to the very best of your ability. Only up inside of the queue if you happen to be MAGA. Only up inside of the queue if you do happen to be MAGA, folks. Let's go to get that next guest loaded in right now. There's somebody in the comment section named Grace saying that I was like a grifter or whatnot. Grace, I'd love for you to join the stream and have a conversation with me, you know? Let me know. Oh. Hi, welcome in. Do you support Trump?
No, not at all, in any way, shape, or form.
Love it, Frank. Love to hear it. 10 out of 10. 10 out of 10. Oh, there we are. Grace Moore sent you an invite to join. Love to have you up to have a conversation. Grace is in the comment section calling me a grifter, saying I'm getting paid by Pallet Media. I'd love to give you a platform in front of 21,000 people to prove it. So, invited you up. I don't think that she's going to accept it. Somebody else in the comment section says, Dean, you look tired. Low-key, it's because I am. I barely got any sleep last night. But, you know, still love to be here. Hi, welcome in. Do you support Trump?
Yes.
How old are you?
34.
What year were you born in?
1991, June.
Okay. I'm going to thank a couple people, then that mic and the floor will be yours. Fit Dad CEO. Thank you so very much for the $50 over on YouTube Super Chat. It is so good to see you again today, my friend, and thank you so much for the love and support. You've been watching for close to a year now. Just know that I really appreciate you. I want to see 500 Fit Dad W's down below. Fit Dad with the 50 says, quote unquote, a whole civilization will die tonight. That's really tough to decipher. Absolute dolt. Dude, I'd like tried my best with him. Like, clearly his view was like shit from the get-go, because that can't be interpreted in any other sense than to mean genocide. But I gave him the benefit of the doubt, and I gave him an explanation, and then he was just still unwilling to concede, even after he couldn't even give any further counter-argumentation. So that's why we had to kick him. On PayPal, thank you, Amy, for the $5 for cat treats for Momo. I appreciate you, Amy. Quinn, thank you for the 5. Then Jacob, thank you so much for the 10. Jacob, it's good to see you. And Katie, thank you for the $10 as well. He says, thank you for what you do and standing up for women. Because of you, I was finally able to gain confidence to stand up for myself and told off my abuser from 8 years ago recently. Dude, I'm so proud of you, Katie. Thank you so much for the $10. I'm happy that the live streams have been able to help give you some confidence. Show some love to Katie down below. We're all caught up on Super Chat and PayPal. On Venmo, thank you, Jennifer, for the $20. Saying, here's $20 for your political grift. Lol, for real. I have the highest respect for you. Thank you, Jennifer. I appreciate you for the $20 for the grift from the DNC. Show some love to Jennifer down below. Thank you. Abby, thank you for the $10. Who says, I hope you had a nice camping trip. Oh, it was beautiful. It was great, Abby. Thank you so much for the $10. Lily, thank you for the 1. Oscar, thank you for the $11 and the 11 cents. Who says this ultra MAGA dude is literally denying Donald Trump's right word of mouth. What are we doing? I know, fucking embarrassing, Oscar. Thank you for the $11. I appreciate it. Jason, thank you for the $5. Maura, thank you for the $10. And then Rhoda, that is H-O-O-D-A, Rhoda. Thank you so much for the $40 donation on PayPal. Holy crap, Rhoda. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. I want to see 400 Rhoda W's down below in that chat. Rhoda with the 40 says, I've been watching since February. I've been impressed and proud of you and your friends for changing minds. Thank you for all that you do. I hope my future child is as educated and as kind as you. Sending love from a mid-30s. First generation Filipinas like RN. Well, I appreciate you for the $40, Rhoda. And you sound like a great mom. I bet that your kid will turn out just fine. Lily and Caroline, I appreciate both of you guys for the 5. And with that, we are all caught up for now. If you want to support me in the stream and support the grift, you can find my Venmo and PayPal in the link tree in the bio on my TikTok account. Right there, Dean Withers without the E. That's what the VNP is. And in the Ben message over on YouTube. Take it away, my friend. Tell us why you support Trump.
Because he's against abortion. He's against all that LGBTRTSBS, whatever shit that is.
LGBTRTSTS.
Whatever it is, you might know better than I do.
So it's really easy. It's
LGBTQIARSTB.
Whoa, you know it.
Yeah.
Wow. I wasn't even gonna give you that much. You said LGBTQ plus or LGBTQIA plus. Come on, you know it.
Come on, of course I do. I've got to know it. I respect a lot of people. Okay.
Well, then why do you act like a dumbass and you start like letter spamming LGBTQ?
Because when I'm trying to think of it, I have to really sit down and think of the words before I actually say it. Because to me, it's just a whole bunch of word letters, and so it makes no sense.
So, do you think it's a bad thing to support gay people?
I mean, it's not a bad thing if you keep in your lane.
What do you mean by that?
Don't flaunt it to other people. Don't make them have to believe what you believe in. If you want to be gay, be gay. Do it in your own space. You know, a lot of people are uncomfortable with it, and you know that. So
Are you uncomfortable with it?
I mean, if it's in my face, yeah, kind of like,
When you say uncomfortable, do you mean that you think it's wrong to be gay?
Yes.
Okay. All right.
You read between the lines pretty good. Dean, I'm actually impressed. I'm actually very impressed. You actually read between the lines pretty good. Good job, bro.
Why do you think it's wrong to be gay?
Because God said in the Bible, come let us make man in our own image so that they may multiply on the face of the earth. And how are you meant to multiply if two buttons of a charger cannot charge a phone?
Okay, so basically the argument is that same-gendered attractions, by the way, that's what it means to be gay, is wrong because with those you can't multiply. So would you argue that it's wrong to be infertile because if you're infertile you can't multiply?
That's a biological thing, bro. Come on, can't do that.
Being gay, bro.
No, how is it biological? How is it being biological, Mr. Withers?
Because it's underpinned by biological predispositions.
No, how so? Explain.
Yeah, of course. Like for instance, in typical, we see that gay men have a larger anterior commissure on average compared to straight men. That's going to be the nerve lining between the two hemispheres of your brain. They also have varying traits of the AI-NH3 subsection of the hypothalamus, different dendritic densities, different levels of particular neurohormones such as FSH, as well as we've seen associations along the genetic code, such as a strong association on the XQ23 chromosome. So clearly, because all of these biological predispositions and associations exist, I think that it goes to show that there's some fact of nature that would drive people to possess same-gendered sexual attractions.
So when we look at that, we look at it as, with that whole predisposition, we're looking at that in the sense of once they're out of the womb, once they're out of utero, and they have the experiences, this is where we then talk about nature versus nurture. That's what changes, okay? Otherwise, it's that doesn't even make it biological. It's something physical, bro. And then their brain.
So the way that you're nurtured cannot change associations on your genetic code.
Yes, if you put a kid in front of a TV from a young age watching, I don't know, horror movies and whatnot, they're gonna grow up to thinking that kind of bullshit is okay, and that's exactly how it is. The kids are like sponges. Their brains are like sponges. They develop to what they see. This is why the frontal cortex is something that is monumental when they're growing up, which is why we also have to protect their heads. Because as you say, oh, you fell too hard on your head, you're retard. That's exactly where that comes from.
Did you just, okay.
I didn't say the full word.
I barely tracked that. So the R word is like incredibly derogatory. Don't say that.
No, okay, okay. All right, let me change it. Mental retardation.
Okay, and there he goes. So if you use that word at all in my live stream, I'm just going to kick you. In fact, I think that's what I'm going to do right now. But before I do, in fact, I'm just going to have you answer one last question. When you set a kid down to watch horror movies on the TV, is that going to change the associations on their genetic code?
No, it won't change the associations on the genetic code, but like I told you.
Right. Like I told you, we see associations and predispositions along the genetic code, like the XQ23 chromosome. So that's why your argument fell flat on its face, because being gay isn't developed by what somebody sees in society, given the fact that there exists associations along the genetic code, increased sizes of the nerve lining between the hemispheres of the brains, varying traits of the hypothalamus, so on and so forth. That couldn't be changed given typical neuroplasticity. Those facts absolutely and completely debunk the view that sitting a child in front of a TV or exposing them to the LGBTQ plus community at a young age will make them gay. That theory was also tried, tested, and debunked with conversion therapies in the 20th century, the largest of them being Exodus International that shut down in 2010. Not only did they have a reported efficacy rate of 0%, but ultimately the guy that started it closed it and apologized for his crimes against humanity. Welcome in. Do you support Trump?
Hell yeah.
Embarrassing. Do you agree with that last guy? Because I'd like to continue debate about why somebody thinks being gay is wrong, so I could debunk some homophobes. But
I
just started spamming slurs, so let's ask you.
I don't really care if somebody is attracted to the same sex or thinks they're a fucking waterfall or whatever you guys are doing.
Waterfall?
Oh yeah, you just identify as whatever you want, right? Is there any rules for this? I don't know if there's any rules.
No, there is rules. Absolutely, there's rules. Holy shit! Now you can identify as whatever you want. Okay. Why do you support Trump?
Love his policy on immigration. I love the fact that he's making Congress do their job with respect to the banks and crypto and mortgages and insurance fraud. I like a lot of what's going on. I do agree that his transparency and the way that he words things is a little triggering for you guys. And I would just like you guys to look at that he doesn't announce things that he's gonna do before he does them. So you guys can just.
So do you think that he's
tripping.
transparent?
I do.
Do you think that he's transparent about the outcome of the 2020 election?
Yes.
I was really hoping that you'd have at least 3 brain cells and say no to that question,
Well,
because
that's pretty
unfortunately
rude.
we can't litigate that on TikTok because it is so detrimental to this country's civil and electoral processes to suggest the claim you just made that TikTok will legit ban you for it if you were to expand on that view. And in the process...
Is that what Bush did and what Hillary Clinton did and what Trump did?
Do you mean Al Gore?
Bush? No, Bush did it.
Demanded
demanded a recount after he lost.
I think that you mean Al Gore, who
No,
ran against...
Al Gore won, and then Bush demanded a recount. He said, "Oh no, you stole the election. I want to do a recount." And then it was overturned. Bush won, and nobody said anything.
I thought it was the other way around.
You were probably pretty young.
Yeah, I wasn't even born yet. No, I'm pretty confident here that Bush won. Al Gore claimed that he won. Then it went down to like a certain issue with the ballots in Florida. Then they recounted the ballots in Florida. Ultimately went up to the Supreme Court, and then they upheld the election in Bush's favor.
If it went a different way, Al Gore would have been the president, right?
If it went a different way, yes.
Okay, so he wasn't the president, correct?
Al Gore was not the president. Bush was.
So he won the election. Then there was a recount, and then Bush took office.
I thought it was the other way around. I thought it was...
We could look into it. It was a long time
ago. How about we just like fact check that real quick?
We could look into it.
Who did Al Gore contest the outcome of the election? Let's see. There's no like easy answer.
Of course not. I'm pretty sure that's what I remember.
No direct answer. Okay, I mean, this is probably something that I'd like have to sit down and read through, and it'd take a minute. But I mean, regardless of who contested the outcome of the election, I don't think that really matters to the point, right?
It's normal, right?
Okay.
This is something.
The point that I make there is, there's actually been many presidential nominees or even presidents in the past who have contested the outcome of elections, like Al Gore, as I'd say, or Bush, as you'd say, and Hillary Clinton. But they contested the outcome of the elections with proper legal channels. That's not what Donald Trump did, okay? Because Donald Trump didn't turn around and ask the courts to investigate. He actually just turned around and demanded that his head of the DOJ, Bill Barr, would falsely announce widespread voter fraud when there wasn't any evidence of that. And then in protest, like half of the DOJ stepped down and resigned because Bill Barr was considering upholding Donald Trump's suggestion. We also saw the fake certificates of ascertainment, which was like the total tally of the vote from 7 key swing states, that Donald Trump actually sent fake slates of electorates to those states to then bring back the fake votes to Congress to have to have Mike Pence certify, but then ultimately Mike Pence refused to certify the outcome of that election in Donald Trump's favor per Donald Trump's request. And then that's why you heard all the J6ers chanting, "Hang Mike Pence, hang Mike Pence, hang Mike Pence." And that's also why we saw a bunch of Donald Trump supporters rioting and insurrecting the Capitol, including 177 of them who tried to kill cops in the process, like DJ Rodriguez, who was then sent to jail for 10 years, who Donald Trump let out of jail. But in short, the other candidates chased after the proper legal channels, and once the court ruled that they were wrong, then they dropped it. Donald Trump automatically jumped to the improper, illegal, and criminal channels, like installing fake votes, demanding that the DOJ falsely announce widespread voter fraud, and trying to get Mike Pence to uphold a false outcome.
And so you don't believe any of the evidence that's been provided that there was any...
You got to be very vague with your words here, by the way.
I am. I'm being vague on purpose. You don't, because I want to see if there's anything that you've seen is what I'm trying to ask you. If there's anything that you've seen that you're like, that's a little weird.
There's been no evidence of widespread voter fraud in that thing.
That's very specific. No evidence of widespread voter fraud. Like you're not saying anything about the Dominion machines. You're not saying anything about the way the states operated. You're saying voter fraud. And that's why I was vague. I was intentionally vague because I'm not saying anything against that particular point.
Okay, well, if you agree that there's no widespread evidence of voter fraud, then you agree that the outcome of the election wasn't fraudulent.
Those things are not consistent.
Why not?
Because it's not just a voter fraud. We're not talking about you and your ballot. It could be the people hosting. It could be the DNC. It could be the states. The voters aren't the only.
For instance,
aren't
if
the
the
only
Dominion
party
voting
involved.
machines changed the people's vote, then that would be voter fraud. But the people culpable for said voter fraud wouldn't be the people. It would be Dominion. And yeah, no evidence of that either. I mean, didn't Fox News lose a $1 billion lawsuit over that suggestion?
I don't know.
Oh, well, they did, so.
I wanna ask: is there anything Trump's done that you agree with?
Yeah, let's see. I agreed with expediting the approval of the COVID vaccine. Too bad he raped a woman, admitted to sexual exploitation, threatened to genocide 90 million people, destroyed the middle class, increased the price of gas the most in a month since the Vietnam War, and took healthcare away from 10 million low-income Americans.
I'm talking about Trump, not Biden. I'm talking about Trump.
Oh, no, everything I said was about Trump.
No, that's Biden. With
No,
Tara
everything
Reid
I just said was
and
about
all
Trump.
That was Tara Reid and Biden and all the nonsense.
Oh, I have a good question. Do you believe Tara Reid?
The Inflation Reduction Act that everybody told him was going to increase inflation, which was already massively
Oh, well, it
increasing.
didn't.
Oh, it didn't. So
Yeah.
what are we experiencing? What did we already experience?
You mean the 9% level high of
in the
inflation
last
under Biden?
5 years.
You're talking about like the 9% high
I'm talking about the
inflation.
23% altogether.
Right. Well, actually, after the Inflation Reduction Act was signed into law, by the way, it didn't really reduce inflation, but it was deficit reducing, so it certainly didn't increase it. We only saw a downtrend of inflation for the continuation of the rest of the Biden-Harris administration. Now, you also said something about Tara Reid, and I've been trying to ask you about that. In fact, I asked you a question that you've
Let's I want to touch on that because you guys use these words and people don't understand what you're saying. When you say downtrend, I want you to recognize that the inflation continued to increase, but it increased at a slower rate than the massive monumental high that we've never seen in my lifetime.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. I just want to make sure we have that clear. I don't want you to mischaracterize or mislead people by that language.
I mean, hopefully anybody with a brain would understand that.
No, most people don't understand that. They think that inflation.
I think that you surround yourself with a lot of Trump supporters that maybe don't think too
I
critically.
surround myself with a lot of idiot Democrats
whatever.
like you, actually.
Whatever. Oh, yeah, the idiot Democrats that think Trump is a rapist because the court ruled it in response to you, who probably doubts the outcome of that court case, but simultaneously believes Tara Reid, who lied, perjured herself in court, and then fled to Russia to join a far-right misinformation campaign, right?
You're again mischaracterizing.
Oh, what am I mischaracterizing? Please tell me.
You're mischaracterizing what they said. What they said was he was liable for defamation.
Oh, okay. So nothing to do with rape or sexual abuse?
What they said was he was liable for defamation.
Did they say he was also liable for sexual abuse?
There's no evidence. There's no evidence.
Did they also say he was liable for sexual abuse?
Was there any evidence?
Why are you not answering my question? Did they also say he was liable for sexual abuse?
Was there any evidence?
Take a breath.
Do you believe in due process?
Take a breath.
Do you believe in due process?
I want you to take a breath.
I
just said that a court
question.
determined that Donald Trump is a rapist. And then in response you said, no, Dean, they just held him liable for defamation.
Correct.
So you reject that they also held him liable for sexual abuse.
Yes, I reject that.
Here's a jury verdict form where they held him liable for sexual abuse. Concede.
On what evidence?
Don't know. Before we talk about the evidence, concede.
On what evidence?
Evidence is not a component of the conversation.
Yes, it is.
What did they? Let me explain why it's not.
Let me explain why it is. Because in the United States of America,
it.
you have something called due process.
Red,
what you're talking about
I'm gonna
is
mute
a crime.
you now.
Not a.
Now you're muted. The
What
evidence.
you're talking about is a crime, not a civil infraction, sir.
Perfect.
And so in criminal, you have to prove something beyond.
I'm not going to let you
requires
overspeak me, Red.
evidence.
That's just not how I operate. Now, I want to have a conversation with you about the evidence for the claim and the conclusion upheld by the jury that Trump raped or sexually abused Miss Carroll. In fact, that's going to be our very next conversation. But this specific point does not necessitate a conversation about the evidence they use to hold him liable. I'm trying to tell you why it doesn't, but you won't let me. So can you let me do that?
Sure, go ahead.
The evidence that the jury used to hold Donald Trump liable for sexual abuse or rape is irrelevant to the fact that the jury held him liable for sex. Can you wait? You're clearly getting emotional because I've proven you wrong at this point, and you don't want me to explain how.
Just keep going.
Only if you can agree not to interrupt me. Is that something you can agree to?
If you say something that's factually accurate or that I disagree with, I'm just going to make a notation that I disagree.
I know.
You can keep going.
I know. You'll make sure to interrupt me to let me know that you disagree. But the thing is if we did that, then we'd just be interrupting each other all day long. And to be fair, I'm also guilty of interrupting people at many points. So I'll actually make this a mutual agreement. Can you agree not to interrupt me, and I'll agree not to interrupt you?
Okay, that's fair.
Thank you. I appreciate that. But anyways, so the evidence that the jury used to find Donald Trump guilty of raping or sexually abusing Miss Carroll is completely irrelevant to the very simple point that the jury did hold him liable for sexual abuse. And the reason why we're just talking about what they found him guilty of, what they held him liable for, is because you just denied that they found him guilty. And you just denied that they held him liable for sexual abuse. I mean, your point was literally they only held him liable for defamation. They did not hold him liable for sexual abuse. This is the literal jury verdict form from the court that proves you were wrong, and they didn't just hold him liable for defamation, but also held him liable for sexual abuse. And then you automatically responded by saying, Dean, what's the evidence? But that question is actually just a pivot away from the acknowledgement that you were wrong about the item of things that they held him liable for. So if you could acknowledge that you were wrong when you said he was only held liable for defamation and not held liable for sexual abuse, then we could talk about the evidence.
So what you're referring to is a crime, which, and in order to be sentenced or convicted, would require going to criminal court and a criminal conviction. But what you're speaking on is a civil court, which does not have the ability to say that somebody committed a crime and to hold them liable for the crime that they committed. Because in civil court, you go if something is beyond a preponderance of evidence, which just means it's more likely than not. In criminal court, which is what you have to go through with due process when you're accusing someone of a crime, it has to be beyond a reasonable doubt. And so that's why I'm asking you about the evidence, because there's no evidence whatsoever to prove the facts of the matter asserted.
You are incorrect when you posit that sexual abuse is just a crime. It is both a criminal infraction and a civil infraction. A really good example of this would be OJ and his murder case. Because murder is and was both a criminal infraction and a civil infraction, once the criminal case was tossed out because of some technicality, he was then sued inside of a civil court and held liable. All right? So this is what proves that things such as murder, rape, or sexual abuse are, in the eyes of our courts, both criminal infractions and civil infractions.
What's the evidence?
Once again, I'd be happy to share that with you when you can concede that you were wrong about the claim that he was only held civilly liable for defamation, because the jury verdict form that we're all looking at, that is not the jury verdict form that we're all looking at. This was actually an image from a guest last night.
That's
Don't worry about it. This was an image from a guest last night. If you were watching the stream last night, you know who that's from. If you were watching the stream last night, you know who that's crazy. That's getting clipped. That's nuts. But anyways, to get back to what I was saying, wow, that's nuts. To get back to what I was saying, I will happily share the evidence. That's insane. To get back to what I was, I will happily share with you the evidence for the claim and the conclusion that he raped Jean Carroll, as soon as you could acknowledge that you were wrong when you said the only thing that he was held civilly liable for was defamation, because this jury verdict form disagrees.
Yeah, I don't agree with that. I don't agree with the evidence, and I don't agree that any of this is correct or done in due process.
So you're claiming that you don't agree with the evidence. Okay, irrespective of the claim
Show the
that you
evidence.
disagree with the evidence, that
Show the
doesn't
evidence.
change the fact that it was something he was held civilly liable for. Like,
No.
for instance, it can be simultaneously true that he was held civilly liable for sexual abuse, but yet you think the jury got it wrong. In all reality, he was innocent.
Are they still in the appeals process?
The appeals process is over, really. I mean, he's asking SCOTUS to take a final appeal, but so far SCOTUS hasn't indulged themselves in it. He's lost the appeal like 3 different times.
Yeah, I haven't seen any evidence. So.
Even in respect, well, you keep on claiming that you haven't seen any evidence. Okay, you have seen evidence that sexual abuse is something that he was held civilly liable for. That evidence is the jury verdict form on the phone screen.
So here's the problem with what you're saying. Are you familiar with the Southern District of New York?
Little.
Are you familiar with the police force in the Southern District of New York?
No.
So, well, there's a long history of New York, specifically the Southern District, and all kinds of violations of due process, all kinds of violations. We've had entire police forces removed from there. We've had they haven't been credible, and I just don't think that if you're going to show me this with no evidence, I just think that's an insane take.
I'm going to try to find another way to describe this. Okay, let's take an example of a man who's being accused of murder, but we know he's innocent, okay? And this man was arrested, he was sent to jail, he showed up in front of court, and then he was found criminally guilty of murder. Okay? But the evidence was insufficient. Maybe there were some overlooked infractions upon this man's 4th and 14th Amendment right to due process. Those facts, like the fact he's innocent, the fact the evidence was insufficient, and the fact that there were some overlooked infractions of his claim to due process, wouldn't change the fact that he's been found guilty of murder. Okay? We would just say, although he's been found guilty for murder, he's actually innocent, and they infringed on his due process. So I don't understand why you're saying that because you think there was insufficient evidence, and because you think that he had his right to due process infringed on, that therefore he wasn't held civilly liable for sexual abuse. And on top of that, you also acknowledged that he was found civilly liable for defamation, but if you don't think he sexually abused her, then you don't think that he defamed her, because the defamation would be him claiming that it never happened and she's nuts because she's saying it did happen.
He defamed her.
The point that I'm just trying to demonstrate here is that regardless if you think he had his rights violated or not, regardless if you think the evidence was sufficient or not, and regardless if you think he was innocent or not, it is undeniably true that the court held him civilly liable for sexual abuse. Can we agree on that?
So in order for me to make that agreement, I'm looking at this from a legal perspective. And from a legal perspective, what a court does is uphold justice. And with the Southern District of New York literally being consistently ranked first or second in corruption, I can't agree. I don't think they're even a court.
But this is just a descriptive claim that you can't disagree with. Okay, can you read the text on your phone screen?
I see the text.
Read it out loud.
No.
Okay, because if you do read it out loud, that you're gonna look like a dumbass. Listen, I'll read it out loud. Question number 2: Mr. Trump sexually abused Miss Carroll. Yes or no? Jury selected yes. Oh wait, what is this form? E. Jean Carroll, plaintiff against Donald J. Trump, defendant. United States Southern District Court of New York. Jury verdict form. Case number 22-CV-10016. This is undeniable evidence that he was held civilly liable for sexual abuse. You can't deny that he was held civilly liable for sexual abuse because you think that he's actually innocent. You can't. If I think somebody was innocent and falsely found guilty of a crime, I can't deny that they were found guilty of a crime. I just say that the court was wrong when they found him guilty of a crime. If I think that somebody was innocent and found guilty in a very corrupt district of America, and the cops infringed on all of their rights and all of their protections, and they arrested and convicted an innocent man, I can't deny that the innocent man was convicted of a crime. I would just say that the court got it wrong.
I don't believe that they're court. I don't believe that they're court. I don't believe it was a real jury. I don't believe that this is due process. I don't believe that
you don't believe that they're a court?
Part of the justice system.
You're just okay. You're just a conspiratorial lunatic.
It's not a conspiracy at all. These are facts. If you look up the top 3 corrupt district courts, guess who comes up first? They're literally ranked number 1 with the highest number of convictions, overturnings, and public corruption.
Okay, well, it's good to know that when they get it wrong, it gets overturned because they have an incredibly high overturning rate. Well, this one didn't. Second of all, listen, it could be the most corrupt court. I'm just really trying to drill in a point here. Listen,
show me
let's imagine a court that gets it wrong 100% of the times. Okay? Let's imagine that the Southern District of New York and their courts are always wrong. If I was found guilty of murder in their court, I would still have been found guilty of murder even though the court was wrong.
I disagree.
Can we agree that what it means to be found guilty of a crime is to have a criminal court rule your guilt?
Halfway. The process, and this is the problem. And law, in order to do that, there's a process.
What do you think it means to be found guilty of a crime?
Then that's not what you've done.
What do you think it means? What do you think it means to be found guilty of a crime? What do you think it means to be held civilly liable?
It would mean that you went through a civil court and they actually went through the due process of providing evidence to show that you're actually liable of a crime. And if that's not what happened, then all you're doing is a farce.
Do you think that innocent people can ever be found guilty?
I believe innocent people are found guilty all the time. Innocent people
wait. That just simply doesn't coincide with your explanation of what it means to be found guilty. Because your explanation of what it means to be found guilty is to have a court rule your guilt and for that court to be right. Therefore, under your view,
it's not about
innocent
them being
people
right.
are never
It's
found
about
guilty.
them actually doing the process and finding evidence.
So what part of the process
you keep running away from the evidence?
So what part of the process was skipped for Trump?
The evidence.
Okay, so you think that they just completely skipped the discovery period?
I show the evidence.
I just want you to clarify before I show you the evidence. Do you think that they just completely skipped the discovery period?
I think that there's no evidence and you won't show any.
Okay, so you are arguing that they completely skipped the discovery period?
I'm not saying that they skipped the time period of discovery. I'm saying that there's no evidence that points
to
that.
So basically, your claim is that they didn't skip the time period of discovery, but during discovery, nobody submitted any evidence.
Show any evidence that supports that?
Perfect. Yeah, this would be really easy to dispute. Yeah, there's a lot of evidence submitted during discovery. So, like, for instance, one piece of evidence submitted during discovery was E. Jean Carroll's own testimony. Another piece of evidence submitted during discovery, in accordance with the courts, yes, it is. Testimony is evidence. Now, maybe it's not sufficient evidence to prove guilt.
It's not sufficient.
Okay, right, but there's a difference between arguing that it's not evidence and it's not sufficient evidence. Right? I'm trying to go through the different items of evidence submitted to the court given an inquiry of discovery, but you're interrupting me as I try to tell you. All right?
Okay.
All right, perfect. So you said that there was literally zero evidence submitted during the court, and this is where Donald Trump's rights were abridged because he had his right to due process infringed on because they completely skipped the whole evidence part. Okay, that's not true. So there's a bunch of evidence submitted that the jury used to determine his guilt, like E. Jean Carroll's testimony, like therapist notes from the 90s indicating that she was raped by Trump, like the testimony of 4 other women, like a dress with DNA in it that was confirmed to have male DNA in it that E. Jean Carroll claimed was Trump's. And then when Donald Trump was asked for his DNA, okay, he then refused to provide his to the court. Like a clip of Donald Trump in 2005 claiming that he could just grab women by their quote-unquote pussies whenever he wanted to without even asking first, when that's exactly what the jury ruled happened here. Like the fact that he contradicted himself under oath by arguing that he never raped her because he wasn't sexually attracted to her, which, by the way, is only something a rapist would say. Or like, the other lie discovered when, he said that he never met her, in which she then responded by submitting a picture of them together as another article of evidence to the court. Or like when he confused a picture of her to be his ex-wife, Marla Maples, after arguing that she wasn't his type, even though Marla Maples was his type. There was like some of the evidence submitted during the court. On top of that, I'd argue that there's much other evidence as well. I don't know if that's grammatically correct, but you know what I mean. Like him having priors of sexual violence, like boasting about the sexual exploitation of the beauty pageant contestants at the beauty pageants that he owned. But my point here isn't even to demonstrate that he did rape E. Jean Carroll. Honestly, my point here is just to demonstrate that there was evidence submitted to the court.
That's not evidence. So in order for testimony, let me finish.
This guy's a fool.
All right, in order for testimony to be considered evidence, it would have to be reliable and not from 20 years ago. Do you understand that?
Okay, according to what court?
According to admissibility, federal rules of evidence.
Okay, so what court has ruled that the testimony submitted inside of the E. Jean Carroll court case was unreliable?
That's their job.
Because as it stands, the case law
why
would suggest that it was reliable due to the fact that he was used in combination with other forms of evidence to rule his
Only
guilt.
in the most corrupt court in the country can you say, "Oh, I remember this from 20 years ago. This is what happened. Somebody wrote something down. Here's my."
So
friend.
then, why didn't he win on appeal?
Give me $80 million.
Why didn't he win on appeal?
Because the course is corrupt. It's the Southern District.
Well, I mean, the appeals courts, went up to like the federal level,
deal
right?
with the appeals,
he appealed to like a federal circuit court. Was that also corrupt?
And then you're gonna deal. Yes.
Can you answer my question?
There's Democrats like you. There's 15,000.
Oh, okay. So basically, any court that like disagrees with your narrative is corrupt.
And no, any court that doesn't do their job.
Well, how do you know that they weren't doing their job?
For a purpose. Because there's no evidence.
Why? We just went over all the evidence.
You didn't go over evidence. If I say,
do you agree the fact that Donald Trump says he likes to do to women what the jury ruled he did to E. Jean Carroll is some level of evidence indicate that this would occur?
Me and 3 of my buddies say you USA'd me. Does that mean you USA'd me?
Well, if I have character priors, okay, of meeting you and then lying about ever meeting you, I am. If I'd met you before and then I lied about ever meeting you, if I had character priors of admitting to other forms of sexual violence and calling it funny, like Trump with sexual exploitation of beauty pageant contestants, okay, if I said I wouldn't rape you because you're not my type, instead of saying I wouldn't rape you because rape is wrong, and then I actually admitted that you were my type by confusing you to be a picture of my ex-husband in this hypothetical where, I'm gay, and then you went on to say that you actually have really damning evidence of me raping you, that being the clothes that you wore while I raped you that had my DNA in it. Then the court took it, tested it, confirmed it had male DNA in it. But then I refused to give my DNA to the court to be tested against the DNA on the clothes, on top of therapist notes from the 90s, and on top of 40 other credible accusations against me. Yeah, honestly, I'd hope that people would believe that I raped you.
Dean, so what year did it happen?
1995 to early 1996.
Nope. That's what year?
Yeah, late 1995 to early 1996 would be a year.
No, what year? You're saying
I'm
2
telling
years.
you.
What year did it happen?
So I'm not. Late 1995.
Think about a court case.
I'm trying to answer your question. You're not letting me. I'm not naming 2 years. Late 1990. I'm not naming 2 years. Late 19. I'm not naming 2 years. Let me explain. Late 1995 to early 1996 is a range of 1 year. The definition of the word year. No, you don't interrupt me. No, you're not going to accuse me of lying and not answering your question and then interrupt me when I'm trying to answer your question. Stop tucking the tail in between your legs and acting like a little scaredy cat while I answer your question. You asked me what year. I said late 1995 to early 1996. You said, Dean, that's not a year. I'm trying to describe to you why you're incorrect on this point, and you literally won't let me. So stay on mute. Don't interrupt me. The definition of the word year is a container of 365 days. Late 1995 to early 1996 would exist in a container of 365 days. Therefore, it would exist inside of a year. What you are confusing yourself on here would be an equivocation of the use of a word year to the use of the phrase calendar year. Okay, only a calendar year would be January 1st to December 31st. A year is not January 1st to December 31st, like 1995 or 1996. A year is just any random container of 365 days. Like, for instance, I started my freshman year of high school in 2018, yet I graduated my freshman year of high school in 2019. Does this mean that I was a freshman for 2 years? No, I was only a freshman for 1 year because the time that I was a freshman existed in a container of 365 days.
Are you done?
Yes.
Okay, so then if somebody accuses you of a crime, if we're going to have a court date about a crime that somebody accuses you of, you have to be able to tell us what date that happened on. And she can't even tell us which year she's claiming that it happened in. So if you move, so let me finish. You didn't want me to interrupt you. You agreed we weren't going to interrupt each other.
Yeah,
if
then you threw that out the window.
Excuse me. If you move
see how you don't like it?
If you moved to Italy January 1st of 1995 and you moved back to America January 1st of 1996, you would be able to defend yourself if somebody said, well, this happened in 1995 at this place. You would be able to say, hey, I was here at this place, which is what happens in criminal court, which is what should happen when you're accusing somebody of SA or any kind of crime. If you're going to assert that somebody committed a crime, you should have an approximate date that crime occurred on, especially when you're accusing somebody of a heinous crime. So for you to say that there's testimony that somebody said that this happened and you can't even give me a year or a month that this happened in is actually insane. That's not about defending Donald Trump. That's just about due process of law.
Perfect. Good to know that you ignored everything that I, described to you about what a year is. But that's fine, because I'll use the fact that you ignored my description to embarrass the fuck out of you. Can you define the word year?
It's not about the word year. I ask you what year it happened in.
It is about
so if
the
I
word
ask
year.
you what year you were born, you could say 2001 or 2002 or 2003. There's 1 year that you were born in. There's 1 year that you went to elementary school. There's 1 year that you started this or you did that or you started college. There's 1 year where this began.
Well, you actually just contradicted yourself, because if we assume what seems to be your definition of the word year, just to be a calendar year, then there's not just 1 year you were in fifth grade.
Don't try to semantic
because
your way out
you
of this.
were
When
in
did
fifth
that- when did
grade
it
for
happen?
2 different calendar years. Like, for instance, like if somebody started 5th grade in 2026, they'd be graduating 5th grade in 2027.
Sure, and you would
But
say,
you just
I
said that they
started
were in
fifth grade.
5th grade for 1 year.
You say I
Therefore, the
grad-
definition of the word year is not a calendar year. It's a container of 365 days. So I don't know why you'd cook yourself like that. Now, you're arguing that I want to make it about semantics. Buddy, you made it about semantics. The moment that you denied that a fair use definition of the word year is a container of 365 days, and you started to equivocate with the phrase calendar year. So, yeah, I'm going to have you answer my question here, my friend. How do we define the word year?
We're not defining the word year because I asked you a
Okay,
specific
then we're not.
question.
Then we're not.
I didn't ask
We
you
will
anything about the
absolutely
word
need to
year.
define the word
I
year
asked you
in
something
order for
very
me.
specific.
Okay.
What
all right.
year
All
did it
right.
happen? You
Well,
said
I
that
don't
there's a
listen.
testimony.
Listen.
You said
Listen.
that
Check
that
this out.
testimony-
Check this out.
You
The
claimed
question that you're
tes-
asking me is, what year did this happen? I don't know what a year is. What's a year? Define the word year. If you give me a definition of the word year, then I'll know what you're asking me, so I'll be able
Now,
to answer.
in order to hate America and due process, you're gonna act like you don't know what year means.
Well, I've definitely demonstrated that I do by going over the whole
Can you
container of
guys stop muting me?
365 days thing, but then you just kind of ignored that all. Then you went on to repeat the claim. So I don't know how you are using the word year. I feel like that's a better statement. I don't know how you are using the word year.
Did the event occur?
I'm going to give you a really good answer.
Hold on. Please let me finish talking.
I just want to stick on one point at a time. I want to stick on the what year did it occur. Can we just stick on that?
I get it. You're having some teenage angst. Just calm down for a second. I'm almost done. I'm only asking you because you said that testimony was the evidence given in order to claim this. If there's a testimony, what year is the testimony claiming that this happened in?
Sure. My answer to that question would be late 1995 or early 1996. However, I've already given you that answer and you didn't like that answer. But see, my definition of the word year would be a container of 365 days, and clearly in accordance with my definition, my answer would be valid. But according to you and your definition of the word year, apparently it's not valid. So that's why I'm asking you to clarify on your definition of the word year so I know how to better answer the question.
Dean doesn't
Please
know
give me
what a
your
year
definition
is.
of the word
Okay.
year.
Dean doesn't know what a year is. Dean, what?
Red, you're being intentionally obtuse. I just claimed to know what the definition of the word year is. I gave you my definition, a container of 365 days. I explained how my answer, late 1995 or early 1996, would be sufficient and coincide with that definition. But what I'm clarifying on here is it seems to be the case that we have two different definitions of the word year. So once again, I'll ask you, how do you define the word year so I know how to better answer your question?
We can use any definition. It doesn't matter. What month?
Okay, if we could use any definition of the word year, then let's use the definition a container of 365 days.
Sure.
If we do use that definition of a word year, can you acknowledge that I did give you 1 year that she claims she was raped in?
No, you did not.
By describing
Can you
late
give me a month?
1995 or early 1996. Okay, so you just said no. Here's my next question. Can you agree that late 1995 and early 1996 exists within a container of 365 days?
I'm not interested in arguing semantics with you. What month
You're not
did it
interested because you're getting fucking cooked and you know it.
happen? What month did it happen?
I'm not
Dean?
answering your bullshit ass pivot.
What
Go ahead
season
and
did it
acknowledge the
happen in?
question that I asked you. You're trying to
What
drill me.
season was it?
You're trying to drill me with 5 trillion questions, and then when I answer them to a T
That's how
and
due
dunk on
process
you,
works.
all of a sudden you're no longer interested. It's funny
You're acting like you
that
don't
the
know
guy
what a
who
year-
asked what year was she raped in is no longer interested in the answer to the question now that he realizes he can't argue that she didn't give a year she was raped in. So now you're changing the question to a month or a season. What I'm not going to let you do is change the question and pivot without an acknowledgement you were wrong when you said that she was not able to identify the year she was raped in, or B, a counter argument against the notion that she was able to identify a year she was raped in due to the fact that she was able to identify a time span of 365 days she was raped in, and that's the definition of the word year.
She wasn't able, but let's continue. What month was it? What season?
Dude.
Can you tell us when this event occurred? When the alleged event occurred? If you're going to use testimony as evidence, it has to be reliable. It has to be factual. You have to be able to utilize this information in a case, right? So what month or what season did it happen in? Because in order to defend yourself against an accusation, you would need to have an alibi, and you would want to be able to say, okay, well, on that day, I was with my friend at this place. But if you just say, this happened sometime in between the 90s, then I can't defend myself, which is a problem, which is not due process of law. And for somebody who was on this app talking about we need to have due process for all American citizens, now you're doing the exact opposite.
Okay. So I think that you're under the false belief that you can brute force your way through this debate. And what I mean by
I asked you a simple question. What season, what month was it?
And what I mean by you thinking that you could brute force your way through this debate is
The reason that you can't answer it is because there's no answer.
Is because you keep interrupting me.
Which is not finding civil liability, which is what I said.
The reason I'm gonna start from the top. Let's see if you are an adult and can control yourself. So I think that you're trying to brute force your way through this debate. And you're now asking 2 new questions instead of acknowledging that you're wrong about the first question when you said I was unable to identify a year that she was raped in. Because you lost on that point.
Move the goalpost. Back to your semantic argument that made no sense in the first place.
I'm not trying to backtrack. You're trying to push us forward without acknowledging your failure when you said I was not able to identify a year she was raped in.
Just admit you don't know what year it happened. You don't know what month it happened. You don't know what season it happened.
He keeps on saying that I don't know what year it happened.
And most of the time when we can't remember when Christmas is when Christmas didn't come.
How do you feel about this? You just said that I don't know what year it happened. How do you feel about the next sentence that's going to come out of my mouth right now? Right, I do know a year it happened in. That year would be late 1995 to early 1996. The reason why I'd say this is a year is because this would exist within a container of 365 days. How do you feel about that?
I feel like that you're playing a semantic game because you don't have even a date or even an approximate date that the alleged event occurred on, which means that it probably didn't happen and that you definitely didn't find anybody civilly liable because you just didn't do your job in a court as due process, which is typical of the Southern District of New York.
So you're saying that I'm playing a semantic game, but you're not saying I'm wrong. Can you say that I was unable to identify a year that she was raped in?
A month, a season, a week, a day?
No, you said
a night?
We'll go on to all those other allegations, but the first allegation was I was unable to identify a year that she was raped in. Do you uphold that I was unable to identify a year she was raped in?
I'm not asking you a year. The question I asked you is still the same. What year did the alleged event occur? And you're not giving me a single year. You're giving me 2 years. You're saying 1995.
A single year.
Possibly 1996.
Okay, let's see how you're using the word year. Was I a freshman in high school for a single year?
Dean, when did you graduate?
Answer my fucking question. I've already asked you to define the word year, and you won't. So you're not telling me how you're using the word, which is making my answer to your question very hard. So now I have to ask clarifying questions to determine vaguely what you mean by using the word year. The next question that will leave my mouth is one in which I need you to answer. If you do not answer the following question, then I'm just going to kick you, and I'm going to make that clear. This next question is an essential. Red. Was I in high school? More specifically, was I a freshman in high school for only 1 year?
Dean, we're not talking about you.
Nope. You have to answer the question or you're gone. By the way, I was never held back. I was never held back, and I finished high school in 4 years.
Don't know each other.
Was I only a freshman for 1 year? I never repeated a grade.
Dean, we're not talking about an ongoing activity. We're talking about...
you have to answer this question. It is necessary. I'm going to give you 3 more opportunities before I kick you. I was never held back. I never repeated a grade. And I finished high school in 4 years. Was I a freshman for 1 year?
Yes.
Thank you so much for answering the question.
You were a freshman for probably 6 months because school years are 180 days.
Did you know?
But we're not talking about something that's 180
you just affirmed
days.
the way that I used the word year.
We're talking about something that's 1 day, dude.
Check this out. Check this out. Check this out, Red. Check this out. Red, check this out. You just conceded. You just said that I was a freshman. No, stop. You just conceded. You just said that I was a freshman in high school for 1 year. But I was a freshman in high school from late 20. Check this out. Stop. You just said that I was a freshman in high school. Okay.
Can you
stop interrupting me. Dude, stop it. This is insane. No, you're bullshitting because you know that this is where you get cooked. Like you said that I was a freshman for 1 year, okay? But the thing is I was a freshman from late 2018 to early 2019. The thing is, if you accept that I was only a freshman for 1 year, even though I was a freshman from late 2018 to early 2019, then you also accept that E. Jean Carroll told you the year she was raped, the 1 year she was raped, when she described that she was raped in between late 1995 and early 1996. So how can you sit here and agree that I was only a freshman for 1 year, even though that happened in between late 2018 and early 2019, but you're going to disagree that E. Jean Carroll identified the 1 year she was raped when she said late 1995 to early 1996.
I'm so embarrassed for y'all. Dean, we're not talking about an ongoing activity. We're not talking about a job. We're not talking about school. We're talking about an event that happened on one day.
We're talking about the claim that you made, which I was unable to identify a year, the 1 year E. Jean Carroll was raped.
Let me finish. So when we're
then
talking
talk about the
event,
one thing that's relevant, which is how I just use your logic to identify the one singular year E. Jean Carroll was raped.
Which you don't have. The point is you don't have a date, you don't have a month, you don't have a week.
But now I do have a year. You just agreed that I have a year. Listen, if you were right in your assessment that I was unable to identify the 1 year E. Jean Carroll was raped by saying late 1995 to early 1996, then you wouldn't have agreed that I was only a freshman in high school for 1 year, even though I was only a freshman from late 2018 to 2019.
Excuse me, I gotta do my grift thing. Your broke ass Democrats don't have any money for you. Shout out to Aaron T.
He's gonna start spamming random people's names and calling you guys broke because he's pissed that he lost the debate. Oh my god!
I'm sorry your supporters are broke. I'm sorry that's your grift isn't working today. You can't seem to find a year or a date or.
Once again, you accepted that I could find a year because you accepted that I was a freshman for 1 year, even though I was a freshman from 2018 to 2019.
Also, so fucking embarrassing.
Wait 1 second. I actually have a couple of those quote unquote broke supporters to thank. Tabitha, thank you so much for the $10 over on PayPal.
Sending this guy money. You're not.
Can I?
They're not going to be able to buy their lunch if they give you $4.
Can I please finish thanking Tabitha? Thank you. Tabitha, thank you so much for the $10 who says, I genuinely have to remind myself how old I am right now. MAGA, quote unquote, what year debate is juvenile? I know, it's some little kid shit. Thank you for the $10, Tabitha. Amber, thank you for the $10 as well. Who says, for always standing firm for survivors and against these pieces of shit. You know I always will, Amber. Thank you for the $10. And then Lexington, thank you so much for the $50 donation on PayPal. Lexington, that is incredibly kind of you. Thank you so much for the support, Lexington. I appreciate
to send this guy $100. So I can teach him what a year is and what a date is. You will all failed as a society. There's no way 16,000 people in here. Not one of you has $100 is crazy. I'm sorry. This is insane. Get off TikTok and go get some fucking jobs. You fucking.
I would highly recommend you just stop talking about the money. Just don't do it, dude.
I hate broke Democrats.
Just don't do it, dude.
Get a job.
I'm just like. Just go back to the debate.
They can't send $100.
Just
not
Red, stop. Just go back to the debate.
You're not debating. You're talking about a fucking calendar year. You're just fucking going insane. Look at you. What are you fucking laughing at? Why are you breaking out? You look like you're gaining weight. I want you to hit the gym. You got a LA Fitness near you? I'm going to give you a gym regimen for your body type.
This guy's mad. Lexington, I appreciate you for the $50 over on PayPal. Lexington with the $50 on PayPal says victim blaming is the face of evidence. Doesn't make him smart. It makes him part of the problem survivors are terrified of. Absolutely well said, Lexington. Thank you so much for the $50 donation on PayPal. Show some love to Lexington down below. Thank you so much. Kathy, thank you for the 5. Katrina, thank you for the 5. Alberto, thank you so much for the $20. Let's get 200 Alberto W's down below in that comment section. Temple of the Greek Gods, Anastasia, thank you so much for the $10. And then Emily, thank you so much for the $20. Who says thank you for being an ally to the LGBTQ+ community. You know what, Emily? Thank you so much for the $20. And then Katie, thank you so much for the $10. And then Jacob, thank you for the $10. I appreciate you guys so much. And then over on Venmo, thank you so much, Joseph, for the $25 donation. Show some love to Joseph down below in that comment section. I really appreciate you. Thank you so much, Joseph. I thank you so much. Joseph says, Dean, ask him the question, what year were you born in? Born and quote unquote, in what year did you turn 1? If he can't understand that they're different, then he's a dumbass. I think he proved himself to be a dumbass a very long time ago. Thank you so much, Joseph, for the $25. Ali, thank you so much for the $10 on Venmo. I appreciate you. Owen, thank you for the 5. Matthew, thank you so much for the 10. Yolanda with a $1. Kat with a $10 who says, new tax bracket just dropped. Thank you for the $10, Kat. And then Jose, thank you so much for the $51 and the 52 cents on Venmo who says, for Dean, how do you tolerate these crazy callers with absolutely no ability to think? Well, the thing is by doing it every day, it did wear a lot on my mental health when I first started, Jose. I'm so grateful for you, and thank you so much for the $51 donation. And then Joseph, thank you so much for the $20 who says your knowledge of the facts is so broad and deep. Your ability to use your logic to shred the MAGA idiots is flawless. Well, thank you so much, Joseph. And then Caroline, thank you so much for the $10. And then Joseph, thank you so much for another $75 donation on Venmo. I show some love to Joseph down below in that comment section for these $75. Who says, for your unwavering support of the LGBTQ+IA community and your super logical arguments that who I am is not a choice. Love you and all that you do. Well, thank you so fucking much, Joseph. That is beyond kind of you, and I'm so grateful for you.
Are you saying somebody gave
Same
you
thing with Ava.
$75 to support them?
Thank you so much, Ava, for the $10. I appreciate you. Abby, thank you so much for the $10. I appreciate you. Then Laura, thank you for the $20 who says thank you. Thank you, Laura. And then Stefan, thank you for the $50 who says, hey, Dean, throw back to your guest the other day that said all of those of us with septum piercings are unstable. It's causing me to be a raging liberal. So here's some cash from the DNC. Keep on doing what you do. Stefan, I appreciate you for being so broke and for sending me $50. Thank you so much for the love, Stefan. On Super Chat, thank you so much, Cody, for the $100. Show some love to Cody down below. Cody with $100 Super Chat says, just because fuck that guy, I'm so broke. Yes, Cody, thank you so much for the $100. Same thing to you, Mo. Thank you so much for the $100. Who says, I'm doing this to piss off the caller because he's dumb. Mo, thank you so much for the $100 donation. Show some massive love to Cody and Mo down below in that comment section. That is fucking unreal. I'm so grateful for the two of you guys. Thank you so much for the love. Jack, I appreciate you so much for the $10. I appreciate you so much, Jack. Thank you so much. I would also like to quickly thank Lan for Lair. Thank you for the $20 as well. Who says, if she stated that the event occurred during freshman year, that'd tell him the year container for when it happens. Trump was up against the quote-unquote bad evidence. He lost, so that shows that it was credible. Absolutely, I couldn't agree more. Thank you so much for the $20. Stefan, thank you for the $10 Canadian who says, because I'm broke. Thank you so much for the love. Emily with the $10 who says, when do we stop believing victims? Well, men predominantly haven't believed victims for generations, and this is why this is a multi-generational issue that predates Trump. Dave, thank you so much for the $10 as well over on YouTube Super Chat. I appreciate you guys so much for the love.
16,000 Democrats.
Ruby, thank you for the $5 on Venmo. Jonathan, thank you for the $10 as well. I appreciate you guys so much. Thank you so much, Ruby and Jonathan. Show some love to Ruby and Jonathan down below in that comment section.
Are you done obfuscating or what?
No, I'm not. Carly, thank you so much for the $100 donation on PayPal. And Clint, thank you so much for the $100 donation on PayPal as well. Carly and Clint, you guys are fucking unreal. Thank you both so very much. That is CLINT. Show some love to Clint down below. Clint with the $100 says, damn, I'm broke going on assistance after this. Cook this fool. Clint, I appreciate you so much for the $100, you broke fool. Thank you so much, Clint. And then Carly, Karley with $100 says, from a broke Democrat, fuck this guy. Thank you so much for being so broke, Carly. Taisha, thank you so much, Ty, for the $100 on PayPal. What is going on? Ty with the $100 says, hey, Dean, it's Ty. Just showing some love from the broke Democrat. Kick the scholar. He sucks. That's coming soon. Seriously, Ty, Carly, Clint, thank you all three so much for the $100 donations. That is fucking insane, guys. Thank you so much for the outpour of love and support. Then Kaisa, thank you for the $25 who says, Dean, tells this guy that he's already conceded that he had a really bad way of trying to get his point across. He's trash. I let him know, Kaisa. Thank you for the $25. Camille with the $5. Thank you. Cindy, thank you for the $5. Lauren, thank you so much for the $6. And then on Venmo, thank you so much. Ruby for the $5. Ali, thank you for the $5. And with that, we're all caught up for now. Do you know what I'm going to do to you?
You're not gonna do shit to me. You're a broke ass, ugly Democrat with fucking acne all over your face, probably fucking transitioning.
Okay, is that what happens when you lose the debate, Red? I guess so, because he just left. I was gonna kick him. But he just left instead. No, dude, super based. Yeah, super based. You know, honestly, I feel like we bruised his ass so hard it was only the respectable thing to do to give him the last word. You know? Like, we want to change minds here. We don't want to completely destroy the self-image of people. You know? Like, buddy, I'll give you that last word so you won't be sucking on your thumb, curl up in a ball for the next week and a half straight. I appreciate you so much for joining me for a debate. Let's get this next guest loaded in. Hi, welcome in. Do you support Trump?
I used to kind of support some of his policies. I'm not a hardcore, devoted, Trumper or anything like that. In fact, I just got on here to let you know that I believe that it was all just an illusion. They worked together. I believe we lived in an inverted.
Very interesting. But guess what? If you're not a Trump supporter, I'm going to move on. By the way, if you're watching and you want to support me in the stream, you can find my Venmo and my PayPal in the link tree in my bio on my TikTok account. You could also find this in the pinned message over on YouTube. And right there, Dean Withers without the E on both the V and the P. Let's go to get the next guest loaded up in the box right now. This is also just a really good way to get a message across, ask a question, so on and so forth. We got the next guest loaded in here right now. Welcome in. Do you support Trump? Hello? Nope, they left. Guys, we are only looking to accept American adults that support Donald J. Trump as president. We are only looking to accept American adults that support Donald J. Trump as president. That is who we are looking to debate. This just in, Eric Swalwell, I am suspending my campaign for governor. To my family, staff, friends, and supporters, I'm deeply sorry for mistakes and judgment I've made in my past. I will fight the serious false allegations that have been made. That's my fight, not the campaign's. Hallelujah. Oh my God. Oh no. I don't know how to say it. Whoa. 1 second. One second. We need to.
They've tried.
We need to tune into something real quick. No. No.
Really care for music, do you?
Oh, come on. Where's the part?
It goes like...
Where's the holly? I can't even... Hallelujah. There we go. No, I'm still struggling. You know what? We're going to drop it. You know what? That's a demon I got to battle on my own. Not going to do it on stream. All right, whatever. I got it right the one time. All right, here we go. Only up inside of the queue if you happen to be an American adult that supports Donald J. Trump as president. Look who's back. Hey, Red, I just wanted to bring you back up to tell you that you're a fucking nerd. You dropped because you ran away and that you're scared. You started to crash out at the end, calling me pepperoni face, saying I have acne, asking me if I'm transitioning. The one last question that I gotta ask you is, how does it feel to get absolutely fucking burned by Dean Withers? Just tell me.
I don't know what a year is.
Oh, wait, you don't know what a year is? No, I know that already. All right, let's go to get that next guest loaded up into the box. Dude came back for round two. That's crazy. All right, let's go to get that next guest loaded up into the box. Here we go. Okay, we got Miss Ashley joining, guys. Please, well, actually, no, Miss Ashley has a Canadian flag in her name. Only up into that box if you happen to be an American adult that supports Donald J. Trump as president. Hi, welcome in. Do you support Trump?
Yeah.
How old are you?
I'm 22.
Okay, what year are you born in?
2004.
What month?
January. Is that it?
Yeah, you're good.
Sorry.
Here, I got to thank a couple people that'll pass you that mic to tell us why you're MAGA. Super duper quickly, Casey, thank you so much for the $100 and the $100 and the 1 penny on top of that. Thank you so much for the incredibly kind donation on PayPal. That is KACYA. Show some love to Casey down below in that chat. Thank you so very much for the love and support. Who says my broke ass had to one up everybody. Well, Casey,
first off, sorry.
What's that?
I got a question real quick. Okay,
just give me a moment. Casey, thank you so much for the love and support. Show some massive love to Casey down below in the chat. On a very real note, that is a lot of money. I don't know why that dude was like geeking so hard about the $100 donos. I told him to stop, but Casey, I'm so very grateful for you. To the moon and back. I appreciate you so much. Show some love to Casey down below in that chat. That is beyond kind of you. Thank you so much, Casey. That is insane. I will never deserve that much love. Lord T, I appreciate you for the $10 in super chat, letting me know that Eric was dropping out of his run for CA governor. Yes, super exciting. I mean, I think that's great. Really happy that he's dropping out. On a very real note, that is legitimately huge. Very important. Very important. Over on Venmo, oh my God, Lee, thank you so much for the $100 donation as well. What the fuck is going on? Lee with a $100 donation says, Dean, I heard everybody dropping $100 on your live and how to join the party. No FOMO for me. Enjoy. Dude, thank you, Lee. Bro, that's crazy. I appreciate you so much. Let's get 1,000 Lee W's on top of 1,000 Casey W's. I really appreciate you so much, man. The same thing I told Casey. I appreciate you so much for your kindness and your generosity. I'm not a bone of my body deserves that shit. That is so much fucking money. Thank you so much, Lee. She's like, what the fuck is going on today? Thank you, Lee. Mackenzie, I appreciate you for the $5 as well. Donica, thank you so much for the $3. And then Lauren with the $10 to interrupt that last guy. Well, he's gone now because we banned him. And then Jonathan, thank you so much for the $10. Ruby with the 5 and Allie with the 5. I appreciate you guys. Go ahead and take it away. Tell us why you support Trump.
I like his foreign policies.
You like his foreign policies?
Yeah. I like how he treats every country with the same respect. Wait, that wasn't the word. I like how he treats some countries better than others.
Are you lying about your age?
No. Sorry.
Yeah, he's lying about his age. Let's go to get that next guest loaded up into the box right now. Dude's 100p lying about his age. Irrefutably so. All right, we got the next guest, Anthony, joining the box. Let me know if you're MAGA down below. I'll let you skip that line. I'll let you hop up here. We'll have a good debate. I kind of need to use a restroom here soon. We have another hour on the stream, so I may reach out to Buddy to get him to cover. Maybe even come up for a coast. Actually, Santana, if you happen to be free, man, feel free to join up. And feel free to stick around, you know. Love to have you.
Oh,
hi,
am I
to
on
Trump.
right now?
Oh, yes.
Yes. Yes.
Have I talked to you before?
Actually, I put in some messages before. I have not been on your live speaking to you.
Do you support Trump?
Yes.
Oh, okay. All right, Kayla. Why is that?
I know that's a hard one to swallow, isn't it?
Yeah.
Okay, so this is a really hard one. I actually I appreciate you so much for like picking this up and speaking to me about it. So I come from a foreign family, right? And I think that a lot of us come from that. Like you'll see a lot of like Asian families that are supporting Trump and European families in the US that are supporting Trump. And I think that it comes a lot from like an economical standpoint and not as much as people liking him personally. Okay, so I think a lot of us like don't actually like the president as a person and don't agree with him, especially in social views, but a lot of us refuse to vote democratically because we do not want the economy to fall like our economies of our parents have fallen. I'm sorry. I'm actually in Spain right now and it's 3 a.m. and I'm like some wine glasses deep. So my speech is not going to be the best, but I'm going to try my hardest to like keep up with this conversation.
Okay. Yeah. I usually kick people if, you know, they've been drinking. But like you sound coherent enough. So that's all's good. All's good. Okay. All right. The first thing I want to bring up is, you know, your parents' generation, if they experienced economic shortcomings, most likely it's because of Republicans. Since the Cold War, Democrats have been responsible for 90% of the job growth in this country. And we've had 50% Democratic presidents, 50% Republican ones. So that's really telling. Now, the second thing that I want to bring up here is the thing that makes your argument rough is that Donald Trump does not only have a shitty character, but he also has shitty economic policy. It's so abysmal. Okay? Last year, because of Trump, worst jobs report recorded since 2003, ignoring recessions. That's one. Most manufacturing bankruptcies since 2010. That's two. Last month, not last month, but in February, we lost 92,000 jobs compared to the expected gain of 60,000 because of Donald Trump's war in Iran. That's 3. Last month, the price of gas rose so fast that, in fact, it was the fastest monthly rise in the price of gasoline since 1967 with a war in Vietnam. That's 4. Last year, in 2025, we had 1.3 million layoffs and the highest level of unemployment since a pandemic. That's 5. This year, our rate of inflation is expected to be at 4.1%, close to double where it was at in 2024 under Biden. That's 6. And in February, prices rose for manufacturers by 3.4% in 1 month alone, which has been considered some of the worst numbers relative to inflation per economists, and that's 8. The economy is failing under Trump.
Okay, but let's talk about globally, right? Because for me, at least speaking from a point of view, like right now I'm in Spain and I speak to my family over here about the economy and their jobs and stuff. And I can tell you that without a shadow of a doubt, our economy in the US is thriving compared to the economy in Europe. In Europe, okay, I understand that all the economies globally are dying right now. And there's a lot of factors that go into that. So if we're comparing, and let's say that us that are like children of immigrants are trying to like hold on to any little bit of economy that is left, I think that I could, I think you could roast me all fucking day with like numbers and statistics and whatever, because I can't reiterate, like whatever the numbers are here compared to there or like in other countries or whatever. But I think that us children of immigrants are supporting a Republican economy because we know what is going on here. Like in Spain, for example, like right now I'm in Madrid, and all of my friends, I'm 30 years old, and I have one friend here out of like 30 friends that I have, or about around there. None of them own a home. I own 2 homes because I'm an American and because we have an American economy and because I'm a business owner. And
how old are you?
Yeah, you can laugh. I'm 30 years old.
Yeah, do you know that the average American 30-year-old does not own 2 homes?
Yes, I understand that. I understand that. Okay, I definitely have a lot more money than most people in the United States. But I also know that I have these opportunities because of our economy and the way that things are structured in the United States versus Europe. And I know that because I know plenty of people here that I think if they were in the United States would be a lot more wealthy and successful than what they are here.
I have 2 points to make. The first point to make
Okay.
is that it's generally false to say that America has a better economy than the entirety of Europe, point blank period. Sure, we have a higher GDP. This doesn't necessarily equate to a higher standard of living. In fact, many Scandinavian countries and European countries in general have a significantly higher standard of living compared to America, better access to more social safety nets like universal health care compared to America, more economic mobility, meaning it's easier for their citizens to make more money in comparison to America, and higher reported both qualities of life and levels of happiness compared to here home in America. In fact, the very highest levels of reported quality of life comes from Scandinavian European countries, not America. That's my first point. The second point that I'll make here is, even if it was true that the economy was better in America than the economy of any European country within all senses, meaning that Americans experienced more opportunity, higher qualities of life, better benefits, yada, yada, yada. Imagine America was perfect. Still yet, Donald Trump is bad for the economy. Because when we look at where the economy was at under Biden, and then we compare it to where it is today under Trump, it is worse off.
Okay, but I believe that that's inevitable. Like, that's going to happen with time. Like, in the next 10 years, we're going to see a huge decline in jobs because of automation, or artificial intelligence, and whatnot. Like, that's something that you can't help no matter, like, who is in office. And I think, based off of what I know of, like, people wish that they could be in the United States to work because we have the opportunity to make more money, right? So like, I think I completely agree with you. Like, the way of life in the United States is not as great as in other countries. Like, if I'm in Spain, I see like people are much happier. They live a lot calmer lives. They have, a lot more helps, but they have less, listen, they have less opportunities. You are not going to have families over here. I don't have a single friend. I'm 30 years old. I don't have a single friend over here that's married or that has kids. And they don't have the abilities to do that. To where in the United States, we can still do that. And you can disagree with me if you want, but it's something that us like second generation see because of the countries that we come from, that in the United States, we still have this ability and we're trying to like hold on to that because we know that if we give into the democratic economy, that we're going to go down the same route.
Okay.
And so I completely agree with you with like the being happier and whatever, but it's more of like being able to sustain a normal lifestyle, which I know that family,
Okay, so point number
family's
one-
not necessarily, go ahead.
Point number one, what really matters is quality of life. Okay? That all that matters is quality of life. Paper money doesn't matter. As long like GDP per capita isn't of first order importance. Okay, GDP overall isn't of first order importance. The only thing that is of first order importance is quality of life. And the reason why we care about other things like GDP per capita, overall economic performance, and GDP is because generally quality of life and those other characteristics have a positive correlation and association with one another. But if you're telling us that there are countries in Europe with like lower GDP per capita, yet they're experiencing higher qualities of life, okay, well, they actually have it better off than us then, because the first order like group of things that matters is not GDP per capita, but it's rather quality of life. But that claim is also false. There's actually many European countries with much higher GDP per capita. Like, for instance, as of 2024, the average GDP per capita was $84,000. But it was higher in Norway at $86,000. It was higher in Switzerland at $103,000. Higher in Ireland at $112,000. Higher in Luxembourg at $137,000. Higher in Liechtenstein at $206,000. So no, it's actually not true. But none of those points are super relevant to debate about Trump, because that's really what we're here to debate. Now I'm going to respond to the only point that you made that was relevant to Trump, and that was, well, you understand that the economy is getting significantly worse today under Trump, but it's not because of Trump, it's just because of the natural expectation of more automation of the workforce. Well, see, the thing is you're wrong. The reason why we got a crippling job report last year is not just because of more automation of the workforce, but rather because of policy implemented by Trump that we could actually point towards that caused these bad outcomes, like universal tariffs in every other country in the world, like the big beautiful bill completely undercutting social programs, taking healthcare away, increasing the price of energy, taking food stamps away, and reducing the purchasing power of the average American. Okay. And on top of that, the reason why we can't just attribute, okay, a downward trend in the economy to more automation is because if you know anything about the bare bone principles of macroeconomics, then you know that with more technological advances and innovation comes more economic productivity. So we would expect, if your hypothesis was true, that last year in 2025, there was less jobs, yet there was more economic productivity. But that's false. There was less jobs and there was less economic productivity.
Okay, I'm trying to process what you just said because I understand what you're saying. So you're saying that last year the jobs dropped, but also the technology that's going into the market basically is dropping as well. Like they're both going down, is what you're saying.
What I'm saying went down was jobs and economic productivity. Our economy was less productive in 2025 than it was in 2024.
Yeah, that's because the middle and lower class are making less money, correct? Because we don't. The price of everything is going up.
Wages are still
right,
going up,
and
yet
exactly.
they are going up at a lower rate than they were under Biden, which is also because of Donald Trump's policy. That has a lot to do with like the anti-immigration shit. Because there's just a financial study released by the Khalil Institution, their financial institution, that is demonstrated over the course of the last 30 years. Immigrants have had a massive upward pressure on real median wages. But now that Donald Trump is like, I don't know, torturing immigrants, supporting them without due process, calling them the vermin, the blood that's poisoning the poison of the blood of this country, so on and so forth. it's incentivizing a lot less immigration, and we're like deporting millions of undocumented immigrants. So that's
Yeah,
something
I
that
don't
big
have
reason.
anything bad, like absolutely anything bad to say about immigrants. Obviously, I don't support ICE. That doesn't mean that I don't I don't support a Republican government.
Let's
I
just
think
stay
that something that
focused
you're
on the
missing though,
economic
let's
outcomes of
let's
the
talk
Trump
about something else
administration.
because you're talking about wages, okay? And so, for example, I own a house in Kansas City and I own a home in Madrid. Okay. In Kansas City, my home is $400,000. Over here, it's $700,000. The median income over here is so much lower than Kansas City. So somebody can buy a home in Kansas City a lot easier than somebody can buy a home in Madrid. So even if you're talking about
Dude,
median
I'm
incomes
cutting you off.
here and
I'm sorry,
there,
I'm cutting you off there because you just can't make that blanket statement. Like, you're not accounting for like the socioeconomic standards in like this sub portion of Madrid that you have your second home in. You're not accounting for like the general price of real estate and development in the neighborhood that your second home happens to be in. Is
no,
it in
I am though,
a more
because I have a lot of
metropolitan
family
area
in Spain,
where
not
more
just
people
in
live,
Madrid.
therefore
And I think
housing
that you're
costs
just
more?
not educated in the economy in
Sorry,
Europe.
sorry, ma'am. You're not educated on economics if you're going to make a comparison between Kansas City and then Madrid, Spain, and argue that clearly the housing market is better in America because the house that you have in Kansas City costs less than the house that you have in Madrid, not accounting for the fact that Madrid is a significantly larger city. This is like comparing Kansas City to LA.
I'm not living in
not
Madrid,
accounting
Madrid.
for the size of the house that you have in Kansas City and the house that you have in Madrid. I'm not accounting for the area in which you live in Kansas City and the area in which you live in Madrid. I'm not accounting for the average value of real estate in the area in which you live in Kansas City compared to the place in which you live in Madrid. I'm not accounting for all of these factors. Like, no, clearly you are just making an incredibly redundant and incredibly uneducated claim about the state of the economy in America compared to that in Madrid. But I want to make it clear here that we're not debating the economy of the U.S. versus the economy of Spain. We're debating, does Donald Trump have a good effect on the economy of the U.S. versus does Donald Trump have a bad effect on the economy of Spain? And in conclusion, because Donald Trump has a bad effect on the economy of the U.S. and Kamala Harris would have had a much better effect on the economy on the U.S., ultimately your argument, I support Trump because he's good for the economy, falls flat on its face.
Also, I just want to say really quick before you, Kayla, before you go too far, Dean, this is super disingenuous. Talking about Madrid to Kansas City or Kansas, like is apples to oranges. As someone who is very familiar with not only Europe, but specifically Spain and the Spanish economy, that statement is just holy hell.
Well,
No,
you all realize that Madrid is different from Madrid
is
region,
absolutely one
right?
of the metropolitan areas. But if you look at the cost of living and you look at the actual cost of homes here in the U.S., and you take a look at the cost of homes in Spain, and you take a look at the size and what you get as far as in Spain and your euro, you're absolutely disingenuous. And I know this anecdotally firsthand because I have a family member who literally just moved from Washington State to Malaga, and they actually sold their home in Washington State and bought their home in Malaga. And I know for a fact the actual process as far as being able to purchase not a property, let alone a home in Spain as a whole, it's much cheaper, easier, and like the economy in Spain is suffering because, to Dean's point, Donald Trump has been negatively impacting the U.S. economy and global economies.
No, the Spain economy has been dying for over a decade.
Donald Trump
it has nothing
strangled
to
it.
do with
Listen, you are
And
ignorant.
also Madrid,
Then contend with
you guys are
contend with a specific point. Donald Trump is harming the economy here at home as well as economies across the globe by cutting off the totality of the globe to 20% of the daily global oil supply, by starting a war with Iran, which shut down the Strait of Hormuz, leading to the largest monthly increase in the price of gas since 1996. 97, 67. I'm losing my mind. I've been live for 3 hours. And then Donald Trump is hurting the economy here at home in America by B, okay, imposing tariffs on every other country in the world, including our allies, not because of projected macroeconomic outcomes, but rather because of his own vengeful wrath, which has led to more American manufacturers shutting down that are smaller businesses because they are reliant on the raw materials produced outside of this country. So now their profit margins are cutting too far in the red. And that's why last year we had 1.3 million bankruptcies. Please tell me, where am I going wrong? Because clearly, if everything in which I just said was true, then we could directly attribute suboptimal economic outcomes to Donald Trump here at home in America and across the globe. But you're arguing that we can't attribute any of this to Trump. It has nothing to do with him. So where am I going wrong?
So I don't think that currently, overall, the global economy, you cannot attribute that to Donald Trump. Every economy in the world is dying right now. There's not a thriving economy. We're all no. It doesn't have to do with Donald Trump.
Okay,
and the
so
reason
but my
this
argument
guy's friend
says otherwise.
bought a house
So
in
disprove my
Malaga is
argument.
because he's buying it with American money and not Spanish money. In Malaga, if you
Can you
go there and you look at
disprove
the
my
minimum
argument,
wages
please?
and what people are making over there compared to the pricing of homes, maybe it would explain why someone from America with American money can buy a home there, just like I can buy a home in Madrid with American money.
Please then disprove my argument that demonstrated otherwise. I gave you an argument to demonstrate that Donald Trump directly has had a negative impact on the U.S. economy and the global economy.
My argument to that is I don't think that even with what Donald Trump has done, I think that more than anything, Donald Trump has hurt businesses and not actual individuals. Okay, because no, I do, because, and I'm saying that because I'm a business owner and I've seen what the tariffs have done whenever we're ordering stuff from China. Okay, versus what it does to a normal person. So yeah, I do think that what Donald Trump has done.
First and foremost, hurting businesses hurts individuals because then it hurts the individuals that are working for those businesses, because then those businesses need to lay off a shit ton of their employees.
But what we're worried about is
and this is why last year we had the most layoffs of the middle class since the pandemic at 1.4 million. The second thing I'll bring up here is that when Donald Trump inevitably cuts us off from 20% of the global oil supply, not only does this fuck over businesses, but it also royally fucks over the end consumer, because not only does this make their gas more expensive, but it makes everything more expensive, because oil is involved in the cost of transportation of every service and every fucking good, which then reflects on expedited growth rates and inflation. And then when that is coupled with the declining growth rate in real meaning wages, a lack of jobs, and a shit ton of layoffs and bankruptcies, then the average American can barely stay afloat. So I have now given you an argument to demonstrate that Donald Trump is bad for businesses and Donald Trump is bad for people. Your argument has just been, Dean, you're wrong. Donald Trump has nothing to do with this.
No, what my argument is that it's that the Democratic Party would hurt the middle class more than
this one is
Donald
for you, bro.
Trump would.
I'm gonna go pee real quick.
I got it. You're good.
Okay, yeah, that's fine. But I think that the middle class in the United States right now is thriving way above any other country in the world. Okay, as far as their middle class goes, not lower class, upper class, business owners, whatever. And we're trying to maintain that as Gen 2 immigrants. Because
you know
we
what
see
the
what it's done
issue
to
is
our
with what you're
countries.
saying, though? I mean, when you compare the U.S. to other countries, I mean, I can kind of see your position, but you're not comparing the U.S. to itself. That's the problem. You're trying to compare it to other countries. When you compare the United States to the United States and you take a look at the year-over-year economy, if you take a look at how things were trending under Biden versus where they are currently under Trump, it's not even comparison, right? The middle class is shrinking. The middle class is shrinking. Donald Trump signed the BBB, which was the largest wealth transfer in United States history. Since then, we've seen a skyrocket in unemployment. We've seen a dip in the real medium wage. We've seen multiple indicators that says not only is the middle class hurting through CPI and Fred, but we also see the fact that, let's be honest, they're moving towards a plutocracy. And for anyone who doesn't know what a plutocracy is, it's a government that's ran by the ultra wealthy, specifically for the ultra wealthy, while increasing the working class. That's why you see the Republican Party doing things like fighting to actually increase the actual retirement age, so people have to work longer. And they're trying to drop down the actual work age to enter the workforce. So like you can talk about the middle class to middle class in other countries, but if you're not going to compare the United States to where the United States was a year ago, then you're failing to understand the negative impacts that Donald Trump is having inside of our country, regardless of how bad he's being outside of our country.
Okay, but I disagree with that because you're saying compare the United States to the United States.
Yeah.
But if you're comparing the United States to the United States versus another country against that own country versus a couple years ago, the decline that they're having in their economy is a lot more significant than what we're having.
But the
so
point is
you
that
do
we
have
have
to
to-
kind of compare parallel.
Wait. But when you compare the U.S. to the U.S., we don't see a decline in our GDP. But we see a decline in the actual real medium wage. Like, that's the point. Like, the country is still making money, but the American people are making less. Like, that's the problem.
I want to add on one last thing here. Stop doing this bullshit-ass comparison of America to other countries. Dude, listen. If we compare America today to Romania today, America looks great in comparison. It would still look great in comparison if Donald Trump was able to crash our domestic markets and cut our GDP in half. That wouldn't mean that Donald Trump is good for the economy. The only reliable way that we could dictate Donald Trump's impact on the American economy to see if it's good or bad is to look at where the economy was before him, now look at where the economy is today, and if it's worse off today, then to look at his policy and to evaluate if we could attribute his policy to those negative economic outcomes. And that's what we've done. I went over the difference in the macroeconomic trends today compared to a year ago, and then I went over some reason why we could attribute Donald Trump's policy to it, and then Santana, hit the nail on its head and, final nail in the coffin and drilled it in with a reflective overview of the negative outcomes of the big, beautiful bill. Stop obfuscating and trying to draw a false comparison between America and other countries to deflect away from the irrefutable fact that Donald Trump has failed the American economy, and if he wasn't president, we would be better off because then his policy that has hurt our economy would not have been implemented.
Okay, you know what? I think that you're very educated, obviously, and I think that you know a lot more about statistics than I do, and you can recall a lot more. But I'm just telling you from like a humanity point of view, like I love people. I don't have anything against, like what a lot of people think about Republicans. Like I don't have anything against anybody. I love people. I love children. I will always want the best for everybody. And I look at things from a point of view from somebody that knows what's going on in other places. And I want people to continue to thrive in the United States. And I feel like if we vote for a Democratic government, that we're going to lose everything that we have. Because I see what other
bad
countries are
economic
going
policy
through.
that Kamala Harris ran on.
That Kamala Harris ran on? Well, we can talk about just in general the Democratic Party and how we're wanting to take basically, okay, so let's talk about the general point of view of the Democratic parties want to take more taxes, right? They want to like take more money and distribute equally amongst most people. That's like the general.
No,
you
stop.
can
You're a
laugh, but maybe I'm
liar.
saying it the wrong
You're a
way.
liar. No, this is all just bullshit conspiratorial nonsense that you read on your mom's fucking Facebook. Dude, the Democratic
that's
Party
not-
does
that's
not want to take
generally-
every dollar from a rich person and then
I didn't
equally
say that.
redistribute it to everybody else. That is just
I'm
not
saying
true.
that they want more like equal
Wait, but hold
distribution
on.
amongst people
Even-
for like supposedly
even if
equality,
that is
and that's
true-
going to ruin the middle class economy.
Like you're false. Even if that is true, like social safety nets actually improve the quality of life and also raise the overall standard of living within the country. That's why even Donald Trump championed the fact that a majority of people were removed or were raised out of poverty due to SNAP benefits, even though he directly tried to cut it and withhold it. Like we on those social safety nets, those programs, when we invest in other people, improves the quality of the country and improves the overall ability for the country to generate more revenue. So you saying that the Democrats want to give everybody else more or tax the wealthy more, like that would be super base if they did. They're not, but even if they did, that would actually be a benefit. Like you're just rich and selfish.
No, I've been poor too before. I've
It
actually
doesn't matter. You're rich and selfish.
No, I'm not rich and selfish, and I want people to do good for themselves. And
How's the
that's
second
why,
home in
you
Spain
guys are
treating you
looking
as
at
you
this
sip on the
from
wine?
an American. You guys are Americans, and you live a good life, and you don't understand how people in other countries are living, and that's why you guys are saying this stuff.
I
And that's
literally
the
do.
truth. Like
I literally
I
do.
feel,
I have
you
I
know,
have family that lives in multiple countries around the world. I visit them as well. I know exactly. I know how things are in Spain. I know how things are in Africa. I know how things are in Mexico. I
and
know
they're
how
not
things
great.
are all around. You're disingenuous because you're just rich. You're rich, you're spoiled, and you're
No,
selfish.
listen, there's a balance to things, right? So like the life over here, like people can live over here and have like free healthcare and have all these other benefits, but you are not going to be able to buy a home and provide for a family. People are not having kids over here because they can't afford it. And that's the truth.
Hey,
And you guys can say whatever you
really
want, but
quickly,
I'm
and then
over here.
I'll stop interrupting. One last thing. Hey, what happens in Spain if someone abandons their home and someone starts to squat in the home? What happens?
They live there for a very, like, you can't kick them out. You can't kick out
Exactly.
squatters.
But why is that? Why?
Because there's laws in place to protect the people that break into the homes.
Exactly, because Spain actually cares about people and feels like no one should be unhoused. And so if someone is without a home and there's an abandoned home, then people can just move into those homes to have somewhere to stay. That's why when you look at Spain, they have some of the lowest levels of people being unhoused. So again, you can talk about the universal health care, you can talk about the
Dude, that's
quality
such a
of life,
shitty
their
thing to
food.
say
You can
because there's people over here that are losing their homes to squatters. Like
Yeah,
there's
but
there's old people here
rich
that are going on
and rich and
vacation.
selfish people like you. Yes, yes, yes.
No,
People,
not rich and
people who
selfish people.
you
People
can't
that have
no
bought
because you
their
can't lose your
homes.
home. You can't lose your home if you're gone for weeks. You have to be gone for
Yes, you
months.
can. You
That's
can go
not
on
true.
a
That's not
vacation
true.
and somebody can.
That's
Yes,
not true.
it is true. Look it up.
That's not true. I don't
And you
need to
don't
look
know
it up.
that
I know
because you're not
personally.
from here.
I know
The
personally.
squatter laws here are fucking ridiculous.
I
And
know the
there's
squatter
grandmas and
laws.
grandpas that are like losing their homes because squatters
Their
are coming into
third or
them and
fourth
living
home.
here.
Yes, their third or fourth
No,
home.
that
Yes.
is not fucking true.
How,
And
wait,
you
wait,
need to
wait.
look up the
I mean,
laws here because you
listen,
don't understand
I
how
feel
that
like
works.
there's something very important that we're missing from this debate. I would absolutely understand where she's coming from if it was like, if you're gone for a month, somebody could just take your home. Okay,
You can
that's
be gone
nuts.
for a week.
But I'd absolutely understand where Santana's coming from if it's like, if you're gone for like 2 years, somebody could take your home. Yeah, that's fair based. Just,
No,
you
that's
know,
not what it is here,
tell
though.
people that
That's
before
not
you
what it
sell
is.
them a home.
Actually, at
because
dinner,
because
I
then
was
they
having a
just then the
conversation
rich
with
people
my
know that just like
cousin about how somebody-
every so often vacation homes just aren't a thing that you do in Spain. So
No,
I feel like this
no,
is where
that's
we now
not how
need
it
to
is.
know.
You guys are so
this
wrong,
is
and
this
it's
is
so
now.
dumb that you guys are saying that.
Calm
because people in
down.
Spain are
Hey,
suffering.
hey,
because
hey,
there's
calm down.
squatters that are
Calm
coming
down.
in.
Hey, I'm speaking.
Yeah,
I'm
I can
speaking.
calm down, but this
Thank
is
you.
stupid, and it.
Okay,
Okay.
thank you. Appreciate that. Thank you for the.
You guys are
okay.
wrong.
All right. I can't be wrong because I'm asking a question, and questions are not true or false. Therefore, I can't be wrong. My
Okay,
question
well, it didn't
is,
sound like a question.
what is the legislation inside of Spain? How long do you have to abandon your home for until somebody could legally take it from you?
So let me give you an example of a situation that just happened in Madrid that we were actually just talking about
wanna
at
know
dinner
what the
tonight.
law says.
So the law doesn't have a time frame on it. If you can prove that you've lived in the house, like this family took an order, a pizza order in a house with their name on it, and they were able to say that they were living in this home, not even for a week. They broke into it, ordered a pizza, showed the judge that they had a pizza order to their name, to that address, and they were able to stay there. It's not like in the US where there's like these squatter laws that it's like years and then you can say that you're living there. It can be a day, it can be a week, it can be 2 weeks. It's not vacation homes.
Okay,
Squatters
so
are taking the main homes of people that are going on
So
vacation.
according to what you're telling us, if you break into a home and then order a pizza, that home could be yours. If that's true, I absolutely agree with you here. That's insane. But we just need to know what the legislation says. Santana, were you able to find what the legislation says?
Yeah, I'm looking at it right now. Give me just a few more moments. She's wrong though, but give me 2 seconds because I'm
not
pulling up
wrong.
the exact legislation.
I'm not wrong because that's a huge problem they're having in Spain and they're trying to get rid of those laws.
Yeah, I mean, I generally heavily disagree with squatting laws. You know, like for instance, when I was like younger, like my mom went to rehab for 7 months. So like if at that time she happened to be a homeowner and then she went to rehab for 7 months, would this mean that somebody could just come take her home from her? You know, like fuck that. Right? That's crazy. So I'm not on board with that. I think that's weird. I also just
if I have a vacation
generally
home, I
value
also don't think
like property rights and autonomy. So if somebody is like a homeowner and like they just want to go live in the woods for any reason or no reason at all for half a year, like I don't think somebody should be able to take your home. But I guess this really isn't the topic of debate because this is
Yeah, just an FYI. So what it looks like here is the squatters, as far as them, the time frame. It's not about proving that the person has been gone for X amount of time. It's about proving that the home was abandoned or declared abandoned, meaning if they move into a home that it doesn't have like active water, power, or things like that. So if the utilities are not on and within the home, then they can actually squat in there. And also, just an FYI, if you find out that someone is squatting in your home, you have 48 hours from the time that they actually come in to squat to actually have them removed. They updated the law in 2025. So they have a expedited process to have people removed. But it's not about them being gone for a week or a month or whatever. If they can prove that the home was left, quote unquote, or abandoned, and there's no like utilities on, there's no water on, there's no power on, and then they moved in, then they have squatter rights. That's the entire point.
Yeah, personally, I disagree with that legislation. Like in accordance, like with my mom going to rehab, she could abandon her home because she stopped using the utilities for 7 months. So personally, not a fan of that piece of legislation, but this isn't about Trump. Let's make this about the adjudicated rapist, 34-count felon that threatened to genocide 90 million people that's destroyed our economy and the economies of countries across the globe, insofar as why you support him as president, not squatter laws in another country.
Yeah. Well, I think maybe you should just move on to the next person because I've already said what I have to say. I just vote Republican for a middle class.
Well, see, the thing is that Trump has destroyed the middle class. The middle class is getting quadruple whammied. According to the Center on Budget and Policy Priorities, the big beautiful bills reduce the purchasing power of the average American making at or under $51,000 per year. Meanwhile, the Democrats, Kamala Harris, ran on tax cuts for 120 million Americans, most of them in that middle working class, to then make their life easier. He also allowed an ACA subsidy to expire, which increased the cost of health insurance upwards of 300% for 45 million Americans reliant on Medicaid through the ACA in the middle class. Meanwhile, Kamala Harris ran on expansions to Medicaid, expansions to the ACA by ensuring that no American could ever pay more than $2,000 out of pocket for the price of pharmaceutical drugs annually, right? So it's like we evaluate the policy of Trump, hurts middle class, boo, bad. We evaluate the policies of Kamala Harris, who ran as a Democrat, helps the middle class, yay, good. And then your takeaway is Trump is for the middle class and the Democrats were against it. You're wrong. And that's just a little. It's just a little. This isn't even talking about the gas prices. This isn't even talking about the terrible jobs reports or the layoffs or the inflation. This isn't even, talking about many factors in which also hurt the middle class. This is just a very bare bones overview about how Donald Trump has done nothing good for the middle class since the start of his second term. And Kamala Harris only ran on things that were good for the middle class if she were to have won the election.
Okay, so from my point of view, right, is in what I've been taught, through school, college, whatever it is the middle class is going to thrive on a Republican. Sorry, let me plug in my phone. 1 second. Let me find my charger because I'm on 2%.
Okay,
so if it hangs up, I'm not.
Yeah, just to clarify, you were taught lies. Over the course of the last 60 years, over 90% of the jobs for the working class were created by Democrats.
Okay, so then let's talk about because you don't want to compare economies of different countries, right?
No,
and that's where a lot of
we're
people like me
we're just talking,
come from.
We're talking about the outcomes of Donald Trump's economic policy versus the outcomes of Kamala Harris, who was the Democrat running against him, and her economic policy. Can we agree that is the best way to determine if you made the right decision in voting for Trump because of the well-being of the middle class?
So I personally think that if I would have voted for Kamala Harris, which I
Before
actually
I
think,
want you to answer my question. Can we agree that the very best way to determine if you made the right vote in consideration of the well-being of the middle class is to evaluate the impact of Trump's policies on the middle class compared to an evaluation of the impact of the alternatives policies on the middle class, which would be Kamala Harris? Can we agree?
yes, sure, we can agree on that.
Okay, I just gave you an analysis of Kamala Harris's policy compared to Trump's. Kamala Harris's was much better.
Yeah, I guess I don't have any comment to say on that besides just general politics and not as much of like personal policies, right? Because people like me vote more based off of like general politics. So like generally Republicans versus generally Democrats versus.
Can I ask a question then? Over the last 60 years, can you name one piece of legislation that the Republican Party passed that overwhelmingly benefited the average American more so than the ultra wealthy? Just one.
No, I cannot.
Because they haven't. And that's the thing that Dean
But
and
I
I have
also
been trying to get across
can't
to
name
you.
any specific policies, to be quite honest.
Yeah, but the answer is they haven't. Like, seriously, Dean covered the fact that, like, all the growth has been under Democratic leadership, right? The expansion to the middle class, jobs, all of that is under Democratic leadership. You know what he didn't mention? That for the last 60 years, 7 recessions have been started under Republican leadership. Like, they literally don't do anything beneficial for the middle class. So I'm so confused as far as what you're talking about, except you were fed lies, like Dean said.
I mean, you can say that I was fed lies, but I'm over here in an extremely left economy and I see what it's doing, and I don't understand why anyone would think that this is the way to go.
Wait, if you
So I
don't
guess
like
I'm
it there,
looking at
then
it
why
from
don't
that
you?
point of
Wait,
view.
if you don't like it there, then why don't you just sell your home there?
No, I love it here, and I'm glad that I was
course
able
you
to
do.
buy a home here,
Oh,
and I was only
wait.
able to
Why
buy a
do
home
you
here with
love it
American
there?
money.
Why do you love it
Everyone
there?
loves it here. Listen,
Oh,
I had an argument. Listen, I had an argument with my mother-in-law, right? Because she is a Trump, like a MAGA supporter, and
Everyone
she
loves
hates
it in the
every
place
country
that
but
apparently
American.
sucks. I just want to
Okay,
clarify. Your
listen.
claim is that everybody loves it in the place where apparently the economy sucks because of Democrats, right?
So can I speak for a second? Let me speak.
I don't know.
Because I had this argument with somebody.
Quite frankly, I'm just gonna kick you. Quite frankly. Santana, how you doing today?
I'm good. You know, that was just an extreme place of privilege. Like, that's all that was. Just absolute privilege.
Dude, yeah. I mean, how privileged does one have to be to own a home in Kansas City and a second vacation home in Madrid at 30 years old? Pretty damn privileged. Okay? Yeah. Right? Pretty dang privileged. And listen, if you have worked your absolute butt off, okay, from the age of 18 until 30, and you have made enough money to pull that off, and you support and endorse the rich paying their fair share of taxes and progressive policies, there's no issue. There's nothing inherently wrong, okay, with owning 2 homes at 30, but it's a nice life. But regardless of the fact that there's nothing inherently wrong with that, it's certainly privilege.
And I don't understand her position as far as like, the Republican Party is doing something for the middle class. Like, I thought it was all mutually agreed that the Republican Party is harming the middle class. I'm confused by that stance.
I know, you rarely hear people anymore make arguments that Trump is good for the economy.
Yeah.
That's why when we isolated
Yo,
it
Dean,
to...
do you like Hamilton?
Never watched.
Alexander Hamilton.
Never done Hamilton before.
Oh, Dean, you need to. It's the greatest. Hamilton is.
The
Oh
only
my gosh,
thing-
it's so good.
I know one thing about Hamilton, and I know this because of that crazy conversation we had with that humans photosynthesized guest a while back. Which is that which is that in Hamilton, George Washington is black.
Was black.
That's the only thing I know about Hamilton.
Yeah, that's good.
What a crazy guy that man was. I think about him sometimes. I was thinking about him last night as I was sitting around the campfire. So we went out there with a group of people, and somebody said, "What is the craziest conspiracy theory you've ever heard?" And we're going around in the circle, and the whole time I was thinking to myself, "Well, shit, I've heard a lot." But a good 25% of them was the shit we heard from that guy. That crazy.
You should hear them talk about Nephilims. It's a whole different ball game.
Yeah, insane. Welcome in, Mark. Do you support Trump? Okay, Mark's not here, so we're going to get the next guest loaded up. I got a couple people to thank here. I'll do that in a minute as soon as we can find the next guest. By the way, Momo was just hanging out with me on my lap down here. I know that you guys got a good view of her a little bit ago. That must mean that my girlfriend is gone. Oh, that's
someone in the chat said, "Remind you, don't touch your eyes."
Oh yeah, I've done that before. It's bad. Good reminder. When my girlfriend is gone, Momo will hop up on my lap and hang out with me, which means that my girlfriend is out of the house. Unfortunate. I won't be able to end my stream and go cuddle with her. She's probably doing something important. Welcome in. Do you support Trump, Brad?
Yeah.
How old are you?
I'm 23.
All right, man. I'm going to thank a couple people, then Mike, the floor will be yours. Elena, thank you so much for the $50 over on Super Chat. That is ELAYNA. Elena, first and foremost, before I even read your message, I just hope you've been well. Feel like it's been a while. Shout out to you. Show some love to Elena down below. Elena says, "Hey, Dean. I haven't forgot about you. Sorry I haven't been tuning in as much. I've been extremely busy. I just want to say now more than ever, the world needs what you do to be a part of." Thank you, Dean. Well, thank you, Elena, for tuning in. And, dude, never apologize for not tuning into the stream. Nobody has an obligation to watch my streams. I hope that life has been all right. And, shout out to you. Wish you the best. And thank you for the $50. You were awesome. Dude, holy crap. Douglas, thank you so much for the $20 donation on PayPal. He says, "I saw your debate with Emily Wilson. The things that she said was horrifying. Politics aside, she's like legit a bad person." Yo, offset, Emily was just kind of like straight up bullying me. It was exhausting. They included a little bit of that in like the black and white segments that they had in between the different debate clips. But she was like actually just like bullying me on like a very like non-political level. She was nuts. Thank you for the $20, Douglas. And then Carrie and Kathy. Dude, Carrie and Kathy. Y'all are crazy in a very good way. Thank you so much, Carrie and Kathy, for the $100 donations each. That is Carrie with a C and Kathy with a C. Carrie with the $100 says, "Because just fuck that guy," from Nurse Carrie. She sent that through after we finished talking to that lunatic before the last guest. And then Kathy with $100 says, "I'm back in the building. She is completely delusional." Queen Kathy is back. Kathy, I hope that you've been well. Thank you for tuning in, and thank you for the $100 donation. Same thing to you, Carrie. Please show massive love to Carrie and Kathy down below. That is beyond fucking kind, and I'm just genuinely so very grateful for the two of you guys. That is so much money. Thank you. Thank you. Jolie, thank you for the $20 donation as well on PayPal. Thank you, Jolie. That is JOLI. Jolie says you should just start saying that Carol was raped in the spring of 96. Quote unquote, Carol thought that she initially thought that the incident had happened in 94 or 95 until realizing Lisa something visited Mar-a-Lago to write a February 96 NY story on Trump, which Carol said wouldn't have occurred if Lisa knew about the attack. Okay. All right. Well, I appreciate you. Thank you so much for that information, Jolie. As well as SJ. Thank you for the $15. I appreciate you. SJ with the 15 says, "I'll never grow tired of how passionate you are. People just think that you sit around not making a difference, but I beg to differ. Sometimes I'm quiet in the chat, but I'm listening intently and sharing the stream with others." You're so appreciated. SJ, you've been literally so kind to me. I'm so grateful for you. You've literally been so kind to me every single day. Just know that I really appreciate you. Please, everybody, show some love to SJ down below. She's, dude, just like such a kind person. I'm so grateful for you. Brad, thank you so much for the $20 as well. You says just another middle-aged white rich woman telling other people suffering that they aren't really suffering because look at the people in Africa. My God, the gall. Gross. You know what? That is essentially the reduction of the argument that she was trying to make. Really good point. Thank you so much for the $20, Brad. We are caught up on these super chats. We are caught up on the PayPal. Let's quickly get caught up on Venmo. To start with, Lauren, thank you so much for the $20. I appreciate you. Thank you, Lauren, who says for Momo. Cats Against Fascism. Thank you, Lauren. Kirsten, thank you for the $20, who says, holy hell, literally. Did you see what Trump posted on Truth Social about the Pope? I'm religious. And never understood Christians/Catholics that support him. But now, if they still back him, that's insane. No, I did not see what he posted about the Pope. I'll have to go take a look. Thank you for the $20. Lily, thank you for the $1. Andy, thank you for the $2. And then Jose, thank you so much for the $50 donation on Venmo, who says, for Dean again, use this for a bottle of Woodford Reserve. I bought some Kings Creek for only $26. If I was doing your job, I would be downing bourbon every day after talking to MAGA. God bless Dean. Well, I try not to be super reliant on alcohol, but I do have a couple glasses a week, and that is a very, very, very kind donation from you, Jose, because I actually do need to grab a new bottle of whiskey. Show some love to Jose down below, and thank you once
Counterpoint,
again.
if you're looking at Woodford, I would go with Buffalo Trace instead. Just my opinion.
I've had both. I actually do like Buffalo a little bit more, but you know what's even better than Buffalo? Sazerac. If you've ever had Sazerac rye, if you've never
heard of it,
you should try it, and it's awesome. Okay. Then one last one here for me. Thank you, Heather, for the $25 donation. Thank you so much, Heather. Thank you, everybody. Show some love to Heather. Show some love to Jose. Show some love to Nurse Carrie and Kathy. Show some love to all the donors. I appreciate y'all so very much. Go ahead, Santana.
Just really quick, because all the donations have been pretty similar. Anna, thank you for the 1. Elizabeth, thank you for the 2. Logan, thank you for the 5. Joey, thank you for the 5. Stephanie, thank you for the 5. And Anthony, thank you for the 5. All of you gave big shout outs. Thank you for the love for being on Jubilee today. I'm glad you guys enjoyed that. It was a crazy experience, so thank you for that. And also, it's Jakira. Jakira, I see you said your Instagram is Jakira the Poet 99. I know you said you're a black educator. I'll check you out. Absolutely. Jakira the Poet 99. I'll look at you over on Instagram, but thank you all for the love.
You guys are awesome. Take it away, Brad. We appreciate your patience.
Yeah, one of the things why I think I'm grateful for having a president like Trump is having the ability that the freedom of what it means to be an American citizen. And I'm not really trying to. I think the thing with ICE, with horse shooting Renee Goodman, was an awful thing to happen, and I think that ICE should be through better proper training, if that makes any sense.
Can you repeat that?
Which part?
Just the last part.
I think ICE should have better police training.
Oh, you think that I should have more training?
Yeah.
Super based. That's awesome. Love that. I agree. Now, if you had to condense the reason why you support Trump as president down to one sentence, what would it be?
A spinning image of an example of what not to do, so we can learn from that and get over that.
All right. Well, so that's what we call accelerationism. And that's when we support really bad things happening, so then we could learn from those bad things to never do them again. But the reason why accelerationism is bad is because it's A, self-refuting. It's built on the premise that you don't want these bad things to happen, so then why advocate for them? And then B, that this logic would lead to endorsing Hitler. This logic would lead to endorsing rape in many scenarios, where women will get raped and then be great social advocates for other victims. And I just can't get behind that. I ultimately think that there are some really bad things that can never be justified, regardless of what outcome would follow them. And I feel like that list of bad things would include the deaths of children in Iran, or not putting a rapist in the Oval Office, so on and so forth. But I actually want to take a moment. I want to read you guys out the statement that Donald Trump posted about Pope Leo XIV on Twitter.
Holy shit.
Before I do, Tyler, do you support Trump?
Hey, Dean. I'm not gonna lie, I'm not quite sure.
Okay. All right, Tyler. Well, I think if you're not quite sure, I think you'd really benefit a lot from tuning into the live stream, because that's why I do what I do, so we can hopefully change the minds of people like you. On live, we do just kind of talk to people that are sure, but if you want to drop a comment down below, I'd love to try to answer it. But I want to read you guys Donald Trump's statement on Truth Social. This is about Pope Leo. This came out an hour ago. Holy shit. Pope Leo is weak on crime and terrible for foreign policy. He talks about fear of the Trump administration, but doesn't mention the fear that the Catholic Church and all other Christian organizations had during COVID, when they were arresting priests, ministers, and everybody else for holding church services, even when going outside, and being 10 and even 20 feet apart. Leo was not Pope then. I like his brother Louis much better than I like him, because Louis is MAGA. He gets it, and Leo doesn't. I don't want a pope who thinks it's okay for Iran to have nuclear weapons. I don't want a pope who thinks it's terrible that America attacked Venezuela. I don't want a pope that thinks it's terrible that an attack occurred.
Wait. He admitted that we attacked Venezuela.
Yeah.
Holy fuck.
A country that was sending massive amounts of drugs into the United States, and even worse, emptying their prisons, including murderers, drug dealers, and killers into our country. So that's just misinformation. And I don't want a pope who criticizes the president of the United States, because I'm doing exactly what I was elected in a landslide to do, setting record low numbers in crime and creating the greatest stock market in history. So, that statement in of itself is just about as anti-Jesus as it could get. I don't want a pope who criticizes me as the leader of a nation. So I guess Pontius Pilate wasn't a bad guy. He was just doing what he was elected to do.
That's correct.
What else do we have here? Leo should be thankful because, as everybody knows, he was a shocking surprise. He wasn't on any list to be pope, and was only put there by the church because he was an American, and they thought that it would be the best way to deal with President Donald J. Trump. So now Donald Trump in this sentence is saying that Pope Leo is not pope because of some proximity to good relationship with God, or practicing the faith of Jesus Christ, or walking in his footsteps and implementing the gospel to its extent in the world around us, but rather because of how he would deal with Trump. That's not a statement that a Christian would make, first and foremost. I completely see how a non-Christian would make that statement, because, like, for instance, for me as a agnostic, the Pope is just a politician. Okay, a political ideologue. I happen to like this political ideologue. I happen to like Leo a lot more than other popes. But like the fact that Donald Trump shares that sentiment, that he's just kind of this politician to deal with other leaders, kind of implies there that he's not a Catholic. Maybe he's never been a Catholic. Maybe he's always been non-denominational or whatnot. But I mean, a lot of his
he's
supporters
been
are Catholic.
open
His vice
about
president
like
is too.
Open about like not being a Christian at all, but like I think that's a level of narcissism that has to be studied, right? I mean, it's not like the Pope was appointed to line up with his 4 years or whatever, and specifically to deal with him. Like, this position of being appointed as Pope is something that you have to work your entire life to be able to make to that position, and that's a position that you hold on to until you pass away. So like, it's not like, oh, they specifically had Pope Leo in mind for Trump. Like, that's just stupid.
Yeah, we're almost done. If I wasn't in the White House, Leo would not be in the Vatican. Unfortunately, Leo's weak on crime, weak on nuclear weapons does not sit well with me, nor does the fact that he meets with Obama sympathizers like David Axelrod, a loser from the left who is one of those who wanted churchgoers and church leaders to be arrested. Leo should get his act together as Pope, use common sense, stop catering to the radical left, and focus on being a great Pope, not a politician. That's ironic. I'd actually say here that that's exactly what he's doing. He is focusing on being a great Pope because he's focusing on implementing what he believes to be the true benevolent virtues of the gospel, even if it means the most powerful man alive is going to attack him for it. A politician would kind of ignore and forgo the gospel and bend the knee to more powerful parties around him like Trump. That's not what Leo's doing. It's hurting him very badly, and more importantly, it's hurting the Catholic Church. President Donald J. Trump. What a mess. How are Catholics handling this news?
I don't understand how anyone could actually support him at this point, right? I mean, he's harming everyone, right? He's harming the lower class, the middle class, the upper class. He's harming Americans. He's harming people abroad. He's harming Christians. He's harming Muslims. He's harming, atheists across the board. Donald Trump is just bad for everyone. Like, just bad for everyone.
Oh my God!
Is there more?
Holy shit!
Is there more?
This is the craziest thing I've ever seen a president post.
Wait,
that's
is there more?
wild. I gotta show this to y'all. No, I'm gonna put this up on screen. Oh my God, I might even need to make a video about this. Yo! Dude, if it was anybody but Trump, he would be cooked. He would be cooked. This would be it for any other politician presiding over a country that is like 65 to 70% Christian. Wow! Oh my God. Can I please have all of my Christian MAGA viewers just let me know that you're paying attention? Let me know. For all my Christian MAGA viewers in that chat, let me know if you're really paying attention for what I'm about to show you. And I'm gonna put this up on YouTube too. Where are you guys at? Say me in the chat. Okay, yeah, here's your favorite president depicting himself as Jesus. This is off of Donald Trump's Truth Social. He's depicting himself as Jesus.
Wait, Dean. Is he laying hands on Epstein?
Honestly, that was my first thought too. I don't
Is
think
he
that's
trying to? Is
I
that,
don't think that was supposed to be Epstein. It's just some old white dude. Holy
that is insane.
shit! I'm
That
sorry,
is crazy,
dude. What the fuck? Does anybody care about this? How would this fall? We're gonna keep this up on screen for a moment, and I'm just gonna start reading off some of the replies. The top reply to this is Jesus is my savior, Trump is my president. What? Oh my God, the second reply is an AI photo of Donald Trump wearing angel wings, who says he will emerge from the hatred as one of the most noble presidents to have ever lived on earth. The third reply is a picture of Trump with a statement, a man on a mission from God. These people are brainwashed. The fourth reply says it's going to be biblical. Oh my God. All right, these are all like the bots. Let me see if I like filter it to look at like the newest comments. The newest comment says, Dean, I love you. Chris, whoever you are, you're
see
smart.
if there's any right wing ideologues, any influence or anything that have said anything.
Yeah, we got to look through that real quick. Let's go on Twitter. How about I just send a tweet out real quick?
Yeah. While you do that, can I thank two people really quickly?
Go for it.
Both of these two people, holy fuck. Massive W's in the chat. First and foremost for Brian for the $50 donation, saying appreciate your intelligence, Santana. Our Lord has blessed you. You deserve a bottle of Buffalo. Take care. I appreciate it. Thank you so much for the 50. And Tamara, holy shit, thank you so much for the $50 donation as well, saying thank you for what you do. I really appreciate the hell out of both of you. Thank you guys. A million W's in the chat. for both of them. You guys are absolutely amazing. I appreciate all the love, and especially for anyone who hasn't had an opportunity. If you get a moment, go check out or people have been asking, the Epstein file Jubilee video dropped today. It was one congressman versus 20 Americans, where I got a chance to debate Ro Khanna, and my portion of it made the video. It was the last question, so it's an hour and 5 minutes in, but the overall, it was really good. So if you have a moment, check that out. You all good, Dean?
Yeah. No, I'm sending a little bit of a tweet out on Twitter here, and I'm gonna try to get a good idea of what maybe some conservatives' thoughts are. The tweet says Trump just posted a photo depicting himself as Jesus. He's depicting himself as God. He's not mentally fit to serve. MAGA Christians, how could you possibly defend this? So hopefully we'll be getting
to see what response you get.
Yeah, hopefully we'll be getting some responses in over there as the stream goes on, and I'll make sure to read them out. Because, I mean, what kind of games could be played? What kind of sophistry could be engaged in here? Like, what could the I seriously don't know what the response could be. Like, how could any Trump supporter who claims to be a Christian defend this? Wow. That's wild. You know what? Yeah, let's debate him. Yeah, let's go to get that next Trump supporter. I've never been more excited for a debate in my life. Dude, honestly, man, I think it's going to be pretty hard to find our next guest.
Oh, that's mind-blowing.
Like, dude, holy shit. Hi, welcome into Sport Trump.
Yes, I do.
How old are you?
18.
Are you Christian?
I am, and I was watching that. That is kind of crazy.
What are your thoughts of Donald Trump depicting himself as Jesus Christ?
I am personally not a Catholic, but I am non-denominational, and I do believe in Christ.
Yeah, but we're not referencing his statements on the Pope here, because if you're not Catholic, I understand
Okay. I understand.
That's not necessarily like antithetical to your Christian beliefs for him to be like.
Yeah, I would. Honestly, that's low-key blasphemy.
Right.
Yeah, I mean, which is arguably, I mean, that's kind of crazy.
So do you agree with the common non-denominational interpretation of Christian scripture to be that blasphemy is like an unforgivable sin?
Yeah, blasphemy is the one unforgivable sin.
Okay, if God can't forgive it, then why can you?
Say again?
If God can't forgive it, then why can you?
Yeah, I was expecting to get on here before that even popped up.
Oh, too late. How do you defend Donald Jesus Christ?
I can't really defend that, but I was gonna.
Is this where you draw the line?
Talk about some other stuff.
Is this like? I just need to know. Seeing this within the last 5 minutes, have you changed your mind? Do you still support Trump as president?
I mean,
God is watching you right now, Connor.
Yeah, that's pretty bad. I would say that, like, I would have voted for him before this. I don't know if, like, I don't know about that now. I'm actually 18, so I'm getting into politics now. I have a lot of friends that are liberal, but me personally,
we need the straight answer, Connor. Listen, don't worry about it. It's just right now. It's just you, me, Dean, and God. What's your answer? Do you still support Trump after seeing that?
Probably not.
Boom. Thank you.
Probably not. Yeah. That's pretty bad.
Yeah.
I did want to talk about.
Admit it. At least you can admit it.
Yeah, I appreciate you for admitting it, man. All right, let's take a look at the way that conservatives on the internet are responding to this. We have Twitter open here. Post from Gunther Eagleman, of course, defending it. Gunther Eagleman is like a bot, okay? Don't take him seriously. We're not going to be looking at what he said. We're going to be looking at what his replies say. So Gunther Eagleman says, President Trump just Posted this powerful painting on Truth Social. Trump stands radiant in a red robe, laying hands on a sick man while surrounded by American symbols. Whatever. Okay, yeah. He's depicting himself as Jesus. There seems to be some type of like mystical, like powers of healing coming out of his hands. He's wearing the white and red robe that typically is used to depict Jesus in like modern day caricatures. But let's see what people say. Ooh, someone says, are you sure that he posted this? Grok says he didn't. Okay, that seems to be a conservative that doesn't like it because they deny that Trump posted it. Okay, someone else says, oh, for the love of Pete, he's not Jesus. Someone says the satanic left is going to have a field day with this. Oh, Brian says, that's where I draw the line. That's just embarrassingly stupid. Oh, okay. Okay, Dura says, this is the raving of delusion, powerful, I say sacrilegious. I'm a constitutional conservative who voted for Trump multiple times. Now we need to pray for his soul. He's far closer to Judas than Jesus.
Oh!
Wow.
Get him.
Get him. Holy shit. Wow, holy. This person says, I will not comply. Nope, don't like that. Then their bio says PhD in mansplaining. That tells me that they're probably a conservative. Alex Weber says, don't get me wrong, I believe Trump is doing great for this country, but this right here is going too far. Portraying yourself as Jesus Christ is way too far.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Wow. I call blasphemy. I think this is blasphemous. Holy shit. Holy man, I think that this might be a really big news headline for a bit here. Ultimately, it will kind of like fade into the background and people will stop talking about it. I don't know how, but it's Trump, so that's what's going to happen. Something else I wanted to point out here about this photo, folks, is take a look at the background of it. Those don't look like angels. Does that look like an angel to you, Santana?
Well, I mean, it depends on what you consider an angel. Like, an angel, if biblically speaking, is terrifying. If you talk about like the way that they're depicted in paintings, no, that kind of looks like the Statue of Liberty with like some wings on it or something. I'm not sure what this is. Like, I have no idea what he's doing with this.
Yeah, that kind of looks like a soldier. I mean, this thing has wings. I don't know. Maybe it's just some shitty AI rendition. Interesting. Very, very interesting. Let's go to get that next guest up. We're at 4 hours. We're probably going to do one more debate. Then I'm going to end and probably turn around and make a video about that. Oh, this guy's a hardball Trump supporter. He sucks. Let's get his take. Hey, Bruce, I know you're MAGA. You don't need to tell me. Are you Christian?
Yeah, I am.
What are your thoughts on Trump depicting himself as...
I mean, the whole reason voted for him is because you just got the crazy left. But, you know, looks like I'm not into politics anymore. Just what it is. Yeah. There it is. Like, I can't be on your guys' side, and I definitely can't be on that side, so I'm just done.
Bruce said, "Fuck this shit, I'm out."
Bruce, how many debates have we had?
Fuck.
Yeah, we've done a lot, but there's no like
we've done a lot, Bruce.
Yeah.
And how have I described you in the past?
I mean, but you can't say that was. I mean, no one was expecting that. In my opinion, no one was expecting that.
He's called himself the chosen one like many a times. Like he's been blasphemous in many
in my opinion,
ways.
there's no problem with that. There's no problem with saying that, but because God can choose you. But
Bruce, you know what? You did it. I'm proud of you, buddy. Take care. Holy dude, that motherfucker. He is the reason why I brought him up. Is because out of all of the people that I've ever debated, Bruce is by far one of the most... Sorry, Bruce. I know I just gave you a compliment, but I'm going to be honest. Stupid and dense Trump supporters have ever debated. And even he's changed. What about Smack? All right, this is another one of them. Smack, are you Christian?
Yeah, I'm Christian. What's up, Bay Dog?
Another one of them. For those that tune in frequently, you know Smack. What are your
Hurry up and
thoughts?
pull the video up. Let's talk about it.
What are your
What
thoughts
video?
on of
Wait,
Donald
hold on,
Trump
Smack.
depicting himself
Did
as
you not
Jesus
have you not
Christ?
seen what Dean had?
Yeah, no, that's why I said hurry up and pull the video up. Let's talk about it.
Wait,
not a
there's
video,
no
it's a picture.
video.
Right? Or the picture, sorry.
Okay.
Hurry up and pull the picture up. Let's talk about it. Yeah, so previous guy just said that no, God can choose anyone to utilize it at any time. Doesn't mean that they're the chosen one. That's fucking stupid. And the guy freaking got a bullet by his head by 3 centimeters. So if you didn't see that, then I don't know what to
Okay.
tell you.
But
Do
what
I
are your
agree
thoughts
with
on
this
it?
picture? No, I don't agree with this picture. But then again, I don't know the context behind it. So it just came
Always
out.
fucking
So I think-
context now. It's always fucking context now. It's always fucking context. It's AI slop.
Hey,
of Trump
Santana,
depicting
did you
himself
agree with when
as-
Biden took showers
it's
with his
AI
daughter?
slop of Donald
Did you
Trump
agree when
depicting
Biden
himself as
took
Jesus.
showers with his daughter?
Hey, why are you pivoting? Why are you pivoting?
I'm not pivoting. I'm not
Like,
because
hey,
I don't know enough
lock in,
information to make a
Smack.
conclusion. That's why I'm not That's why I'm not making a conclusion on it. That's what
Smack,
intelligent
lock in.
people do, big dog.
Wait,
they don't
wait,
make
wait.
conclusions.
Wait. In accordance with the Christian faith, keep in mind, God's gonna hear the next thing that comes out of your mouth.
Yes.
Is it ever allowable for a servant of God, man, to depict themselves as God for idolization and worship?
So, if you're saying did Trump idolize himself and worship himself, we don't know. But to answer your second question, no, it's not. But we don't
Okay.
know what the context of this. We don't know what the context of this.
Well, we do because it was posted on his Truth Social account. So if we just go on his Truth Social account, if we
You're
just-
making an
hear me out.
assumption on what he's intending. Sure, go ahead.
Hear me out. If we go on his Truth Social account, we just see 37 minutes ago randomly uploaded a photo depicting himself as Jesus. Immediately
Sure.
before that, something about calling the Pope weak.
Sure.
I don't think that there's ever a context outside of like a show or a movie about Jesus, i.e. the Chosen, to depict yourself as Jesus Christ in accordance with Christian theology.
So let me ask you a question. What is the only sin that makes you not make it to heaven?
Blasphemy.
Blasphemy. Thank you. What is blasphemy?
I don't know. Christians have.
I'll tell you.
wild
I'll tell you.
definitions of
Blasphemy
it,
is
so I don't know.
saying something God said that he did not say. That's blasphemy. And it doesn't mean taking God's name in vain. That's not what it means. It means that you said God said this. That's what blasphemy is.
That's not blasphemy.
Absolutely.
Blasphemy is declaring that God isn't God and you don't believe in him, and also or not necessarily depicting, but putting another quote unquote God above God. Like that's blasphemy. You're wrong.
I mean, ipso facto.
No, not ipso
It's
facto.
similar.
You don't know what you're talking. You're a bad Christian.
Honestly, I think that this is just going to be like the competency test for the MAGA Christians who join my life from this moment on out. If you cannot condemn Donald Trump for depicting himself as God, as a Christian and worshiper / follower of Jesus Christ, then you are not a rational creature.
Do you condemn Biden for showering with his daughter?
But what about Biden?
I actually, let me tell you
Oh,
this.
no. You say
I
you're all
actually
day talking shit
appreciate-
about Trump. Now let's talk about the other side of it.
I appreciate the but Biden, because all that but Biden tells me is that you know I'm right, and there's no ifs, ands, or
No,
ums about
I don't know
about
you're
it.
right. We don't know any context into this. We don't know any context. All you
No
guys want to do is look
context
at
would
what Trump
justify
does and
Donald
shit on
Trump.
him. You don't know anything
No
yet.
justify would
It's exactly like when Trump said,
no context would ever justify Donald Trump depicting himself as Jesus Christ from a Christian perspective. You cannot not condemn this as a
I
Christian.
don't defend this. I don't defend this. I
No,
don't know the
your
context.
faith obligates you to condemn it, regardless of the context.
Also, to be fair, we do know the context because prior to him posting that, he posted like a long. I don't know if you looked at it, but it's like a fucking.
Santana, you
it's
know
an
limited
essay.
context.
Still answering.
You know
still,
limited. You
still,
don't know
still
the full
actually
context.
speaking. Don't run from it. Don't
You
run
can
from
say
it.
you know limited
Hey,
context. You
Smack,
can't say you know full
run
context.
from it. Smack, run from it. Dread
All right,
it.
bro.
It comes
I
all
agree
the
with you.
same.
I agree
Listen,
with you.
Can I
don't
finish?
agree with what he did.
Smack, can I finish?
big
Why
dog.
are you
Go, big
why are you crashing? Let me finish. The context is Donald Trump posted this long essay railing against the Pope, talking about how he was a bad Pope, how he shouldn't be condemning him for all of this. Like he spent like I looked at it, it's a massive essay railing against the Pope, the supreme Catholic figure in the world, and then right after going after and railing against, the Pope, he immediately puts out an AI picture of him depicted as Jesus. That seems like pretty good context to me.
Santana, understand my position. I don't support this guy 110%. I don't support anyone 110%. I support 70% of this guy's decisions. Was this a horrible decision? 100%. Did Biden make good decisions? Absolutely. Did I support 90%
What
of
about
the decisions I made?
Biden?
No, I did not. What I'm saying is, yeah, the guy makes bad decisions, but for the most part, the guy makes right decisions, whether you agree with his character or not.
Okay. But this is, I think, a decision where your faith
We don't know the
obligates you to
context,
stop
Dean.
supporting him as a president.
Nope. Absolutely not. Not until I know the full context of
say
it.
this out loud. I want the most powerful man alive to be a man who depicts himself as my living God. And that man is not Jesus Christ. That man is Donald Trump. Say it. Say it. Say it. I want the most powerful man alive to be a man who is willing to depict himself as Jesus Christ. Say it.
No, that's not correct.
I know you literally won't say it because you know that you think it banishes you to fucking hell. Like that's the thing. That's the thing.
No.
You won't even say it out loud because in the back of your brain, like you are truly a Christian, like in the sense that you truly do think that God exists. In the back of your head, you're like, oh God, if I say this, like God's gonna fuck me. Like whoa, no, like that. Hey yo, no. God's gonna send me to hell.
Jesus is inside of all of us, so
you can use people who can also make. Look, dude. King David slept with his maidservant. You would be shitting on King David for sleeping on his maidservant, saying, "Oh, look it, God wouldn't have someone sleep on their maidservant." The guy makes bad decisions. That does not mean that you're not on the right path.
The only time somebody is described as depicting themselves as a false prophet or a symbol of God is in what? The book of Revelation. The only time in the Bible it is mentioned is in the story of end times.
He's not helping out my argument with anybody.
Hey, if you Christians really want to find something like crazy, you should actually look in Revelation, the story of the beast that had like the mark on his head, Make America Great Again, who had like a head that was wounded, a wounded ear, and had mouth that did nothing but lie. Donald Trump. I'm just saying, like, if you're really into Christianity, you should check that.
Abortion, and I'd agree with you if he's for transgenderism, but he's not.
You should definitely check that out. Anyway, Smacks, you were telling about your Mango Messiah.
Yo, I'm surprised. Aaron hasn't reported on Trump depicting himself as president yet.
Well, you know he's a new dad. He might be a little behind.
Yeah, I think okay. I should listen. I think I have an obligation to get the word out. I do. Like if Aaron's not reporting on it,
go live, so I'll keep some debates going. Trisha, thank you for the 10. George, thank you for the 5. Ivan, thank you for the 2. I appreciate you having me up, bro.
I appreciate you for coming up, Satana. You take care, man.
Yep.
That's crazy. Honestly, dude. Wow. I'm gonna go and thank a couple people. And then we're going to hop off here, and I'm going to post a video about this because I need to help get the word out. Like seriously, I think that every Christian in this country needs to know this. Thank you so much, Michelle, for the $5. I appreciate you. Morgan, thank you so much for the $10, who says, please mention that after Trump made his post, he depicted himself as Jesus. Morgan, I actually think that I have you to thank for letting me know about that. Thank you. And then Niha, thank you so much for the $100 donation on PayPal, who says, hey, Dean, hope all is well. Nice to see you on late. Been missing your stream lately. Niha, I hope that you're doing all right. I feel like it has been a while. Thank you so much for the $100 donation. Show some love to Niha down below. Same thing to Be Rad. Oh wait, I did already thank you earlier, but thank you, Good Brad. And then Mike, thank you so much for the $2 on Super Chat. Thank you so much, King of the Golden State, for the $20. Who says Biden lives rent free in the Trumpers' heads? Yes, he absolutely does. And then Wheelie, thank you for the $50. Who says this is straight up blasphemy. You cannot elevate a human to divine status, as it in turn diminishes the divinity of Jesus. This also falls under idolatry. Any Christian that supports this is committing Heresy of the highest order, absolutely unforgivable. I could not fucking agree more, Papa Willie. You worded that beautifully, and 110% you are right. Show some love to Papa Willie down below on Venmo. Kirsten, thank you for the $10, who says, so glad that you saw my Venmo about the Pope post. Yeah, I'm happy that I was able to pull that up on stream. Thank you so much, Kirsten. Phil, thank you so much for the $20 on Venmo. He says, I bartend here, and I'll tell you right now, the type of people will never change their minds, even to the extent of like disavowing Christianity over it. Thank you for the $20, Phil. Tawny, thank you for the $5. I want to hear what Isabella would say. Oh, me too. Aiden, thank you for the $10 as well. He says, as a lifelong Catholic, the values preached in the Catholic Church align much more closely with democratic values as opposed to Republican values. 110% Aiden, you were right. Robin, thank you so much for the $16 on Venmo. I just read your message. I'm really happy that you were able to take something positive away from the stream today. Thank you so much for that love and support, Robin. And then Jose, thank you for the $20, who says MAGA Christians are heretics and they better quit messing with the Almighty. Jesus spoke for the helpless and the unhoused. Those who are the least of us. You, Dean, would be on Team Jesus 2,000 years ago. Yeah, I mean, yeah, I absolutely would. If everything that was described in the gospel is true, I would be. Thank you for the $20. Why? Thank you for the $20 as well. You says, super inspired by you, your youth, and your dedication to inform people. Keep on doing what you do. Thank you so much. Why? Whitney, thank you for the $10. She says, silent supporter on TikTok, but I appreciate everything that you do. I appreciate you. Victoria, thank you for the $21 on Venmo for the grift. I appreciate you, Victoria. And the one last one here from Joseph. Thank you for the $10 for keeping up the fight. I appreciate you guys. Please show some love to all of the donors down below in the comment section. Honestly, I was just about to end the stream, but apparently now I'm getting word that Donald Trump posted a video on Truth Social. It just looks like a random clip from Newsmax. Yeah, it just looks like a random clip from Newsmax. All right, he does that a lot. He's crazy. I'm going to go ahead and end. Make sure to hit that follow button on your way out on TikTok. You can hit it for free. I do this every day. Same thing with dropping a sub over on YouTube. I love and appreciate each and every single one of you guys. You guys should like and spread the word on the video that I'm about to make of Donald Trump literally depicting himself as Jesus Christ. I'm going to go turn around and post that now. So peace, love. Hopefully you engage with that video. See you all tomorrow. Bye-bye.